Next level, leagues above the devil. Flying higher than they said I would, they label me a rebel. Bogus, I barely as dope as me. Success, the only thing that give me dopamine. A legend, the only thing that I'm supposed to be. Everything's the only thing that's owed to me. Yeah, I want it all, my baby. I didn't come to watch, I came to ball, my baby.
Well, here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of the Drift Masters Championship 2025. And as you can see, you are joining us live from a beautiful sunny Madrid in Spain. We are at the Circuito del Jarama. My name is Ian Waddington, and I'm going to be talking and walking you through the whole season this year. And I'm going to be joined alongside me by a very good friend of mine and a newbie to Drift Masters, Jacob Gettins. Jacob, first of all, welcome to Drift Masters. Welcome to the Madhouse.
Thank you, sir. I'm so incredibly honored to be here. I'm so pumped. I have just been absorbing as much as I can. I've been in the pits, next to the track, at the start line. Basically anywhere they'll let me go, I'm there taking notes, studying, talking with everybody, and learning as much as I possibly can.
Well, look, we've got a stacked calendar, a whole year for you to travel all around Europe and see these fantastic places. We're, of course, here at round 2 because round 1, unfortunately, was cancelled. But we're moving the show on. Madrid is up first. Then we're going to take it all the way to Finland, to that crazy theme park where we go drifting. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It never will do. Then we go back to Ireland, to Kildare, where we go to Mondello Park. History there in Ireland. Then it's Riga, baby. It's Latvia, the fastest, most dangerous track on the calendar, before we head to the Iron City, Ferropolis in Germany. We're back there to put on a show under the lights. And then, of course, all roads lead to the final, the PGE Narodowy Way in Poland, in the capital. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it's a crazy season all over, and just so excited to get this kicked off.
It certainly is. And well, this is the man that has the target on his back for 2025, because Laurie Hinan was crowned our champion at the final at the PGE Narodowy Way in Poland last year. And well, all sights are looking and locked on him, because he is the man to beat, and he looks incredibly fast already this season. Everybody's saying he's the man of the moment. Can he be the man of the moment in 2025? Well, our lady on the ground, Becky Evans, is down there, and she's hanging around that paddock. Becky, what's going on down there?
Guys, it is an absolute pleasure to be back here at Drift Masters. The sun is out, we've got new cars, new competitors, it's all happening. I've been taking a little look around our paddock as if we just had our qualifying, we're about to go into our qualifying session, we just had our practice session, and we've had a few thrills and spills. So I'm going to be collecting all these stories. I'm watching Kuba Brzezinski's team try and get that car back together. We're watching the Shanahans as well, because they are trying to get their car back together, so make sure we can have all the action on track for you this afternoon. It's going to be a big one, Jacob. What do you think?
I mean, the practice was nuts. The speeds that these drivers were getting coming into the track, just the wildness, and I mean, we've had contact. We're having cars rebuilt. I don't know who's going to make it to the line, and that's already getting exciting.
Well, there we go. This is the weekend schedule. Of course, we're up now live for qualifying, and at 7 o'clock p.m. local time, we'll have our qualifying showdown, where the top 4 qualifiers go head-to-head for those extra few points to take it through. Tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. we go live with our top 32, and top 16 kicks off at 3:50 p.m. exclusively live on Red Bull TV. Let's have a look, though, at the track that these drivers have got to navigate this weekend, because we've heard a lot about it. We've seen a lot about it already before we got here, and this is it. It is super fast. It is very dangerous, as we've already found out. As Becky said, a few accidents, a few frills, a few spills. No handbrake on initiation apparently is the key. Fire that car in on 4th gear, full throttle through that outside, inner, and this outside zone. Then it's a nice, long, floaty transition. Get to this outside zone nice and early. Rear wheel as deep into this zone as you can, not touching the wall. Remember, that is just there for safety. Then it's down onto the inside, almost on that apex before you wash out. Down you go over the camber of this circuit to the outside edge of the circuit, then let the car wash into the middle of the track before you push it right to the outside edge, across that white line, and that is a run done. And this is what our drivers have to do. 2 runs of qualifying, the best run counts. Top 32 advance to the finals, up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifiers, and our qualifying showdown, top 4 qualifiers face off in those battles later on today.
Yeah. just a lot of fun. I really like the way that this is broken down. You talked about the camber to the track.
Yeah.
There's so much more to it than that camera angle really shows, and it makes it wild.
Well, these are the contenders. We're going to run through this list, and we're going to pick out a few names that stand out for us. One of them, the first person to come up on our qualifying, will be Alletki Albnia, a man returning to Drift Masters, saying that he'd hung up the helmet and the boots and said it was enough, but he got persuaded to come back. Another returning driver, Nakamura. This guy is a wild man. He absolutely turned heads when he was here many moons ago, but now he's back in a new car. Well, then we get back to the usual suspects on the calendar. Steve Baxi Biagioni here for a full season. Marco Zacharias switching up that engine, going for that Volkswagen 4-cylinder. Jakob Bruskonski, we just spoke about him, that car, big hit into the wall in practice. Can he get it repaired? Oliver Randalou, well, he said he's feeling super confident this weekend. The Estonian saying this is his year. We move it along. Oran Nilsson. Well, that car likes to be in tatters, and it's already had a few hits on the wall. Can he make it for a year unscathed? As we see Jack Shanahan, the first of the Shanahan brothers, going on this weekend. And then we move it in to the top end of the championship. Pavel Korpolinski, could it be his year again? And James Dean returning back for a full season of Drift Masters, but this year in a Ford Mustang RTR. He has completely flipped the script. He's the first driver under that brand in Europe. It's going to be unbelievable. Look, the tension's building. The judges are ready to rock and roll. The fans, well, they're ready to see some action. So am I. So let's head to qualifying. Well, the time for talk is over. The practice runs, they mean nothing right now, Jacob, because this is where it all counts. And our eagle-eyed judges are all staring at the monitors, ready to get this underway. And of course, our judges for this season and throughout the whole rounds of every single belt of this championship will be David Kalas from the Czech Republic, Vernon Zenefeld from the Netherlands, and joining us from Poland will be Mateusz Jedzic, as we see off the line Alletki Albnia as he fires this 2JZ Toyota GT86 in at full tilt. This is the speed we're talking about.
Yeah, really aggressive right off the kick, getting into this long outside zone and getting way too close to the wall there. Doing a good job of dipping the front wheel in and pushing out to the other outside zones. This camber comes into play through this section. That track is way more banked than you think, but able to keep it together. Got a little spicy getting close to that wall, dog.
A little shake of the head there from Alexi. Look at this. I don't know if that's excitement. You know, he's shaking the head like, I made it through. It's like a gauntlet of danger, this track. You know, you really throw down. And look at this. You can see the speed. Now, a lot of guys saying they're having to scrub a lot of speed. There is a decel zone right before this long outside zone. But guys are letting the car wash on angle. And you can see there inside the car the concentration from Albnia as he puts that GT86 right where it needs to be, trying to impress those judges. And as I say, back for 2025 in this team as a wild card this weekend, hoping to secure a spot for the rest of the season. And that car looking good, looking dialed out there. As you can see, our phantom slow-mo camera back, Jacob, and you were ready for this.
I was very ready.
This was something I was excited to see.
I nerd out when it comes to these really slow-mo shots. I like seeing how the cars move throughout transitions and weight transfers, and that's how I got my start in drifting, was filming those kind of shots. So for me, it's a bit of a throwback, but yeah, great run there. Just very aggressive. What a great way to kick things off, too.
Of course, yeah. And we're going to move it along to his teammate as well. That's going to be Constantine Sherenko from the Ukraine as well. 2JZ, Toyota GT86. See a little bit of a pattern forming here now. They're three cars all identical, so I guess it's easy for them to share parts. So there we go. Scores are in for Albnia, and it will be a 73 on the board.
Yeah, solid run to kick it off. I mean, too early to tell where everyone's going to position in, but, you know, going back to the history, 73 might not be it.
No, and you know what, as we've seen before, you kind of get a bit of a baseline figure of where you think some of these guys are going to be after the first run. But look, things can quickly flip on their head, and we can see some incredible scores on the second runs. These guys come off the start line, smoking tyres straight away as Sherenko now fires that car in. Looks strong, very shallow angle though on that inside zone. You can see him scrubbing speed massively down. That's going to wash him off that zone. He does manage to get back into that long outside zone for a little wobble there as he makes his way up the hill. That, believe me, that is a hill when you're on the track. It looks completely flat right now. It certainly isn't. Finds that final outside zone and across the line goes Sherenko.
Yeah, you can tell that he really wanted to get into this battle by just how quickly he lit off the tires from the beginning. Great show there. Few spots in that run where he's washing a little bit wide or a little bit shallow, but the way he had the car settled once he made this correction and then kind of got into the rest of the zones looked good. Just slightly offline for it, but with this track, you do have a few spots where you can make a bit of a correction if you notice that you're offline. You just have to do it very sparingly because the judges, they can see everything. They can see all those corrections. So as we come through that first high speed section, you can kind of check the car up before you get into the long outside zone. You can make a correction there, and then a little bit through this last section, and you can start to see a bit of that banking there. But it's tough. It's a I wouldn't say a strange arc, but it's different than what you would think. We always go to like, oh, you're going to go outside zone all the way around. This makes the drivers have to drive through it. You're not going to float through.
Yeah, no, of course you can't float through it, and because it's banked as well, you have to stay on throttle and you have to let the car wash down, especially to those inner zones that the judges have put in the middle of the circuit to keep those guys on that nice line. And obviously, and we're looking for that for our top 32 tomorrow. Scores in, it's going to be a 59.5, and I can already assure you that I don't think that's going to be enough as we move things forward and go back to the start line, and we're going to jump it through. And I do believe this is going to be Pedro Garcia Sanchez in this BMW E46. Looked like he was struggling with the car earlier on, yesterday, sorry, and maybe got that car fixed. So local Spanish driver, he'll be getting all the cheers from the grandstand as he comes off that newly revised start line, which we'll get more into tomorrow, where it all comes into play. You can see clutch kick initiation, nice, stays on the throttle, works it, gets into that outside zone a little early and leaves it just about on time. This one's going to be difficult. We're going to work our way through this as we get into more depth of qualifying. You can see that car not still 100%. He's struggling on power, takes out that Kona inner zone, gets it across the line. It will be a score on the board, but definitely not the cleanest run of the day. Yeah,
I think you and I both noticed the same thing, and maybe some viewers at home as well. A little bit of dark smoke coming out of the exhaust there. Maybe things aren't running exactly the way he wants it to, but throw a bit more fuel at it, let it run some Rich. I'll take Rich over lean any day of the week. And that could be the struggles that he's got going on there, just not having the full amount of power that he was ready for. But if he can get everything together and this gets a decent score on the board, it could be enough time to make those repairs tonight and get everything ready for tomorrow. So that's the risk you're willing to take. And listen, it might be the first round, but you're still going to be fighting through mechanicals. You're still trying to get everything sorted. You might think everything was ready to go in the off season. You take the car out for practice, and next thing you know, you're making some tuning adjustments. But great aggressive run. Very chaseable when we start to get into the tandem side of things, but a few areas where not quite hitting the full box.
Exactly that, not exactly probably what the judges are looking for as well. But we're no judges, Jacob, not by any means. And we were told earlier that we knew nothing about the judges. They were like, you guys just stick to your lane because you may know some stuff, but not the full.
It's funny, they teach us about drifting, we teach them about being personable. It's a good trade-off between us.
Exactly that, we give them a personality.
Yeah.
So there we go, a 50 dead on the board there for Pedro Garcia Sanchez, the local man. He'll be getting all the cheers and claps, and as you can see, that side exit exhaust puffing some black smoke, as Jacob said, probably not running 110%. We're going to move it along to Alex Perez from Spain, San Sebastian. Another BMW E46 2JZ, 750 horsepower. Now, this guy looked like he was having no such issues in practice. He was out constantly. I haven't managed to see his run yet, so this one's going to be interesting as he fires through the gears down. Big clutch kick for initiation. Little wobble there. Now he's going to drop a little wide, trying to use as much of the tarmac and track as he can. And wide once again, but that isn't going to play into his favour. It's washed him down off that bank, and he's going to find himself on a very strange line, and it's wheels off track once again as he sheds the rear bumper. Now gets into the outside zone, trying to rescue anything he can from this run, but judges will penalise him there. Wheels off track, Jacob. That's not what we want to see in tandem.
Yeah, we really want to see aggression in these runs. When you have a track like this, you have to have that aggression coming right out of the gate. We did see that clutch kick, that was nasty. Full speed into it, big clutch kick, throws it hard, but getting the wheels off track, going that aggressive, you can see in that dirt drop, having to grab the e-brake, put him on a really shallow line through the rest of this, and then from there it's
I'm going to say the biggest part of that, zero, and it makes sense, is the line he took there.
Yeah.
Because it's completely unchaseable, because the chase car at the transition would be completely out of positioning, and free wheels off as well, judges saying. So, unfortunately a zero, and unchaseable. We're going to move it along, though, to the next driver on the line, and it will be Ruben Balanas another Spanish driver. 2JZ E46 BMW. See a pattern emerging here as well with the Spanish drivers.
Few in a row. I mean, hey, if it works.
I was going to say, look, we know the catalogue as well. S chassis, you know, the suspension kits and 2JZs. They just work. So why not? Now Ruben's a returning driver, wildcard this weekend, has been on the Drift Masters paddock before, didn't have success in Poland many years ago. Back now to try and prove his worth here at the championship. Gets on that handbrake nice and early. A nicer line now for Balanas as he gets on throttle, picks it up, lets the rear wheels fire up as he now works his way through this downhill section of the circuit, flicks it to angle, nice line, nice on that inside zone. Can he wash out to that final zone? He could just about drop a wheel in it.
Yes, we talked about places to make a correction into this large outside zone. That's where we saw that correction. It wasn't as aggressive of a rate to angle when the car came around. It was a little bit more of a straight line approach, but made the correction there so he wasn't having to fight the rest of the track right here. So bit more of a straight line, gets on throttle, and able to keep it in the zone. So if he didn't make that correction there, he'd either be going way too deep or way too shallow, and the rest of the run would have been a write-off. So you got to sacrifice something somewhere when you're offline. To me, great spot to do it.
100%. I mean, he's happy.
Yeah,
he's happy.
Yeah.
He knew in the car. He was like,
look. First run jitters,
yeah,
right?
Of course.
Get them out of the way.
We always say this as well. You get that run in the bank, you know, make sure you've got something on the board. You're not sitting on a zero. Makes you feel a little calmer for the second run. And you're right. He made that mistake. He corrected it where he needed to. That straight line approach into that outside zone. Judges probably won't be as happy, but they never are. Then we can only do so much to put a smile on their face. But, you know, here we are. A few rounds in now, and the new judge, we just got to try and keep him happy.
Yeah, we got to keep the new guy happy.
Yeah, there we go. 61 on the board there for Ruben Balanas, and he'll be happy with that as we go back to the start line to a man from Portugal, and it's going to be João Vieira.
Yeah, started really young too, 15 years old.
These kids went
semi-pro.
Apparently there's an under 10-year-old lad doing drift demos this weekend.
I totally believe it at this point.
There we go, off the line through the gears, another Portuguese driver. And it's a nice initiation. Look at that big aggression, big clutch kick on that initiation. Fires it in now, it's carrying the line. Look at that big scrubber speed. Can do. There is a decel zone right before that long outside zone. Very nice line here from Vieira as he fires down. There's a decel right there before that outside zone as well. As he picks up the throttle nice and early, right to the edge of the track. That was a beautiful run there.
Yeah. When we were watching practice before, you could almost turn your back and listen to the cars run through. Yeah. And the ones that did a great run was kind of on throttle through most of the course, except for our large decel zone there. And I really heard that and felt that with this run. Did see a bit of a left foot brake correction, but does a good job to get the car to rotate in by pivoting it on that front wheel. And the rest of this run looks great. A little bit, maybe a touch too deep there, but I'd rather that being way further out. And just on throttle throughout the whole thing.
Yeah,
so,
full commitment.
Yeah, and that transition was sick too, right? The
style
part of it.
I went down there and stood on the side of the track there and watched these guys come around. You can see the elevation there.
Yeah.
And the way the track falls away there and the camber that's there, these guys can literally flick the car to angle and it just sticks.
It just catches.
It's brilliant.
It kind of cradles the car in. Yeah.
Holding it round the corner, just like, you know, I was the other night to the hotel room with you.
Yeah.
Come on, Jacob.
It was a good night.
Yeah.
We'll see what the judges say here from this Portuguese driver. And I liked it. I like the style. I wouldn't be shocked to see style points up there.
No.
When you get a transition like that, it's great. And
I mean, look, it shows confidence and it shows that commitment, and that's what the judges look for as well. And it was a nice line, you know, and look at the debris.
You can see just how many laps the drivers got in practice, too. Practice was steady.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an official lap count right now, but there were times where the drivers were just tired. They just ran so much.
Lay down in the paddock. And there we go, a 71.7 for Joe. So he'll be happy with that, that's for sure.
13.5 on style, 14 on angle. So, yeah, a little more room to make some improvements, but pretty good.
So we go back on the line. We go for another Spanish driver. It's João Cavala. And he's driving an RB30 S13, a rare engine. Don't see these very often. I looked through the commentary notes yesterday and I was like, I'm interested because not many of these around. Only another RB on the grid, and that is, of course, underneath the bonnet of Dwayne McKeever's 180SX. Look at this. Big scream, big flick, big aggression, and he's absolutely full tilt as he comes down off the throttle early, very early. And he's going to get on it. It's going to push him away from the outside zone. It does. He leaves it a little shy. Now he's going to have to work to get back on that qualifying line as Cavala now finds his way around this final outside zone. He's going to come up a little short. It's going to put him on a weird line, but he makes it work. Job
Yeah.
done.
Big stab of the brakes going into our large
Yeah.
outside zone. You could see that correction there, but allows the car to grip up, and he's able to pull the car back through. But just a tough timing thing to be able to do it. As you can see, lots of fans taking home some mementos.
Oh yeah, some memories right there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're all making memories.
We've done it as well.
I was doing. My phone is completely full. I can't take any more
Need a new
photos.
one? Need a new one.
I might just borrow some memory cards, dump some old photos, but. Yeah, very aggressive. I also, not that I'm allowed to give out points, but any car with a gigantic wing.
Oh, is that
immediately,
your thing?
I really like cars with big wings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, it's nice and stylish. I don't know. It
Takes
just
you
looks
back
good.
like that Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, nostalgia is it's just one of those things I lean into.
Yeah, okay.
Still play a Game Boy whenever I get a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
why not?
nostalgia guy.
Yeah, big nostalgia guy.
Okay.
But a couple of corrections there, as we said, that big brake stab.
Yeah.
You can see the front end of the car dive in. This
down.
car is very dynamic. You can see the angle he's on right now. And I'm sure once he comes off throttle, that back end will lift back up. So a little bit softer in the suspension. Car moves around a bit. But if you can harness that, it's a great way to drive.
Exactly that. These guys having fun. Look at this, chilling out in the sun, having a cold beverage.
Yeah. Keeping cool.
Yeah, and then we go at 59.5 on the board there for Cavala. So we get into Dennis Bertrand, one of our first drivers, not from Spain or Portugal, he's from Belgium. BMW E46 2JZ, another one, 800 horsepower, and it says in his commentary notes, it's just got all the bells and whistles.
I like
That's
it.
all you need to know.
Great way to build a car.
Yeah, full carbon Kevlar BMW E46, and look at this, absolutely flying down, big speed. Now the highest speed we've seen on initiation so far is 146 kilometers an hour. That is crazy, and they're gaining speed as they head to outside zone 4. Good line so far from Dennis Bertrand as he puts the back end of that BMW right up high. Oh, and a big mistake there though. He comes up a little short and had to adjust the steering.
Yeah, there's a few spots of hesitation in that run. I think you
knows.
can see. Yeah, see,
Yeah, he's
see, we agree. It is so fast.
Yeah,
It is, and they moved the start line back to make it faster.
Yeah, because a few of the drivers, I'm not going to name names, the dangerous ones, the ones that, have no brain, took the brain out, left it in the race lorry in the paddock. They said, can we start at the corner and do a rolling start? Someone said to me, if we can hit the initiation in 5th gear, that was where they want to be. And I was like,
crazy.
You are crazy.
Yeah.
Like that is, we're talking 160 kilometers, 170 kilometers an hour into that first corner. That's what they wanted to do. And the staff said no.
Yeah,
they
we
were
dial
like,
them back.
no way. Like,
we don't have enough walls for that.
no. The catch fence isn't big enough. That was the issue.
Yeah.
And we're near an airport. We hadn't cleared traffic control for an E46 taking off for a quick spin to Ibiza. That was the problem. So,
oh man. But yeah, I mean, the speed that they're coming in, you have to have that full commitment, and it's very easy to see when you're not fully committed coming into that zone. But really liked. I love the amount of aggression we're seeing at all the drivers today.
yeah, and I think that's going to be a trend as we move through the whole weekend. I think even in tomorrow's top 32, I think the aggression is going to really shine through, and I think that chase driver is going to be allowed to get so close. It's going to be very close. Look, we're back on the line with another GT86 from that Trinity team, and he's a man that you're very familiar with. It is, of course, Dmitri Brutki from the USA.
Yep.
But he's here.
Yeah, driver I know quite well. So Dmitri Brutki, really aggressive into that first set of outside zones. A little bit of a left foot break in transition to get the car around, floats it out. Does a good job. It goes a little bit too deep exiting that zone early. Having to straighten out. So just, that we talked about that aggression, just a bit too much into that section. But, Dmitri in practice, exactly what he did there. He all weekend, he's been dipping tires, trying to use every bit of the track. And it's a big change-up coming over to this series, and I think he's adapted well, but one day of practice, it's really tough to get used to the way that these cars drive.
I think the biggest problem here was when he entered that long outside zone 4, he kind of triangulated it, as you can see there. He went too wide, tried to get back into it, and what that done was pushed him down onto that inner zone, and unfortunately caught him up a little bit too slow. You can see it right here as he goes wide.
And then shoots out.
Yeah, and triangulating it, that's not the right line, not what the judges want to see, and you can see he had to correct to keep that car on track and avoid that inner zone. And unfortunately for Dmitri Brutki, that will be points deducted.
Yeah.
See the judges just deliberating there a little bit.
This track is built for flow. It is meant to be a kind of a lock-to-lock flowy track, so when you see that triangulation, when you see a bit too much of a hard angle as opposed to angle within the corner, it's very noticeable.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And I think there's nowhere to hide mistakes here at this track either.
No.
As soon as you see that wobble from the steering, it's so fast and it's so flowy, like you say, that if there is an error, it literally pops its head out and everyone can see it. Yeah, and I'm getting a signal from the judges, and I completely understand it. So we're going to see the score pop up on the screen in a second for Dmitri Brutki from the USA, driving that 2JZ powered Toyota GT86. As we take a look at our phantom slow-mo shots, just see you staring at the monitor, you're like, wow, this is...
Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like being able to see drifting in different ways.
In different ways. You wait till Addy gets really fired up and then he gets to focus on the rear wheel and you just see that...
There's a little puddle of smoke that happens when a tire is just really ripping. And I mean, I can get into all that. I nerd out about that little tire, that little patch of smoke. There's so much science going on in there. I nerd out like crazy.
Well, here we go. We're waiting for that score to drop in, I do believe, from Dmitri Brutki. And as soon as we get it in, we will give you that score as we start to get back into some of our regular Drift Masters drivers moving forward. Fion Ro up next from the Shanahan's paddock, and as Becky alluded to earlier, there has been some drama down there the Shanahan paddock. Connor Shanahan having a turbo problem, something exhaust side related was what we was told. I'm kind of guessing maybe it was turbo, but these guys were down there. There was a big panic to try and get Connor back out on track. Obviously we had an incident with Kuba Bashkonski putting that beautiful GR86 into the wall. And
yeah, that was tough in practice to see. I mean, that was all four corners. I highly doubt they're going to get it ready for his first run. Could happen, though.
You never know. So we're taking a look back at the replay of this. I think the judges are just trying to understand what happened here.
Well, is it a straightened? Was he driving straight throughout this run? And I think so. Right there. Could be the moment. It almost looks like a reinitiation.
Exactly, that's the problem. And you know, in the chase, this is what it all comes down to, and that's why we do qualifying. We whittle down these 46 drivers down to the best top 32 because we're looking for the best lead run, because these guys have to go door to door around this circuit tomorrow for top 32. And when you're making mistakes in that lead position and you're shutting the door or you're leading that chase car into the wrong position on circuit, that's when you have problems. And there we go. It is a zero, and it is that triangulation in outside zone 4, and that straightened, as you say, Jacob.
Yeah, tough go, but I'm sure Dimitri's going to come back stronger and maybe a little more precise.
If there's anything that gives a driver the go, it's getting a zero. We're back on the line with our first Irishman of the day, and it will be Fion Ro from Mallow, 2JZ Toyota GT86 off the line, 975 horsepower as he fires that car in. A rookie last year in Drift Masters, a little wobble as he comes to the outside zone, now back for another full season. Big decel into this long outside zone as he works his way down, shallows up the angle, now stands on the throttle as Fion Ro works his way through this tight flick, this inside zone collected, the outside zone collected, and across the line.
Yeah, really interesting. So there's one spot right after initiation we've got an outside zone. If you see the drivers pulling a bit of angle out of it, you'll notice they really have to slam on the brakes before they get to our large outside zone through here. So it's one of those, you can gain a lot of ground through that section, but it's going to be very difficult to get the car into the correct spot when it comes to this large outside zone that I know the judges are weighing very heavily. So it might not be the best idea in qualifying. You may see some drivers pull some angle there when we come to head-to-head battles, because you can gain some ground, but then that's going to cause the chase car to have to dive later on, and now you're looking at potentially setting up an incident. But really quick run there. To give people an idea, we're already seeing speeds above 150 kilometers an hour already, and
wow.
We've been pulling some data, we've been pulling some numbers.
Yeah, so you might see it on the roof of the car. So if you see this black object on the roof of some of these cars, with a little stumpy aerial hanging at the top, that is Wally.
Yeah, that is Wally.
Wally hanging on for dear life. That is from the team at Race Data Labs. They're back this season to bring us this info. And Jacob, you were all about this info. You're a big tech guy, big numbers, big figures. You were all about the info.
I walked in the door as immediately like, show me all of your data.
You held us to ransom.
I don't even think I said hello or introduced myself. Just show me the numbers.
Well, there we go. 71 71 dead, sorry, for Fion Ro, puts him in 3rd place at the moment.
Crowd's excited about
Crowd's
that, too.
excited about that. Yeah, they like that. And yeah, I'm looking across at your monitor. You've got your own little monitor.
I do. I got my own display. Love it. More screens.
More screens, more numbers for Jacob. Right, back on the line. I'm excited for this.
Yes.
Is, of course, the one and only Nakamura on the line. Naoki Nakamura on the line through the gears in this incredible 2JZ Toyota GR86, flicks it in. Look at that nice angle. Look at the angle he's carrying down now as he puts that car right where it needs to be. Early flick to this outside zone. Big scrape on the handbrake though, and he's sacrificed a lot of line there, and he's had to work to get it back into the outside zone. As now Nakamura flicks the back end of that GR86 right where it needs to be. Big angle from Nakamura, but he's got it dialed. Clicks the clutch across the line.
So, when we saw that this car was coming, when we realized what vehicle he was swapping out for, you and I both were excited. You had way more info on this car than I did, but speaking with him and the team, he was very excited to bring this car over.
Yeah.
And did not have a lot of time to prep it. They were updating graphics in the pits, but seems far more comfortable, has this car sorted. You can almost see him smiling, as soon as he got into it. It's like, okay, let's go, let's have some fun. But one small correction here in this outside zone to have to get the car pushed back in. Really, to me, that was kind of the only mistake throughout this run. Aggressive, I'm sure the judges found a couple other points, but hey, to me, love the way that this run came together, minus that one spot through the outside zone, but just look how pretty it is coming around the track.
Yes, unbelievable, and the guys are telling me about this car. It was in Thailand. It got shipped back to Japan. They had 4 days to prep the car, put it in the shipping container, and send it to Europe, just to make it here in time, and they said it was so close to not making it. It was unbelievable. There we go, a 70 dead for Nakamura, and that will be that mistake in that outside zone 4 that you alluded to there, Jacob, pulling the handbrake, almost setting the car back up again. But so good to see him back on the grid. He came here before, he caused some upsets, he gave us some real good laughs and some good times, so it's good to have him back on the grid because he is a character and he was excited to be back. Back in Drift Masters again from Cyprus is George Christopheru, BMW 1 Series E82 S50 turbo underneath the bonnet, the E36 M3 engine turbo. Look at that big flip, misses that first outside zone though, now shallows up the angle, and this is gripped up to the max. As you can see how fast it's coming through, nice line into this long outside zone, flirts with danger, almost gets a little too deep there. As he now fires down, looks for this final corner, this final outside zone's coming up, misses that inner though, picks up the final one and across the line.
Yeah, it looks like the 7-time Cyprus champ struggling a little bit. The car is definitely wicked up. It's grippy, it's really fast, which can work out as long as you can time everything. You have to kind of think a little bit further ahead when the car is this gripped up. So you have to get on throttle a little bit earlier to make sure that this is able to dig itself out of these spots because of how fast you're going into that zone. And I think that was just a bit of mistiming through there. And when we get into the last set of outside zones, it looks like that is kind of what you would think the natural line would be.
Yes.
But because of the banking that's here, it just wouldn't work nearly as well. So cool shot, cool spot, not where we're intending the track to go.
Not a cool run.
Yeah, not a cool run. Cool run if that was the outside zone, phenomenal job. But definitely have to come in a little bit on these.
Yeah, and there we go, a 54 dead on the board for Christopheru, and work to be done for the Cypriot driver as we keep the action flowing fast here in Spain at Drift Masters round 2. We go back to the start line to this young man. It is, of course, Espen Rinne from Norway, another Norwegian driver joining the grid for 2025. Very cool, calm and collected. Look at this, he's laser focused, barely even gives you a look through the visor, slams that car into gear. That's this BMW 46 M50 turbo, 1,000 horsepower. Screams through the gears, and you can hear him already spinning wheels as he clutch kicks the car to angle as Espen Rinne now puts it right where it needs to be. This looks good so far from the young Norwegian. Big handbrake drag, he sets himself up nicely for this long outside zone again. Another driver just dropping a wheel over that white line, but then picks up that perfect qualifying line, flicks it to angle, down he goes, big flame erupts from the back of the BMW, a little shy on the inner clip, but across the line he goes.
Yeah, good couple of saves in there. Utilizing angle to get back onto the right line, tough thing to do. A lot of drivers will instinctually just try and grab the e-brake to choke up. No, not in this case. Espen gets back on throttle to add more angle to the car to save it, but you can see just how much e-brake is in there. You almost want to grab it a couple of times, but does a good job through this outside zone, and then kind of realizes how much speed he's got coming through a few of these inside points and has to add that bit of angle to check the car up, but does a good job with it. The Norwegian style is something that I really like.
Different.
It is different. If you if you watch a lot of drifting, and even if you don't, Norwegians have a certain way of floating through the track that's so on throttle and aggressive at the same time, but they'll drive with a ton of angle. They don't like to check up. They don't like to hold back. And what's funny though, because they're such a nice and quiet people.
Oh yeah, you go down to the Norwegian quarter of the paddock down there, and they're just very quiet, friendly, sitting around a table, just chatting, and there's no drama. And they flip the visor down, and the car goes in gear, and you're like, oh, there's going to be problems.
Just animals after that.
Oh, there we go, a 69.5 for Espen Rinne. It's good to see him on the grid for 2025. Another Norwegian driver. I mean, look, this is what I love about Drift Masters, is the culmination of all these different continents all coming together with their own driving style, and this mix is just insane. As we go to Finland now, to Yako Ula, who, again, another driver granted a license for 2025 for the full season. This crazy young man has a huge following from Finland. 2JZ, 900 horsepower, JZX 100, fires through the circuit. And as we know, Yako Ula likes to remove body panels well. Hopefully he won't get too close to the wall, but that's a lovely line in that long outside zone. Puts the car right to the edge of the circuit, and Yako Ula surprised everyone when he turned up to Finland as a wild card and fails to get to that inner clip, and I can hear the sigh from the judges because they wanted that to be so good.
It looked so good, minus one inside clip. And when we talk about different drifting styles, I mean, Norway and Finland are real close to each other and
completely different.
Yeah, very different. It's so hard to explain. Like you almost want to like put them all side by side and be like, this is what this looks like, this is what that looks like. But really, really good job through here. It's almost a shame we're not running the wall because this chaser's got so much room in the back to be able to drag.
Exactly.
And that's a huge benefit. But in this track, nothing to drag on. If you're that close to the wall, you've got a much bigger problem in your hands. But this run looks phenomenal other than that one inside clip. And when it comes down to qualifying here, that one inside clip might be it, because as we start to move down this list, as we start to get near the heavy hitters near the end, they're not going to be missing these things.
No, of course not. No, as we move through, obviously we run this in reverse championship order from what we finished in 2024. An 84 on the board though for Yako Ula. That's a statement from this young man.
Mix it up in angle and in style though. I mean, that's one of those things. It's you kind of the good, fast, cheap, right?
Exactly.
Pick two. In this case, pulled a little bit of line out. All right, Ian.
Well, here it is.
Here it is. The moment you and I have been waiting for.
Not this man, though. He left the commentary booth right here at Drift Masters to do this job exactly, and it is, of course, a very good friend of mine, Dave Egan, ladies and gentlemen, off the line in this incredible carbon Kevlar 2JZ power Toyota Supra, as he flicks it in. Nice angle from Egan, shallows up a little bit there now, flicks it to angle on a wave. Oh, and he drops the wheel off the edge of the track, but he recovers as Egan now works his way round that long outside zone. Big clutch kick, you can see the front of the car pop up as he puts that grip down. Now dials it in, nerves flooding through the body of Dave Egan right now as he puts down his first ever qualifying run here at Drift Masters. And you know what? Fair play. Hats off to him, because he dealt with the pressure and the nerves, and I know he was super nervous earlier on today.
Yeah, we've been chatting with him a lot. We've
been messing with him a little bit.
What I liked is that this run is very much like his commentary. You're not quite sure where things are going to go. It looks like it's going to be a disaster, and then he pulls it off like fantastic at the end. I thought this was it for the Supra. I was so worried that he was going to end up diving into the wall, but Dave does end up getting it back on track. Now the question is going to be, was that two wheels completely off track, Ian?
I mean, look, that's what the judges are going to be looking at. And at the end of the day, we're massive fans of drifting at the end of the day. So me and Dave had a gold buzzer. I think we can bring that back.
Could we?
We have the gold buzzer, and that's for me and you. We're like instantly through to the final. I love the show. I love the fact that these guys can throw down, but the judges sometimes don't like the same things that we enjoy, or as drift fans at home enjoy. They're looking for the specifics. They're looking for the best driver on the grid. And you know what? Wheels off track sometimes isn't the one, as we see these phantom slow-mo shots. While we wait for that score. Well, so it seems like Becky's down there with Dave Egan. Becky, what's he got to say about that?
Hello, old friend Dave Egan. How was that for you? Your debut qualifying run. Little flirt, nearly with the wall.
It was scary. I mean, I have the team, I have the car, but you need more than gloves to box with God, and these guys are gods. This track is really fast, really sketchy, and for the first ever corner Drift Masters, it's like 180K. So you got to be super committed. It wasn't my cleanest run, but I'm just glad I didn't make any big mistakes, and I survived. And that's what this season's all about, surviving.
And what are the nerves like being behind the driver's wheel instead of being up in the commentary box?
Oh, terrifying. It's much easier talking about people making mistakes than making them yourself. So it is a totally different game in here. I mean, we watch it, you know, so critically from the commentary box. But when you're doing it, there's a lot more going on in terms of every bit of G-force you're feeling. So I'm going to try and clean it up for the second run. I'm actually just glad I survived the first one, settled the nerves, and what a place, what a track, what a championship.
You've just been told that we've got a 0 on the ball field first for us, so back to the paddock and a little change on setup, or straight out as you were?
Well, that settled my nerves nicely. 0 on the first run. That was our game plan, to go out here and really put on a show last minute. So I think I just dropped 2 wheels at the wall. I was a little sketchy. So yeah, maybe trying to overdrive a little bit. So try and wind it back a little bit.
You got this, Dave. Let's go.
Oh, thank you, Becky, and thank you, Dave. Yeah, and as Becky says there, yeah, news came in as that interview was being given that Dave Egan is sitting on a 0, his first ever qualifying run, and 2 wheels off. The judges saying to me at that long outside zone 4, and of course, like, look, you can't chase that.
Yeah, we knew the interviews were going to be good, though.
Oh, yeah, of course, and that settles his nerves massively. Now, a man that has no nerves and told me in an interview earlier on, he's winning the whole thing, is this man from France, Jason Bernay. Unbelievable driver. What can he do right now as he fires through this incredible 2JZ Toyota GT86? Subaru BRZ, sorry, as he puts it right to the edge of the circuit. Look at this from Bernay. He was on form in practice, and he's on form right now. This man has dominated French drifting for a number of years, and he said it's time. It's time to come to Drift Masters and prove my worth. Oh, and he just misses out on that inner zone, but across the line. Bernay is on another level this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. He was... You know, we watched a lot of practice, and you start to pick out drivers that are able to pick out the course really, really early on. Jason Bernay is one of them. Great line through this, really floats it up, but still holding the angle. I'd like to see maybe a bit more angle, but really it would have put him off track if he would have added more to it. But then back on the throttle nice and early, little left foot brake to get the car checked and around. Looks really good here, just edging right to the edge. Every little bit of asphalt that we've given them, he's using it, and just ran out of angle at the inside clip, used every bit of angle on that car, wasn't able to get it back around, and that's all. Yeah, that one inside clip, drivers are struggling with it.
Yeah, and you know what? I walked the track last night when everyone had gone home, and I had a look around, and I thought that was probably the easiest part of the track to get, and it turns out it's not that simple to get to.
I think a lot of it's gearing. That's been one of the biggest conversations this weekend, is what gears drivers are putting both in the differential and in the transmission. We've heard of drivers changing gear sets because some of them are taking the 4th, 3rd, 2nd approach. Depends on the engine, depends on a lot. But you are having to shift gears throughout this track, which is not easy. So certain drivers running sequentials have a big benefit here. If you're running an H pattern, it's going to be tough.
Well, there we go. A nice big score there for Jason Bernay, an 82.5. Drops him into 2nd position at the moment. I'm telling you now, that's a man to keep your eye on throughout the 2025 season, because he's come here this weekend to not mess around. And we go back to the start line to a new father, a man that announced it in Poland by wrapping the car blue to announce to his team that he was going to be a father for 2025. And it is, of course, Ees Meer from Switzerland off the line in this incredible Toyota GR Supra B58 underneath the bonnet, fires that car in. An incredible build, an incredibly nice man, and a man that's been learning and getting to grips with the Drift Masters layout. Look at that line, it was lovely. He just dropped a wheel out of that outside zone ever so slightly on the left foot brake there, keeping that car dialed. Now flicks it across the circuit, right to the edge of the circuit, gets a little early there to the outside zone, picks up all of them though. Was it the cleanest line?
It was up there. It was definitely up there. A little bit too much throttle, as we saw right before he got to the finish line, that caused him to drop a wheel. As we take a look at this beautiful drone view, you can see Ees Meer, how he's setting the car up and just sacrifices a little bit of line through this large outside zone to make sure he can nail this inside clip. Pushes out wide. Not a lot of wheel correction through it. Very sturdy, very settled. And then right here, just a touch too much throttle, and that's what pushes him wide.
Yeah.
So,
have you taken a look around that car?
Oh, it's stunning. Just the build quality on the engine.
It's Showcar Steve.
Showcar Steve.
Yeah, Showcar Steve.
I believe it. Is the car just called Steve now?
Yeah. Just
okay.
Anyone who's got a car that looks too clean to be drifting is just Showcar Steve. Yeah.
All right.
You know, they're one of those cars that's so clean, they don't want to drive it. They just want to polish it. That's what that car looks like. It doesn't get used.
Yeah, man. We nerded out again about this and some of the elements that he's keeping and that they've changed, and just development of this engine package has been really cool to see. And mark my words, B58, that's the new 2JZ.
That's the way forward, yeah. I've been
really
told that. Now, 67.5 for Ees Meer, the man from Switzerland. a good first run. This is a man that's been progressing in this sport in Drift Masters for a few years now, and I think he's finally kind of found his form. Now, I am surprised to see this man on the grid, that's for sure. He's the one and only Yogo Cora from Portugal. BMW E92 has the Mercedes M104 turbocharged engine in it. They had the sump off this engine earlier. They had pistons out of this engine earlier on. They were re-torquing everything in the engine to make it out, and he's got on the line. It is, of course, Yogo Cora through the gears, a big clutch kick. Can that engine hold together? A little understeer there. He's carrying that much speed and pace. You can see him trying to lock up that front wheel, trying to put the car on angles. Cora fires it in to this long outside zone, but the car drops down. Big clutch kick once again for Cora as he fires through, trying to collect all the dots. Can he pick up this inside zone? He certainly can. Once again, on the foot brake across the line. Cora getting it done. Look how happy he is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge, sigh of relief there. Whenever you're having to rebuild an engine in the pits, in the paddock, it's not going to be a good time. So able to do that, that's nuts. And then able to get around with a run like that, that's even crazier. You can see grabbing the gears, up into fourth, gets on it. Little bit of a shimmy there, back in, right on throttle, quick e-brake pull, like so confident in the driving, no hovering hands, everything's going.
And I've been told through my headset from the guys in the van that not only did they have the engine apart earlier and they was checking the engine, they also had drive shaft problems and a battery charging issue. So right before qualifying, the team hustled, got that car fixed, and that is why he was more than ecstatic as he crossed the line, because he got a run under his belt, which he probably thought an hour ago in the paddock wasn't going to happen.
Sometimes just the confidence of that car turning on and making it to the line is like, I've conquered everything today.
Yeah.
Anything from here on out, that is just a bonus.
Do you know the craziest thing sometimes about this sport? It's not how good they are on track. It's not how good they can qualify a battle. It's the fact that what makes them really happy is the fact they can get the car to the line and that it works. Like, that is the biggest battle for these guys. Because we know they are the best of the best.
Yes.
We know their equipment is top notch, but sometimes that equipment just wants to reset. And there we go, a 71 dead on the board there for Cora in that BMW. He'll be so happy with that, and he'll be getting a lot of support from the local Spanish fans.
Agreed. There's no motorsport on the planet that is as abusive to vehicles as drifting.
Now, you were telling me some facts and figures the other day about nitrous, and I was like, I didn't think of it like that ever in my life, but now I do. Right, a man that lives very close to me is, of course, one of my good friends, Steve Baxi Biaggioni, ladies and gentlemen, off the line in this 2JZ Toyota GTX6. Look at that big flick from Baxi, a big clutch kick, carries a nice angle, a little wobble though as he comes in, a little left foot brake now, fires the car across the circuit, and brakes once, twice, tries to get the car in the outside zone, a little check up there from Baxi as he struggles to fulfill all that outside zone, now flicks it down the hill, puts the car onto big angle, kicks the clutch once again, looks for that final outside zone across the line. A scrappy run from Baxi, but gets it done.
Yeah, scrappy's a good way of putting it. It was a scrappy run. We had a lot of conversations with him just about making the jump over to 2J. It's such a different engine package from what he's come from, and he's had to almost relearn how to drive. So it's not a vehicle that he's driving all the time either. So it makes it that much harder. He's only a few times a year out in this. So huge kudos to him for kind of just going, okay, I've done so well with my original engine package with the V8s. Let's try something else now. Yeah. And that's a lot of what we're seeing here is having to relearn a couple of habits, and the fact that he's able to do that and get around the track like this and still put it together in kind of Bagsy fashion.
Of course, yeah.
Is super, super cool to see. Would I like to see the run cleaned up a little bit more? Yeah. Do I think he can do it in the next run? 100%.
Yeah, there's no doubt on Bagsy's driving ability as a driver. It's just sometimes the equipment, and as you say, you alluded to that, and I had to explain that to a lot of people because they say, what's going on? Why is he not on the podium? And I'm like, one weekend he'll be driving a turbo V8 show car, the next time he's driving a Toyota GT86, and this is only the second year that Bagsy's been piloting this GT86, so that's probably only 10 times he's drove the car throughout his career. So there we go, a 74 on the ball for Baxi, and he'll be happy with that, sitting in third position at the moment. I think we could be looking at around a 75-ish for top 32 car for the moment. That's where I think things are going to lie.
Yeah, I think you're right with that.
I still think guys are struggling and trying to get to grips with the track. Don't forget, midday sun out right now, so the track is stickier than it was. A Black Spoke Racing. Jacob's got a smile on his face because he loves a diesel motor. Not so much for Timo Patola though, because he's changed the engine twice, so it's a big mistake from Patola. Fires that car onto angle, and this is not going to be good.
Yeah, they have been working on this car all weekend with different problems. So this is another driver that's probably just excited to be able to get through the run. Oh, man. And this is always the hard part. A big mistake like that going into our large outside zone, because the rest of the run actually wasn't all that bad.
No, it had signs of, showing brilliance, but unfortunately there were some mistakes. Let's take a look back from the start line, that smoke coming out of that exhaust as he fires through, and on a good line up until this point. And it's
just here.
Yeah.
The car, it looks like the car just catches up.
Yeah, didn't want to react, and we'll see it on board right now. What happens? Oh, yeah, look at this. It didn't want to go.
Yeah. Oh, so much torque in that thing. You can see it just shifting the whole body.
Yeah.
I know it's just a body panel flexing, but it looks that way. One, super pumped to have the hood dump back.
Yeah, back in business.
Yeah, I mean, it's just super cool to see.
And he looks super cool as well, but it will be a 0 on the board for Timo Patola. That mistake, the firing on the angle as well on outside zone 4, not what the judges wanted to see. Which is sad, but we know Timo. He's a bit of a showman, so we can keep the show moving on.
He likes to add some suspense.
Oh, yeah, he'll do it all on the second run for sure. We go back to the line to Pontus Hartmann, the man from Sweden, 2JZ powered BMW E46, 1,020 horsepower, and that 20 horsepower matters at this track, that's for sure. As they fire in right to the edge of the circuit goes Pontus Hartmann, the quietest, likeable guy in the paddock. Big handbrake drag though in that diesel zone as Pontus Hartmann now tries to put the rear wheel right to the edge of the zone. He does get it done as he drops down, collects that inner zone. Across the track he goes now, fires on the angle, a little scrub of the handbrake into that zone. Oh, and a weird line there as he collects all of the dots. Just a small mistake on that final inner clip.
Yeah, Pontus Hartmann immediately at initiation, using all the track. I like that because it makes him able to utilize that inside clip a little bit better. He's able to kind of fire through it. Not the biggest fan of how big of an e-brake pull he had to do to get into that section. I would have liked to have seen him do a little bit later and then just get on the throttle a bit earlier. But hey, that's just me. It's just what I'm looking for. Yeah, I am not a driver. I want to make that abundantly clear.
Hey, I gave up driving to do this job to make me sound good.
I preemptively gave up driving to do this job.
At least we're honest with everyone, right? Look, these guys are extraordinary at what they do, and we do criticize them to every single inch of their run. But that's what we're here to do. And we have to. And you know, these guys, they take it on the chin because they're real drivers and they know when they've made a mistake. We've seen it in the car. They wave their hand like, it wasn't that good. And if it was a good one, they'll pump their arms in the air because they know when it's right, it's right. And when it's wrong, it's very wrong. A 68 dead on the board there for Pontus Hartmann drops him into 10th position at the moment, and we are flying through qualifying here, and I'm excited to see this next car because boy has Marco Zacharias switched up this car for 2025. If you have not seen on social media, he has gone from a turbo V8 to a turbo 4-cylinder. He's halved the engine capacity, but he said it drives way better than it ever has before, and it has just as much power as he comes firing through the circuit as he locks up that front wheel. Zacharias on the handbrake looks to get dialed into that long outside zone, and he's picking it up and he's collecting this one perfectly. Zacharias so close to success so many times, but just been let down at the last moment by the engine or the car and the equipment. But this time he's got it done and across the line. Nice, apart from again that inner zone. I see your face, Jacob.
Yeah,
it was a picture.
It was. I liked so much of this run, and I think taking a lot of the weight out from the V8 and swapping out to this little 4-cylinder does provide a lot of advantages. You can change the weight of the car around, you can drop a ton of weight. This car is spicy, it's quick, it's snappy. These transitions, the amount of angle he's able to get through it, that is somebody who spent the time to balance this car out to be able to snap to angle the way he did. But same thing, that inner clip is just so frustrating for these drivers.
Yeah, it's just like the kryptonite for most of these guys. It's like they get the fast, dangerous pit dialed, and then they're just struggling to drop a wheel down and then get the car gathered back up for that final outside zone. Zacharias doing a good job, and he said that swapping over from that V8 to the 4-cylinder made the car so much more balanced and so much more predictable when he's firing at an angle, and I guess that's why we can see him flick this car an angle. There we go, an 80 on the board for Zacharias. He'll be absolutely over the moon with that score, and he's a man that deserves big things. Again, could it be his year? Becky, could it be Marco Zacharias' year? He looks on form.
It sure does, Ian. That's an 80 on the board for you there, Marco. Changing from V8 to a 4-cylinder Volkswagen engine. After that run, are you happy with the change?
Yeah, we are very happy. Cars worked amazing. We are enjoying the events. Now we must push a little bit more because we want a 90 and more. So next round will be even better.
And And can you give us an update on the grip conditions out there? It's very hot.
Yeah, the track is very hard, but I think we figure it the line, and we will push the best as we can.
Perfect. Thank you, Marco. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, and there we go. We was right. The sun's out, cooking that track. It's getting stickier and grippier. But Zacharias, unfazed, says, watch the next run because it's going to be a 90 or more. I mean, is there much more out there to throw down? Like I think
so. Hey, if he nails that inside zone, I mean,
hey,
what else he got after
There's not a lot of guys getting it.
No.
Well, we're going to keep the action flowing here in Spain at Drift Masters round 2, and we're going to go to the line to a man from Poland, David Spossup on the line. Nissan S15 2JZ, 950 horsepower. He was a rookie and now back for a full season. Spossup, a character around the paddock, always smiling, always happy, and see, look, there he is.
Always smiling,
always happy, just happy to be in the car drifting. This car, one of my favourites, looks like a street car. And
very
that's what
stancy.
I love about it. Very stancy, very nice. Another show car Steve, that's what it is. Another show car Steve. Here we go, off the line he goes through the gears. As Spossup fires it across. You can see guys avoiding that white line. These cars have to not cross that in tomorrow's battles, but we'll get into more of that tomorrow in top 32. As Spossup, this is beautiful from Spossup. Look at that line. Oh! Almost overcooks it, holds onto it as the man from Poland absolutely firing and laying down out here on track in Spain. Oh no! Oh, just there.
Heartbreak.
I think that's a misshift.
It might have been. Does he have power windows? Did I just see him power windows?
That's why I'm so into it, because it's...
He's got AC too.
It's got... I mean, he's a cool cucumber. He could have aircon in there.
He's filling all the zone with both wheels.
Yeah.
This is the deepest we've seen anybody go through
Look
these
how
zones.
early he sets himself up.
And stable throughout the entire thing.
Oh,
and
yeah,
just
I mean...
all of the zones, both wheels, inside, outside, doesn't matter. Let's see if we can spot what happens here. Looks good, back on power, and just...
I think it was maybe a misshift. I'm going to just...
Interesting.
I'm going to guess it was a misshift. Of course, we're going to score that as a 0. An incomplete there for David Spossup. Couldn't complete the rest of the run.
Would be interesting to see the in-car on that one.
Yeah,
Just to know what's going on.
If we can find out what happened there for David Spossup as we go back to the start line to a man from Finland, Uhe Pilasco, back again for another season, slots the visor down, slams the car into gear. A 2JZ underneath the bonnet of this BMW E92 M3 this year. 3.4 litre stroker, 900 horsepower as he kicks the clutch across the circuit. Pilasco, no messing around, gets into it, puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Oh, big flick from Pilasco. Look at this. This is what we wanted to see. Just about holds on wheel on that white line as he now tries to fulfill all of these outside zones. Across he comes once again, flicks the car to angle as Pilasco again just about catches a front wheel on that zone and across the line.
Yeah, what a powerful car. I mean, where we're sitting, we can feel this car as it's going by.
The anti-lag was shaking the desk.
Yeah, I know. I mean, my drinks are slowly shifting down the table, but Uhe does such a good job through this. Like, just, I don't know how he can drive it so smooth when how aggressive that car is. Comes out of that zone just a touch early, but look at how planted the car looks through this. It's so tough to set up a car through this track, specifically because of the banking, because of the amount of speed you have, but you still need the car to have enough bite to be able to check up through these sections. It's a setup nightmare. This is a very difficult track to set up for. And because of the layout, nobody really knew how it was going to be. It's a new track. No one's got notes. It's a complete open field for everyone.
My favourite thing to do for Drift Masters is go to a new track.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Because no one knows it.
No.
They have to do all the working out on day one. And then you can walk around the paddock and you just see all the mechanics and the drivers scratching their heads, looking at the car, a 78.5 for Pilasco. And they try, and you can see the discussions between team and team. What gear are you running? Where are you handbraking? What power are you on? Are you running more boost? Like, they're all trying to work out what to do.
The gear sets are always out for the rear ends. Like, you could just, they show up and they immediately know we're bringing all of the gears just in case.
Well, here we go. A man with a brand new build, same look, new car is, of course, Clint Vanort from the Netherlands as he fires through the gears, already smoking tyres on the back of this S14 as Clint Vanort looking good last year, now feeling even more confident in a fresher chassis. A little wobble there as he slows that car down massively on handbrake, but puts it right to the edge of the outside zone. Clint Vanort on the throttle now, flicks and works his way down. Little dab of the handbrake there, dials on big angle, and that could be the key, Jacob, as he gets to that final outside zone. Look at that, even throws in a 360 as Clint Vanort, a man possessed.
Yeah, you and I, we're on the same wavelength today.
Oh, yeah, that's why you got the job.
I know. As soon as I saw him add that angle before he went into the inside clip,
we looked at each other like,
nailed it.
There it is.
That's it.
That's
Unlocked it. Oh, man. Clint, great speed off of this. Good shifts throughout it. The car is lighting up for sure, but he's not losing any speed. He's picking up speed through the entire run. This transition, though, you see some hesitation through this section, but able to really push out, a little bit of a left foot brake to really hold that car in, but able to get, just pushing the angle before the inside clip was so key through this entire part. Let's right here. More angle, and then right there. He's 90 degrees to the track and then can just drive right through it and look at the line he's on. So I would hope everybody else sees that and goes, okay, at least now we know what we need to do.
Clint Vanort figured it out.
Yeah.
He figured it out. And bearing in mind, this is the man that broke 4th gear in the gearbox yesterday. The team removed the gearbox after the first practice, got the car repaired, and got back out. Clint Vanort absolutely ripping. And look at this again, another beautiful shot from our Phantom slow-mo as Clint Vanort works his way around the track, and that car looks so good. Look at those rear wheels just spinning away, firing off the rubber, and there it is, a 79.5. Judges saying they want to see more from Clint Vanort, though.
Yeah, a little. I think just a little bit more on the style.
Right, here we go. So, news breaking. Sorry to jump over the top of you there, Jacob. News breaking that Kuba Pushkonski will miss the first run of his qualifying because the team are still working on the paddock now. Apparently, as you can see there, that team top, that's Korpolinski's team down there, as well as the Shanahan team and many others apparently jumping in to try and help Pushkonski. And this is the crash. Look at this. Boom. Big contact. And
every corner. That's tough. Look
at the wall. It absolutely destroyed the wall. Oh, bam, bam. Oh, the front wheel ripped off the car the lot. And yeah, word is a lot of the teams jamming together to try and get Pushkonski back out. Big reveal of this car as well on social media just a few weeks back when took it round the car park all the way up, the Tokyo drift style, ripped the rear wing off the car. And well, there we go.
Tough.
Fingers crossed we get him out for the second run. We go back to the line to Ite Sadeh in this incredible brand new build. It is an M2 kitted car, 3.4 litre stroker, 2JZ as Ite Sadeh, when he wowed us all in 2024. What can he do in 25 when he said he's coming back this time for a podium? Puts the car right where it needs to be. This young man is absolutely flying. A little shallow on that inside zone, but it doesn't matter as he fixes the car to angle. Down the hill he goes, picks up that zone just about and across the line.
Yeah, another driver really starting to use that bit of angle to make sure the inside clip, you're having to set the car up so much earlier than you would originally think you could just push through it. But Ite does a good job of understanding the assignment and taking notes from everybody before him. Hopefully a spotter's in his ear going, hey, we saw this work previously, you're going to have to give it a shot. You may not have seen it in practice, you may not have done it in practice, I need you to try this
Now just try it now. Being qualified.
Yeah, and as you start to see the scores come in and drivers doing better and better, you know where you need to place in order to make it into the show, and I think that's what would have come across the radio for Ite, who does a really cool job. And, kind of a strange fun fact, his hometown I believe the pronunciation I know, which would be Caesarea, is the same name of the town I grew up in Canada.
No way.
I'm not from Israel, but
okay.
Yeah, and my town's got 1,000 people, so I'm gonna have to look this up in Israel.
You have to look that up.
It shocked me.
Fun facts.
Fun fact.
We're always bringing you new information here at Drift Masters.
I don't know what you're gonna do with it, but
wow! And an 85.5 for Ite Sadeh puts him in first place. When I spoke to him yesterday, well, me and you spoke to him and looked around that car and he said, I'm coming for it. He wasn't joking. He wasn't messing around. We go back to the start line, to the next driver, a man that we've seen plenty of, who changed chassis to this S15 last season. It is, of course, the one and only Jakub Kroll from Poland. Number 2, JZ, 920 horsepower, carbon Kevlar S15. Not feeling comfortable out there. Said to me that he's struggling a little bit with the gearing. Couldn't really get the car dialed, but he's going to go out there and throw it all down. It looks like he's got it worked out so far as Jakub Kroll now works his way around this long outside zone. Look at that wheel right to the edge of the circuit. Picks up that inner zone now, washes wide and then comes down the hill, flicks the car, a little decel into that zone, dials on a bit of angle, does collect it and comes across. I've been told it's an S14.9, sorry.
It's so tough. I think it's the rear window you need to look at.
Yeah, it's the rear window, yeah.
But, I mean, hey, if this is Jakob Kroll at him being hesitant and worried and not confident, I mean, if he gets this dialed, good luck everybody else. Because Jakob Kroll, I mean, other than a couple of spots here or there where you could tell, wasn't quite sure what his next move was, that outside zone might have been the most confident we've seen in this run.
I think it was the cleanest.
I do think it was the cleanest. Might not have been the fastest or the most angled, but no corrections, filled the whole thing, didn't do anything weird throughout it. The transition looked a little slower, maybe not the rate to angle that the other drivers had in order to make the inside clip, just a slower final section. That's the only hesitation I saw.
Yeah.
That was it. But yeah, our large outside zone, number 4, however you're counting it.
Number 4, yeah.
Yeah, looked really good. And
It did.
filled the whole thing, start to finish.
And look, as you said, you just said it, a man that wasn't feeling confident, now looking that confident.
Yeah.
I mean, when he gets some confidence, what's he going to be doing?
Exactly.
That's where you got to worry. Oh, look at that shot.
Look at that shot.
Look at that. That is brilliant.
Someone is showing off right now.
Yeah.
That's a cameraman flex right there.
Yeah, our Phantom slow-mo guy, Addy's out there and he's just having fun. He said, oh man, I'm glad to be back. I'm enjoying the sun. I love it in Spain. An 82 on the board there for Jakob Kroll.
Yeah, add some confidence to the mix, and I easily see him well into the 90s.
Right, so here we go. We keep the action moving. It is up next on the line, our Rookie of the Year in 2024 from the team Drift Games. It is Connor Falvey, 17 years old, driving this 950 horsepower 2JZ S15. Now full carbon Kevlar for 2025. Switched it up a little bit, changed the car, adapted the car. He said he knows now how the car needs to be for these competitions and how it needs to be for Europe. And look at this as Falvey flicks that car across the circuit, the handbrake drag, but gets it dialed into the outside zone. He now has worked out the kicks. This man apparently has done so many hours on the sim of this circuit. It is unbelievable. He said he knows it really well, and it looks like he knows it well. As Falvey crosses the line, he gets a nod of approval from the judges.
He drives so far past his years, it's crazy. And I think a lot of it does come down to the sim training, just being able to put in kind of infinite laps. It's as much energy as you've got in the day as the amount of laps you can put in. And it really, really shows here. Could have gone slightly deeper. I'm only picking that apart because I need to find something wrong with how good this run was, just to feel fair. But yeah, really solid. Total refresh on this car. Talked about, like, we really didn't change much. And I said, I saw a photo of this with nothing on it.
Just a bare shell.
Yeah, and they're like, yeah, but we didn't really change much. Like, okay. Oh man. Extra points for the 360.
Everyone's starting to throw these 360s in now, and
I'm okay.
It's just a flex. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Listen, this is the most stressful time of these drivers' lives.
Yeah.
If they can have a little bit of fun after the finish line, I say why not?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
What do we have to lose?
We're not going to be mad at him. Look at this.
Now,
and Falvey drops it into first place with an 86 dead, and Falvey back for 2025 and already stamping some authority on this championship and proving that he wasn't a one-hit wonder. He's back for business, and I think he's showing his hand there to Dave Egan, saying, hey, you might be the master, but and the apprentice is showing you how it's done right now. We're back on the line with Mika Keski-Korpi. It's not the same car, but it looks identical because it is bolt for bolt identical. BMW 2 Series, an F22 Eurofighter, S58 turbo, 900 horsepower, as Mika Keski-Korpi from Finland fires down. Look at this, big speed from Keski-Korpi into this long outside zone. He's absolutely ripping through the course, this Keski-Korpi. This is the man that you've already put a wager on this weekend, Jacob. You've said, here's your guy. Oh, and he misses that inner zone across the line.
Thanks for that, Ian. No, just his ability to jump in the car early in practice and look confident. He was one of the drivers that, as soon as he got out on track, looked good. Took 1 or 2 laps before he got it dialed. Everything looked solid. A lot of confidence in the new build. Very excited about the new build. Happy with his driving when I spoke to him a little bit later on in the day. And once again, just having fun. Big smiles, stoked. Almost more worried about his body kit and how good the car looked than anything else, but it shows. Other than that one inside clip, I liked it. My favorite part of that was the dig coming out of outside zone 4. Sets the car in, lets the car float out to the correct spot, and then as soon as he gets on the throttle, that BMW starts pushing out. And it's like, okay, solid. That's exactly what you want.
You know, very nice from Mika Keski-Korpi, the 33-year-old driver from Finland. He'll be happy with that first run and get that score on the belt. And there we go, an 81 dead, and the score's starting to come in now a little hot and heavy as we move through our qualifying order and we start to get to the heavy hitters, the top end of the championship from 2024. And we go to the lines at Oliver Randalou, the Estonian driver, winning. On the podium many years back. Hasn't been able to replicate it yet. M50 turbo underneath the bonnet of this BMW 3 Series E46. What can he do right now? Another man that was also full of confidence. These guys turn up to round 1. Oh, and that's a big mistake. He went for that transition way too early and he had to handbrake across the track. Judges will not like that. How does he clean it up throughout the run? As Oliver Randalou flicks that car to big angle and he's playing a dangerous game, but it works for him as he collects that in his zone and across the line.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive the setup is on that car by that snap in that transition, where when he wasn't able to catch it correctly or break traction again after the car transitioned over, it did bite him. But this car is fast, super fast, and that transition, that's what we talked about. You see when the car pans over, just isn't able to keep the momentum flowing over. So it's gonna have to use that and know that that's gonna happen in the car. But makes some good corrections to get back into the zone. Good left foot brake to get the car to rotate back around. Bit of e-brake to get the back end to follow. It looked good after that point, but that's one of those kind of hitting your helmet moments where you're like, oh.
And you could see the judges a moment ago, they watched the replay and you could see them all look at each other and give the side eye like,
What do you think?
What do you think? You know, if it wasn't for that, it could have been a very nice run from Oliver Randalou, the Estonian driver. But as we say, me and Jacob aren't judges. We're just giving you our opinion of what we see on circuit. As Oliver Randalou gets a nice shot from that phantom slow-mo, as you can see that. Look at that car, looks absolutely dialed coming out of that inner zone across the track. And you can really see the gradient there of the circuit as it goes up and down. Such a beautiful backdrop as well. Sunny Spain.
It's such a great, I mean, the country, the people, the track, it's been so welcoming, so fun. The weather's been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we've been blessed with some good weather. And tomorrow...
Getting a good tan.
You are getting a good tan, Tomorrow even hotter, 27 degrees track temperature apparently, so it's going to be absolutely scorching here for top 32. I won't be because I'll be in the air-conditioned office.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, coming out of Florida where I think it's like 40 degrees right now, this is cooled off.
This is a nice holiday.
Yeah, I almost had to put my sweater on.
You need a jacket.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly you lose your cold tolerance coming from Canada to Florida. Yeah, it doesn't take long at all.
It doesn't take long at all.
No. 6 months, that was it. Can't deal with the cold anymore.
Oh yeah, wait for the score to drop in there from Oliver Randalou as we take a look around the sights and sounds of the Circuit del Jarama. And these guys enjoying some pizza and a nice ice cream in the sun, Jacob.
I mean, they could drop one off. I could send you a message as to where we are.
Yeah.
I would
we might
love
get
an ice cream
flooded
cone.
with people, though.
Yeah, only if you have an ice cream cone in here. Two spares.
Two ice cream cones. There we go. Look at this. Everyone's happy, having fun.
It's a busy event, man.
Very busy for
Grandstand's
qualifying.
packed. Look at this hill just covered. I like the mix of tents and camping out, and you got the fans who want to see everything, the fans that are here for the whole weekend. I don't even know if they're going to go home in between.
No, they might just stay there.
They might.
If you get a good spot, why leave? Just, camp out, stay the night. You haven't got to go anywhere.
It very much feels like one of those fun drifting weekends, right?
Yeah.
It's obviously a massive competition. There's so much on the line. But the casualness and the relax of, maybe it's just the country, maybe it's the culture. I don't know. I took a siesta earlier.
Yeah.
I'm changing my whole life.
We were looking for you to shoot a video, and they said that they couldn't find you, and apparently you'd been asleep for a few hours.
Yeah, I curled up. I found a nice little bit of shade in the grass.
With the culture.
I try to immerse myself wherever I go. I get off the plane and go, okay, what do I need to do to look least like a tourist?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't work, though, for anyone else.
No, my Spanish is terrible.
There we go, a 79 on the board for Oliver Randalou. As we take just a short moment there on circuit to get that all sorted and ready to rock and roll. We go back on the line now. Another driver from Finland is, of course, the one and only Uhe Rinne, 2JZ Toyota GR86, 1,002 horsepower.
It matters here.
Every bit,
horsepower.
Every bit. There we go. He's going to need every bit of horsepower in this car as he works his way through the gears. Already smoking tires. Look at that aggressive flick from Rinne as he puts it right to the edge of the circuit. This looks beautiful already from the Finnish driver. Pops the wheel up into the curve. That's a lovely line. This is going to be a big score. Can he hold on to it as Rinne now comes out the gate swinging, absolutely firing through the circuit. Big angle. Oh, can he hold on? Rinne just about getting the job done as he pulls it across the line.
Oh, that was that is dicey. I don't know. I really don't know. Everything looks solid. The amount of angle he threw into that zone, I was like, ooh, Uhe, I don't know, man. Tons of speed coming through here. Good angle throughout this section. Very smooth transition out. Does it nice and slow. I mean, to chase that would be great because you'd be able to get in there and just transition and add that angle with them. Inside clip looks dialed right here. Comes out of this zone, adds the throttle, and just snaps the back end around. Nasty, nasty transition there, but might have happened a little bit too early. Right here, look at basically drives. Looks like he's about to go off track. Every bit of angle that kid's got, and then just has to make a correction to get through the rest of it, though. That's the downside.
Style-wise, I don't know how the judges are going to look at that.
This has got to crank on style and angle for sure, but I just don't know line-wise if it's enough. Right? Look at this, though. Looks like he's driving off course. Like he's just done for the day.
I mean, he pops a wheel off the track,
Yeah.
Judges said he was dropping wheels off the edge of the circuit. You see that little dust flick up in the air into the face of the drone. Look at this onboard, though, from Uhe Pilasco. Rinne looks so calm and collected as he puts that GR86 right where it needs to be. Look at that shot. Grandstand packed out, Rinne just having fun on circuit.
The drone in hot pursuit.
Yeah, the drone hunting him down as well.
Nerding out.
Nerding out.
It's great.
Red Bull TV throwing all the toys at it this weekend for Spain, round 2. We've got the drone, we've got the onboards, we've got the slow-mos, we've got them all. You don't miss a thing here at Red Bull TV at Drift Masters. We give you every corner of the action. We wait the score drop in. I think that's going to be lower than what we think it could. I think you've already got it in your head what you think it is. I want to see it up there.
I think I would say the style and the angle are up there, but it's probably going to be a decent deduction.
I don't want to agree with you, so I'm not going to agree with you.
You don't have to.
I really want it to be good, and it was a wow factor from me, a 78.5. But Jacob, you were right. God damn it! I'm already wrong. It's round 1 with 30 qualifying runs in. I'm already wrong. But,
it happens.
Man, I wish it was. I wish it was what it could have been. But you're right.
I was wrong once too. It was on a Tuesday.
You remember it well. You're reminded of it constantly.
I do, yeah.
Right, we go back to the line. So the former Drift Masters champion is, of course, the Polishman Adam Zalewski in this Toyota GT86. Changed the engine up, switched it out. S58, but big problems there already. Oh, look at that, aggressive on the curb. Popped the back of the car in the air. And Zalewski now trying to rescue the rest of this run. And I see him down in the paddock earlier on today. They had some wiring issues in the car. They were really trying to figure out some problems. And not looking good for Zalewski there, and I wonder if that's flirting with a 0, Jacob.
Yeah, it did look like a big straighten. Hard to say why. I mean, I can take a couple of stabs at it, but tons of speed coming through here. But this was after the straighten that we probably saw earlier on. But this part does look good.
Yeah.
Looks planted, looks quick, good angle. You know, nothing incredible, but good, like a solid run. So I think if it wasn't for that mistake earlier on in the run, this would have been decent. Might have had a shot at it, but pretty big mistake there after initiation.
Yeah, I mean, the judges, I just took a quick gander over on the judges' our fourth judge, our EVS judge, who controls all of the replays just for the judges, and they have a separate monitor for that in our tower. And there's a lot of discussion going on there of what's going on. And as you say, it was after that initiation, the car just didn't react, kind of wanted to drive straight, and he had to recover it. But yeah, it was a wheel off track, and he popped the rear wheel. You can physically see the back of the GT86 jump up in the air, as we see there, the beautiful shots of Zalewski firing that car through with a nice smoke trail behind the back of the car. We need to see what the judges are thinking about that one. I wonder what the judges are thinking. I can see them scribbling down their notepads, and I'm seeing hand signals in the air, but I'm choosing to ignore them, as I always do, until I see it officially. And there it is. It is a 0 for Adam Zalewski, and it would have been that straighten.
Straighten, yeah. They had a good discussion about it. I was watching the EVS and the back and forth in the replay, and yeah.
Well, here we go. A fellow Polishman to Adam Zalewski is this man, who is a multiple Drift Masters champion, is the one and only Piotr Wojciech from Poland. Toyota Supra Mark V, that GR Supra, 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower, through the gears, flicks it. As we have been eagerly awaiting to see this man on circuit all weekend. Oh, look at the aggression, the way the front end of that Supra dips down as he squeezes back onto the throttle, and the bumper pops back up in the air. Look at this from Wojciech. It's absolutely incredible. Oh, big angle. Dials it on, and maybe he's worked it out. Oh, that was clinical from the Polishman.
I won't lie. During practice, I was a little concerned. I watched a couple practice runs. I saw how the car was set up. It was as dynamic as it is now. The benefit with having a car that moves around this much is once you harness it, once you figure out how the car is going to move, crazy, crazy quick. And it does look like Piotr Vincek might have one of our fastest runs so far with over 150 km/h entry speed. Just absolutely on as that car digs and bobs and weaves. But when a car moves around that much, you are harnessing as much grip as you possibly can from both the front and the rear of the vehicle. The hard part is that if you mistime anything, if you're not confident, which you can see how confident Piotr is throughout this entire run,
he couldn't be less relaxed.
He's just there. You could pop a mint halfway through, have a phone call, do a business deal. You would never even know.
Man, that was one.
That was wild. That was definitely a wild run. But yeah, you can see just the car moving around those little. As he gets on throttle, the car's pitching back a little bit to access as much grip. When he comes off throttle, it's going forward to make sure he's got that forward bite and make sure there's no understeer. So, car is set up difficult, but rewarding.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the way it moves around the track, and I love seeing the car pop up on the rear when they come off throttle, and then see that front bumper jump in the air when they kick the clutch. That dynamic, that suspension work is just phenomenal. And Vincek, look at him, thumbs up, absolutely. Vajcek is one of those drivers that is just absolutely electric. And look at this, he's rewarded for it. An 89.2 puts him in first place in qualifying at the moment. He'd be absolutely ecstatic for that.
Yeah, and he runs the car so low.
Oh, yeah.
It's just as beautiful as it is scary fast.
Well, there we go. Talking about a man that likes to go scary fast, it is, of course, the madman from Norway, Oran Nielsen, right now. Sora, 2JZ. Already missing body panels, already flexing the aero on this car, and it won't look this pretty for much longer with Oran Nielsen behind the wheel as he flicks that car right to angle into this outside zone. Nielsen, a man that is renowned for his line drive, and he would have seen or heard of that run from Vajcek, and he would have said, I can top that, I can do better than that, but he can't right there because he misses that zone and comes up shallow on that final outside zone.
Yeah, the collective groan of the judges. I don't know if our mic picked it up, but all of them just immediately, because it did look collected, it looked sturdy all the way through. And just that inside clip is, if you're not getting the angle ahead of time, you're not going to make it up there. But yeah, I like the Sora. I'm a big fan of the Sora. Anything different, anything wild. You know, we see so many drift cars. So the moment you see something you don't, get all the time, you're being like, oh, kind of like it. Whether it is the superior chassis or not for me to decide, but that little bit of extra wheelbase that you get makes it a little slower to transition, but a lot more stable. So, it's a benefit and a drawback, but either way, Oran Nielsen, good run through here. Once he gets that last inside clip dialed, ready to go. Maybe some zip ties as well for that bumper.
It's been doing that for about 3 years now. And he said maybe the only thing I haven't changed is just the way the aero's held on.
I think it's active aero. Yeah. That's what that is. This is like
I think
DRS
it helps him
drifting.
transition.
It could. I mean, it's like a little block in the front. Yeah, why not? How far do you think we are from active aero and drifting? We can't be that far off. A couple years?
I think it'll get implemented and banned in the same day.
You think so? It'll be one of those, like you go into a corner, one wing pops up. Almost like it was a Pastrana's car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, there we go, an 82.2 on the board for Oran Nielsen. And he'll be happy with that for his first qualifying run. Drops him into formation into 6th place at the moment. We go back on the line to Benediktas Gerber, who told me earlier on just 2 days to repair and rebuild the car. And he did it here in Spain, of course, because it arrived back from the Middle East, and he said he had no time. He had to come straight to Spain to get it done. This man, the Lithuanian, is absolutely on it, as always this weekend, as Benediktas Gerber comes flying in. Been so close to success in the past, but never made it there. Always had that last-minute glitch, that last-minute issue, but it looks like there's no issues right now for Benediktas Gerber as he puts foot to floor, picks up that inner zone and across the line. That's clean from Benediktas Gerber.
Yeah, a very, very experienced driver, as we've got from our notes here. I don't think we have enough time in the broadcast for me to read off everything he's competed in, everything he's won and placed in, because it's wild, and it is a very long list, and that means you've got a ton of experience on a lot of different tracks, a lot of different situations, so you're able to adapt quickly. And Benediktas Gerber, it puts that on full display here, making some corrections. Big e-brake drag there throughout that zone, back on throttle, but looking cool and calm throughout the run. When a driver's panicking, when they're struggling, you'll see them reaching for things and moving their hands around, but not actually doing anything. Gerber, so decisive. E-brake, gear shift, down, back in, clutch out.
He's a robot.
It could be.
I think there's a lot of them out there that aren't real.
Yeah.
James Dean, Vycek,
It's just too good.
Cherba, Falvey.
Yeah.
They're like robots. They just sit, they get plugged into the car into like USB-C.
We see a human get in, they swap it out for the little
they're
robot.
programmed, and then they just they look too controlled. If that was me and you in that car, the windscreen wipers would be going, the lights would be falling out, there'd be all sorts going on. The radio would be full blast.
I would stall it.
You'd be screaming at me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, it wasn't me, Jacob.
Yeah.
Just like driving the rental cars the other night.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. And it is point proven for Benedictus Cherba. He is that good. An 81 for his first qualifying run as he drops him into 8th position at the moment. And some low scores. No one yet to impress the judges as of yet. But this man, well, he could do it.
Yeah.
It is the one and only, the Norwegian sledgehammer, as we named him many years ago. Tor Arne Kavir, ladies and gentlemen, off the line from Norway. A Nissan S13, 1UZ turbo, 950 horsepower. He said the only change he made for 2025 was more power and a new fancy paint job. And look at this from Tor Arne Kavir as he absolutely screams and fires through the circuit. Kavir puts that car right to the edge of the track. The anti-lag bangs as he hits the rev limiter. And Kavir now fires it on angle, collects the dots, puts it to the edge of the circuit. Kavir is not messing around.
Yeah, very, very smooth there from Tor Kavir. Like, just gets in, confident, floaty all the way through. I don't think it was the fastest run that we saw by any means, but he took out a bit of that speed to make sure the car was drivable. And here in qualifying, I mean, speed's not something they're being scored by. So trying to dial in and make the car as quick as possible, not the best move. Get through the run, get through the angles, make sure the car is still quick. You know, utilizes everything out of that 1UZ. Cool engine package. Love to see development of something different. Talked to him a lot about it. I said, why? And I just kept asking why over and over and over again. He said, because we can, because it's cheaper, we can find parts for it, and I can just keep beating on it all year, and it just keeps going. So why not? And that's, you know, when you have that much trust in the chassis, you have that much trust in the engine, you can have that much trust in your driving, and Tor Kavir shows us that throughout this entire run.
I'm so impressed with that run.
Same.
I am so impressed with that run. And you know, Kavir is one of those guys, again, a Norwegian driver, very quiet, very reserved, but when he gets behind the wheel of the car, the visor slams down, the car goes into gear. He's an absolute demon. I think this could go up there, and it can. A 90.5 for Tor Arne Kavir. Comes out swinging at round 2 and puts a statement on the board to all the big hitters and says, this is the year, I'm not messing around.
And just took a bit of speed out. That's it. That was the recipe. Make it drivable, have fun in the car.
Well, hold on, though. Because you're talking about speed.
Yeah.
And we go to the line to a man who wanted to start around the corner and go faster. He said,
he's the one.
5th gear would have been the key at this track. Well, here we go. It is speed himself. Jack Shanahan, ladies and gentlemen, from Ireland. 2JZ, 950 horsepower. And look at the speed of Shanahan as he fires that car across the circuit. Pops the car onto the curb. Rear wheels fulfilling the outside zone as Shanahan now absolutely ripping. I don't think he's lifted off the throttle yet as Shanahan kicks the clutch once again. Down he comes. He misses that in the zone, but he gets the job done.
Nice little snap to angle in that last zone, too. Just Jack is a driver who's never happy with how he's driving.
Oh, no, never.
He could have an absolutely perfect run, but he'd be like, no, I need to do better. He could get a 99 and just not be able to fall asleep because it wasn't 100. Jack Shanahan, so much speed through here, like through the entire run. Love to see the work on the e-brake, right back up to the shifter, pops it in those in-cars, though. I mean, love it, absolutely love it. But Jack Shanahan, that speed might have bit him here through the last zone.
Yeah.
That's it. I agree. I think he lifted one time through the entire run, and that's when he realized he was about to overshoot that inside clip. But talk about a driver that's cool. Look at that. Just it's like drumming.
He's another robot.
Exactly.
It's another robot.
It's like he's a drummer in a metal band, just like a couple of blast beats up to the shifter, and that's it. That zone, I think it's because of the speed.
We're splitting hairs because if you look at it from the drone, it was like a foot.
Yeah.
I think we needed to see him like a foot further forward.
Yeah, I agree. But you compare that to Tor Kavir, who didn't need a foot. He had it. So, and that's where we're at now. We're into the big swingers. These are the best of the best of the best.
Yep, these are the best of Europe. So there we go. And these guys absolutely flying. Look at this from Shanahan as he dials on the angle there on that slow-mo, waiting to see what this is. I mean...
Yeah. That extra angle
I'm giving up
was
guessing
cool.
now. I'm already giving up. The guesses have already run. I'm run out. I'm like, I don't know, because trying to work out what the judges like. We kind of know where the judges lie on some of the points of the circuit, but there's finer little details that they don't like. You know, the way they approach outside zone 4. It's going to be interesting. Here we go, an 88.5 for Jack Shanahan.
I think he picked up an extra half point of angle right at that last zone. But why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but finish strong though.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Drivers get to that last zone and just roll through it, not Jack Shanahan.
He's like,
here we go.
I'll have the angle, please, all of it. Right, well, here we go. On the line, a Hungarian driver right now. It's Kevin Pascolti in this BMW E92. It's a V8.
Yeah.
It's the biggest capacity V8 he could squeeze under the bonnet of the E92. And then he threw a supercharger on it. And he said, this year I threw another 300 horsepower at it. It's 1,020 horsepower unleashed by Kevin Pascolti as he works his way around the circuit. Look at that left foot brake onto the throttle nice and early, fulfilling all of that outside zone. Collects that inner, back out to the outer as he now works his way down the hill. Hitting the rev limit, big angle from Pascolti. Oh, it just catches him out a little shy there on that inner. Across the line he goes.
Yeah, just a touch. Definitely using all of that horsepower. When you're adding that much more coming into the season, some of your timing gets a little bit off too, because you're used to where the car is going to go, how fast it's going to be. And you could see that spot. That was crazy quick coming into that point. I think it spooked him a little. I think there was a little clenching moment there, and you can see he has to left foot brake through that section to keep everything under control. Almost no one is left foot braking through that section. Once you get into the fourth outside zone, yeah, you can use it, but not through the high speed, and that just shows how much bite he's got in the car and how much he's harnessing every single, I was going to say cubic inch, but
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, cubic inch
like
of that V8.
That's good. I'm going to use that one.
Yeah, all of it, all the displacement. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I think he's going to be happy with it. May not be the most happy once all the scores come in.
No.
I'm not quite sure.
And 87,
Yeah.
dead on the board. I think he will be happy with that. Drops him into fourth place at the moment. Still some heavy hitters yet to come up as we now start to get very close to the thick end of the deal, to our championship leader, and a man that, well, succeeded in Spain in 2024. Kevin Pascolti from Estonia sits on the line right now. M50 turbo, 1,000 horsepower, BMW M2. What can he do? He said he's coming for it this year. He said round one last year in Spain was great success, but then the season fell away from him. He said that's not going to happen this year. He's here to fight for it and he wants it, and that's a big dive across the circuit for Kevin Pascolti as he puts the rear wheels into the outside zone, picks up the throttle. Not sure on that inner. We need to take a look back at the replay of that as he now works his way down the hill, picks up that front. The car jumping around on track as he makes it across the line.
Yeah, every driver now with this latter half or latter quarter, really, you're going to see a lot of similarities through them. They're going to come in quicker than most of the other drivers. They're going to have to time things a lot tighter, and you're going to see the dig coming at outside zone 4. And then what they do for the rest of the run is really going to set things up. There's only a couple of zones before we get into 4, but this is where you can make or break the entire part of the run. Entire part of the run. That's why we're seeing a lot of replays here too, because there's so many zones, so many clips and points that one little mistake is pushing all the way through and creating mistakes further on, but not a ton of mistakes there.
No.
It looked really solid. Just, I don't know, we're already getting desensitized by how fast and how good these runs are
I know,
going.
and we stood there yesterday and watched it on the side of the track, and I was pretty mind blown at the speed that these guys. No handbrake on initiation. There's no braking whatsoever. So it's just a clutch kick in fourth gear at over 100 miles an hour, which is crazy.
Wild.
Drive down the motorway or the freeway, 100 miles an hour, kick the clutch of your car. Could you even?
No.
Doesn't make sense. And there we go, an 85.5 for Kevin Pascolti. And I think he will know inside the car that he'll want to be up there. Even though he's sitting in sixth at the moment as things sit, he'll want to be way higher in the standings. He'll already will push himself. We move to the line for Paweł Korpolinski now from Poland. Nissan 200 XS14 2JZ 900 horsepower. Not a lot of changes, he said, for 2025. Just rinse and repeat. Keep the car the same. Just keep driving it. He said it worked fine. And he knew what the car did every single round of 2024. And right now, he looks like he's absolutely back on form as he fires in big handbrake drag, but dials that car right into that outside zone. Keeps the rear wheel right to the edge of the circuit. As now he uses all of the tarmac available. Was once again, he shallows up the angle, doesn't dial on too much angle, and that just catches him out there. He comes up a little short on that inner.
Yeah, amazing what one small hesitation going through a zone can reflect with the rest of the run, as we see that bit of a change up there. Big clutch kick throughout that run midway through as well, showing just how much grip he's got dialed into the car as our drone going for a bit of a bounce. Getting a little wild out there, having some fun and flying in really low. And this will give you an idea of how difficult this track really is, because you can see the speed they have to go in. the way that they're able to dig out of these corners and how they have to push through the rest of the zone. So dips that front wheel into that inside clip. Outside zone looks really good, but ultimately that bit of a clutch kick earlier on, the big handbrake pull, it's going to pull a couple of points out as we see those corrections to ensure they're able to make it through the rest of the zones. The zones are important, but line does encompass the entire track. So just because you're hitting the points, your line could still be off in between them.
Exactly that, yeah. You could be driving.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
that's how I would do it.
Yeah, I same. Yeah. I don't know how I'd get away with the zero part, but yeah.
There we go, an 87 dead for Korpolinski. Looking rock solid as always. This man always cool, calm and collected, and he's shining so far this year, and he's looking solid. He feels good as well. Connor Shanahan, on the other hand, wasn't feeling too good earlier on in practice when these guys had to do some quick repairs to the car. I'm not sure yet still what it was. As Connor Shanahan leaves the line when there's 2 JZ Power Toyota GT86, our 2023 champion. Now back out trying to redeem himself. Can he get himself back in that fight this year as he now works the back end of the 86 right to the edge of the track, right into that outside zone as he now fires through, and this is looking good for Shanahan. Little dab of the handbrake, very minimal slow in there for Shanahan. Uses the angle to put the car where it needs to be, and that's clean.
Yeah, very clean, and really he might have gotten one practice run after the repair was done. Maybe not. He may not have practiced on this at all. I did ask Jack for a bit of a statement. He just said, it's just teething issues. I said, all right, I'm not going to ask any more questions. Yeah, left foot brake to keep the car through that section, but another driver that I feel like pulled a bit of speed out, just made sure you could get to the run. When you're nursing any sort of mechanical, it's not the time to really just try and push it, because maybe on the second run, maybe we'll see absolutely wicked up, ton of power, ton of speed, but right now, get around the track, make sure everything holds, go back, retorque it all, take a look, but it's scary to think that this is a safe run from a Connor Shanahan.
And like you say, I mean, did he get any practice between? We still don't know what it was. We're just hearing rumours around the paddock.
This place whispers. The whispers.
Every drift event whispers. It doesn't matter where in the world you are, there's always a whisper.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't know what the underlying issue is with Connor Shanahan's car, but nevertheless, the team got it fixed and he is back out. And yeah, I mean, for a man that probably didn't get half as many practice runs as everyone else, he looks good.
He looks really good. There's that little puddle I was talking about.
You're geeking?
I'm geeking.
Oh, there you go. You geek away.
They may be riding on a little pocket of gas.
Do you think the tire's not even touching the tarmac?
I think on a molecular level, no.
We're getting deep. We're getting deep. Way too deep for my brain, that's for sure. I'm waiting to see the score drop in from Shanahan, because that was rock steady and it looked good. And that is a drive of a man that was a champion and still could be a champion in 2025. Yeah. If he can bring back that spark, ignite that spark once again that he had in 2023, I think we can see Shanahan way up there. I mean, he finished 4th last year with a lot of issues. So
and driving a lot.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. An 87.5. Again, similar scores coming in. And to a lot of these guys, that puts him into 4th place at the moment. We go back to the start line to a car that you're very familiar with, Jacob, that I was so excited to see. And of course, it is James Dean from Ireland in this brand new Ford Mustang RTR Spec 5 DM. Hey, I got it out.
You got it.
Go.
Nailed it.
Through the gears, James Dean goes in this incredible naturally aspirated V8 nitrous car. And look at the bonnet flexing with the speed as Dean fires it into that zone. He gets a little wild over the edge of the line he goes, but he keeps it together as Dean rumbles through the circuit, erupts to the grandstand. Dean once again kicks the clutch, stands on the throttle across the line.
So when we talk about dynamic cars, we talk about cars that the alignment's essentially changing mid-run. These RTRs are the pinnacle of that. They are wild. There's so much movement, the rear end, the front end, everything that they're doing. These cars are kind of always on the edge, but that is what makes them so incredible. We talk, Mustang being a horse, once you break in this bucking Bronco, they are so loyal to you, and you can huck them in like this. Every driver that's ever driven one of these has struggled with them in the beginning. Even James Dean struggled with these cars in the beginning. But we're not seeing the struggle here. James Dean absolutely hucking it around this track. I know it's super exciting. To me, I'm not going to say they're old hat. I've just seen so much of them. But James Dean, he went wide there. Ian, he went a little too wide
I know. He was, I kind of called it a little bit, and I'm looking at the judges' monitor, and so are you. You're like, don't do it to yourself, right? You'll learn. Don't look.
I don't want to look over there.
Look, I am so excited to see this car. I watched the whole build that James did on his channel, and the time scale they had from a bare shell to the full build to testing to shipping to obviously Italy, where it never happened, and we ended up then transporting the car here to Spain, is absolutely mind-blowing what these guys did. And to see this chassis in Europe is just incredible.
It is
because
wild.
for many, many years, most of us have probably seen it across the pond driving around in America, but we've never been able to see one compete in Europe at this level. And look at this from Dean. Look at that super wide, almost rubbing the bumper on the wall.
That's my worry.
You're
That's my
worried?
worry right now. It's real wide.
Have you got the James Dean Cruise shirt on under that one?
No.
Have you got it tattooed on the back? Are you a big James Dean fan? I've never met anyone who isn't a James Dean fan.
I know, it's so hard not
And there we go. It is a big score, an 89.7 for James Dean. It isn't first place. Few errors creeping in
the
there.
line though. That's the
line,
thing.
yeah.
Angle style, always with James Dean, but the line needs to be cleaned up, and that, I mean, I think it's going to get him in the show, but speaking of the show.
Speaking of the show, we've jumped ahead of one guy. Dwayne McKeever, unfortunately, hasn't made it to the line for his first qualifying run. We'll get back to that because we're getting to this. It is your 2024 Drift Masters champion, Lauri Heinonen from Finland, through the gears in a car that he said he has barely touched all season. And listen to that Dodge V8 supercharger scream as he fires around this circuit in Spain. And Lauri Heinonen, from the get-go, looked like he was absolutely on it, but now starts to make a few mistakes, misses that in the zone. Can he collect this one? He's just a little shy on it, gets the job done. Behind them looking a little rocky there.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, that throne's being shaken a little bit. I mean, the king's going to have to fight to keep the kingdom here because it looks really, really good. But now that we are into our biggest contenders, the best drivers in competition coming out of last year, you have to be perfect. And I don't think that this was perfect.
No.
It was solid. There's no way I could ever do this. There's no way you could ever do this.
Thanks, Jacob.
But when you start comparing it to the other runs, there's a few spots where it just goes a little bit too deep, a little bit too shallow.
Too shallow, yeah.
Now, it's a long season, it's a long day, it's a long weekend. There's still lots of time to clean things up. But yeah, I like the run. I really like the run, but I do think there's a few spots here where Lauri's got to clean it up just a touch. So looks good. Good push out, very fast, very, very fast all the way through. But yeah, one of our fastest drivers on track, tied with a few others, as fast as James Dean at max speed, to give you an idea. So it's there. It's just
it needs refining.
It's a a rock that still needs a little bit of chiseling before it's a statue.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
See, you're
Good
bringing in
visualization.
all of the good stuff this year. We're blessed.
What a fun first bit of qualifying.
Yeah, very good. Well, there we go. An 82.2 for Lauri Heinonen, our reigning and defending champion, sitting in 14 for the moment. But that is only the first runs of qualifying for our drivers. There is, of course, our second runs to go. And, I mean, look, it's a mixed bag out there.
Yeah.
I'm just looking through the notes now, and there's no one really. There's a few that shone through, obviously, but there's still a few drivers that were not really 100% on it, and I'm not sure. Well, here we go. Here are the standings after the run one. Kavir sitting in top spot.
Yeah.
I mean, I estimated that there was going to be some new names in the mix this year. I never considered it was going to sit like this, but here we go. Look at Kevin Purser sitting down there in 9th place, Oren Nielsen in 13th, Jason Bernay 12th place after that first qualifying run. If he can pull a little bit more out the bag, that could be unbelievable. Zacharias with that new engine change, 18th place. Halovnia, Baxi, look at them, some big names in there already, and there we go. Ruben Balanas rounding out 32, Fion Ro, Yogo Cora, Nakamura dropping down to 28th after those first runs, and these guys out. Now these are the guys that need to work hard to get it done. A lot of these guys sitting on a 0 as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers sitting on the bubble as well that really need to clean things up. I mean, it is still anybody's game as to who could be the #1 qualifier and who's going to end up making it in the show.
Exactly.
This is not over by any means, and some of the best qualifying runs in the history of drifting have happened on the second run.
Yeah,
this is the warm-up.
It is the warm-up. Right, so while we've got a few moments and we're going to get our track painted, I am going to go and have a quick chat with David Callas, who is sat next to me. He's not busy at the moment. His pen is down, and he's watching the guy paint a track. David, this track doesn't seem that simple at all from what I made it out to be. Very simple. There's a lot of guys that are missing a lot of dots. Where are they losing the points? Where do these guys need to shine to impress you?
is that they've been struggling with it. And it's really important for them to be on spot on the line. We saw that really good drivers were missing a lot of points for the line, especially the last zone, the inner clip. The last inner clip looks that it is the problem for many drivers. Like the top drivers were missing mainly there. First corner is very hard, and then the straight part from outer zone 3 to outer zone 4 and then make the deceleration correct, that is very problematic for many drivers too. We also saw quite significant mistakes as straightening up, putting two wheels off, stuff like that. They just need to clean it up, and I believe that they will be able to do that in their second runs.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, so there we go. Look, Becky is down in the paddock. Becky, what's going on? I want to know all the news. We've seen some guys missing. We've seen some cars moving around. Tell me what is happening.
Well, Ian, you'll be glad to know we've just seen Yako Brishkonski leave his pit area, which was an amazing effort by everybody here in this paddock. You know, it's one thing that I absolutely love about drifting is the fact that when there's a problem, absolutely everybody gets stuck in. So we saw the damage to that car, the front end, the rear end, there was just so much damage, and they've managed to get him back out on all four wheels for his next qualifying run. So that is great to see him out there. Let's take another little walk down the paddock here because I want to find out what's happened to Dwayne McKeever. Obviously, we've just seen that he didn't make it out for his first qualifying run. So I'm going to see if I can catch up with him here to find out what's been going on. But what a wonderful first qualifying session. It's so nice and warm out here, guys. I'm absolutely sweating, but it's wonderful. We're back at Drift Masters. Right, let's see where he is. Can we find Dwayne anywhere? Oh, there he is. You'd think I'd be able to see him, honestly. Dwayne, can you give us an update? What's going on?
So on the last practice run, we had mechanical failure with the engine. So from like the sticky track and all the rubber, a bit of rubber got wrapped around the timing belt of the engine, and the engine dropped a valve. And so that's my weekend done.
Oh no, you're absolutely joking. That's awful. I mean, we saw something similar with James in Hungary where it was literally a piece of rubber on the track that managed to knock the alternator belt off, and the same thing for you, but unfortunately critical engine failure.
Look, I've run this engine with no covers as 10 or 12 years and it's never happened. It's just I've got unlucky this time and that was all she wrote. But look, you have your good days and you have your bad days. It's just a really bad start to my 2025 season, but we can hopefully all go home and all cry together and hopefully make up with the car for the next round, and we'll just bring the car home again and get it fixed and get it ready for Finland.
Dwayne, I'm absolutely heartbroken for you. I'm sure we will see you at the next round. Guys, a sad story. Back to you.
Yeah, not what the news I was hoping to hear, Becky, from down there in the paddock. I was hoping for it's fixed, it's ready to rock and roll, because Dwayne McKeever is the man that I always love to see. He always brings the flair, the style, the aggression, and unfortunately we've been robbed of that this season. And yeah, I mean, look, something as so unfortunate as a piece of rubber going in, catching that timing belt and causing critical engine failure is not what we want to see. But look, the show has to go on, and unfortunately we all will console with Dwayne McKeever later on as we go back on the line for our second round of qualifying, kicked off by this man, Alletki Albnia, as he fires through in this Toyota GT86, now looking to improve on that score, 73. Works his way into the outside zone. This is a lot cleaner from Albnia right now as he drops down and out of that little pocket on the circuit, back into this outside zone, and now works his way in. And look at this, very clean from Albnia as he gets the job done across the line.
Yeah, definitely a lot more confident through that run, a lot smoother, less hesitation, less bouncing around and crazy inputs. So took some notes, and you know these drivers, the moment they get back to the pits, or even back in the lineup, they pull up their phones, they're watching. They're tuned in, they're logged in, they're watching the whole thing. They're probably listening to us, explaining what we think they did wrong. I mean, maybe they do it on mute. Who knows? We've got this in so many languages. Who knows who they're listening to? But this is a driver that took the notes and made the improvements. That inside clip looks great. Added the angle early on. Like, just even this shot here shows that confidence of being on throttle and starting to push the car out nice and wide. So that just this shot alone shows me the change in Albnia. So I think it'll be an improvement on the score. Is it going to be enough to get in the show? That's going to be where the question is.
Yeah, that will be where the question is, certainly so, as we move through and these scores now start to ramp up in the second bout of qualifying. And Albnia, yeah, like you say, these guys would have been on the radio to the spotters as well. Most of these spotters would stay in their position and watch the whole of qualifying and say, look, Kvyat did this. That's how we managed to get a 90. You need to just adjust here, put the car there, use more angle, you know, transition in a different position on the circuit. They're very clever. They'll watch everybody else, they'll learn, and as you say, they'll watch back the broadcast and say, that's where I got it wrong. Now I know what I need to do. And as you say, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a nice improvement on Alletki Albnia's score for his first qualifying run. As we await that score to drop in, and the grandstand, as you can see, very hot up there. Everyone trying to shelter from the storm. And 82.5 drops him into 13th position at the moment. And of course, once we get this qualifying done, we'll show you the battle victory for tomorrow, which is always exciting to see who's going to go head-to-head with the other competitors. As we go back to the line, it's Constantine Sherenko, another driver from Ukraine, a Toyota GT86, 902. He's got 1 horsepower more than Albnia.
Hey, everyone counts.
Take it, you know. It's the bragging rights. Nice big clutch kick for initiation right now. Sherenko fires that car in, looks for that zone, fires that car across again. Another driver that's learned. These guys are exchanging notes in the paddocks. This is almost rinse and repeat for both of these two guys as they flick it through the circuit. Nice line as he works his way down into that inner zone. Just a little wobble there on the steering as he puts it across the line.
The other part too is, I mean, these 3 cars, I don't know if they're completely identical, but they're all very close to each other.
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to share notes across drivers and across chassis. Now, all 3 drivers have different styles, different experiences. I mean, this is a driver that took, 11 years off and coming back into it. So a lot of catching up to do because drifting has changed, I mean, month to month, let alone over 11 years. But you're able to take the notes from all the different drivers and say, hey, this is the gearing that's working. This is the setup that's working. This is the dampening that's working. So as a team, these 3 drivers are able to collectively update their car faster than anybody else. So I do hope and expect to see all of them make these improvements. It'll always be the question of which driver has the best run, because there's nobody you want to beat more than your teammates, right? Same car.
Like a sibling rivalry.
100%. So we'll see how this all plays out. But I still think a better run. I do think throughout the rest of this, we should see better runs from almost everyone.
Oh yeah, 100%. And yeah, you're right. Look at this, a 71.5. Big improvement straight away there for Sherenko as he looks solid and looks like he's bagged himself potentially a spot in top 32. As we go back to the line.
As of right now, we're sitting on a bunch of zeros.
We are. There is a bunch of zeros. Pedro Garcia Sanchez now back on the line in his BMW E46, sitting on a 50 and struggling, saying this car, it looked to us visibly like it was down on power. And again, I think he's just trying to nurse this car around, trying to make it work. And you can see there, he just fires the car in, doesn't really want to react, and it just doesn't look like it's got the puff as he puts it into almost a spin. How he held onto that. Oh! And it gets the back end into the wall. As Sanchez going to try and just finish off the run, wave out the window to the Spanish fans that are here supporting him, but unfortunately I think that's going to be all she wrote for Pedro Garcia Sanchez.
You could hear when he left the line that things were not sounding great.
Sounded like it was weak.
It sounded tired.
Yeah.
It sounded a little
the
warm.
car was like, been in the sun for 2 days.
Yeah.
You're trying to beat on me over 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm going to take a nap now. But trying to salvage it, the clutch kick's trying to get the car to back out. Just even at launch, it was tough. I mean, hey, listen though, if you were to pull that backy off,
star points.
Let's exactly. Let's just completely forget about the other part of the competition. That was pretty cool. Everyone likes a good wing drag.
Everyone loves a wing drag, a backwards entry, and I think he got way deep in that zone, hit the marbles, and the back end was just gone.
Well, that's the other part about going too deep there is the little bits of tires, the marbles as we call it, the little ball of rubber, starts to bounce off the wall, and then they actually start to come back onto the track. So we do have some cleanup in between, but it doesn't take long before they start to pile up again.
Yeah, there we go. We make it official. It will be a 0 for Sanchez, and unfortunately that is the end of the weekend for the Spanish driver. We won't be seeing him in competition tomorrow, and he'll have to sit on the sidelines and observe the show.
He did technically have a 90-degree angle at that point, so
90.4.
90.4 to be very specific.
Oh,
so
there we go.
I'm having fun with this Wally data, that's for sure.
Right, to go back up the line, it is Alejandro Perez. Barraza through the gears he goes, absolutely screaming, no mechanical sympathy for this young man as he puts that car right where it needs to be. And look at that big flick across the track, down with the handbrake, but he's going to be shallow on the entry to that outside zone. Tries to work his way through the groove, flicks the car across the circuit. Now this bit, looks nice and simple. It flows very, very well, but there, it can catch you out. It can put you on the wrong point, and it did once again for Baraza.
Yeah, it still looked like he was just trying to figure things out with this car and potentially the setup. I don't know what was. This is the start of our run. Oh, nice little drum solo to get things kicked off. Yeah. I don't know if that was some Phil Collins going on there, but just it looked like he was fighting the car. Even with the e-brake grab, just able to go through, and you can see. This is what I talked about with some of the hands. Like, it doesn't look planted. He doesn't look sure of where it needs to go. And that, to me, I don't think that's a driver experience thing. I think that's something where it's just something's not happening with the car right now that I'm expecting it to happen, so I'm having to make these adjustments.
Exactly that.
But, yeah. Cool shot there, the light coming through.
Yeah.
A little smoke build-up. A lot of smoke build-up.
Lost. Completely blinded.
Pretty much gone at that point.
Can't see where he's going at that
point. And, cloud wipe.
Oh, I'm out.
But yeah, really cool circuit here. The banking, me coming out of the U.S., we see a lot of bank tracks.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing. It's not intuitive to drive. This is not heavily banked, but it is enough to change up things. The car reacts kind of differently when you're pointing it downhill.
Oh, we get super excited when we see camera on a track.
Yeah, I know. Meanwhile, I live 30 minutes from something with whatever 20-degree banking. So
yeah, you're used to it, numb to it by now.
A little bit. But to me, I get excited when I see these road courses. So.
Exactly that. So there we go, a 64.7, and work to be done for the rest of the year, trying to reset, go again. We go back to the start line. Ruben Balanas, another Spanish driver, 900 horsepower BMW E46, sitting on a 61. And he's out of the show right now. As you can see, he's sitting in 34th place. Can he improve? Trying to work the back end. That BMW right into that zone. Now starts to clean it up a little bit as he absolutely hammers the rev limiter. Comes down, drops into that inner zone. Does a nice job there. Works that part of the track out, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, that was a lot more sorted. Just a lot more flowy and fluid, and it looked like he enjoyed it.
He was enjoying himself, yeah.
And also a very loud car.
Super loud.
Yeah, I mean, shouts out to the whole media team, the whole production team, because they're having to film these cars right next to it. They're very loud, but could have been a little bit deeper through that outer zone. Does a good job through the inside clip. Gets on the power at the right times. Not making a ton of corrections throughout this run. Bit of a break there before he goes into the zone, but you're seeing a lot of drivers doing it. That is a decel through there. They're allowed to do it, or a momentum change, if you will. Adds a bit more angle here to get through the last section. So, just another improvement. Yeah. And that's what we want to see. We want to see these drivers getting better and better with each run. And so far, minus, I think, one or two drivers, that's been the case.
That's been the case, yeah, certainly so. Been back, done their research, and trying to figure out this difficult circuit here in Madrid. I'll never get bored of this shot.
No, neither will I.
I've missed it. Now I've seen it, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see this.
This might be like my new phone lock screen.
Yeah?
Just
what
rotate.
What car would you have? Oh, now I'm throwing you into the lines. Then be careful. Timo Beltone, yeah.
There's a big diesel, some black smoke.
Big diesel guy.
I'm such a big diesel guy.
Well, there we go. 74, and it is an improvement for Ruben Balanas. He is in the show at the moment. Can he stay safe in 25th place and keep a hold of a spot in top 32 as we move it through to João André Vieira from Portugal, 71.7. We was impressed with this. As one of the guys that came out swinging. The Portuguese driver came out the gate hot and heavy and knew exactly what he needed to do. Look at this, fires the car right across the circuit, a big clutch kick, back on the throttle nice and early, locks that foot brake up, trying to get the car rotated and where he needs it to be, and that was nice, that line into this long outside zone. As he now works his way down, the line looks like it flows perfectly for him as he dials on the angle, a little down with the handbrake, down nice and early, close to the cone, but is he going to sacrifice the zone? He doesn't.
Yeah, just barely doesn't, though.
Barely doesn't.
It looked like he was going to. I like how smooth the throttle control was coming out of the fourth zone. You'll see some drivers just light it up immediately. But he kind of rolls into it. So, bit of a left foot brake here. Yeah, there it is. Gets the car rotated out, floats it in, and doesn't just immediately jump on it. Kind of rolls in and pushing the brake at the same time to get the car planted. So, you don't want it to be jarring. You don't want the car to look like it's stuttering around and jumping and making all these sudden movements. And that flow that's going to add to your style. That's also going to allow you to get more angle. And if you time it right, it's going to make sure you get a good job on lead. So we want smooth. Smooth, what do they say? Smooth is fast or something along those. I mean, I know we're not grip racing right now, but yeah.
I think it's still
smooth is fast.
technically.
Yeah, we'll take it.
We'll take it. We'll own it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're getting around this track as fast as some cars do, not drifting.
Not drifting, yeah. And that's saying something. Like,
It really is. And this is a quick circuit.
yeah.
Yeah. I was playing around with some other layout ideas in my head here too.
Oh, really?
That
You're already
big hill,
trying to
man.
mix it up a little bit?
Yeah, a nice improvement there, up to 72. Extra point. I'm sure you'll take it.
He'll take it, yeah. It keeps him in the show for the moment. We go back to the start line to Joan Cavala from Spain, Nissan 200SX S13. RB30 underneath the bonnet. Sitting on a 59.5, so definitely needs to figure this one out. As you can see him slot through the gears, a big clutch kick. He lights the tyres from almost the start line as he now fires through. Oh, and he's so wide. He's very, very wide. How did he hold on to that? But that will be wheels off circuit. And I've got a feeling that's going to be a complete zero.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet. Now he looks like he's just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, he's just firing angle at it now. And he's like, I just put on a show for the fans.
Yeah, I mean, you want to huck the car there as hard as you can, but just a bit too much. So, yeah, it's quite the handbrake in that car.
Yeah, all the leverage.
All the leverage.
You know, that's yeah.
A wee
That poor
bit.
cone. What did that cone do to anyone?
Yeah.
Just here on holiday, enjoying itself in the sun.
Wrong type of event where we don't have an off-road element. I think it would be neat to introduce an
Don't
off-road
start throwing
element.
that idea around. Someone has already put that idea to me many
Really?
minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go. It is an official. It will be a zero. Yeah, an off-road drift event. I said, surely that's just rally.
I've had a few ideas. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk later. I don't need the whole internet stealing them, but yeah, let's come up with something.
We'll come up with something over a cold beverage, maybe.
Yes.
That sounds good. Right, back on the line. Let's start talking rubbish. Dennis Bertrand right now from Belgium, BMW E46, full carbon Kevlar as he comes off the line. He was looking good earlier on, but he does need to improve. At 58.5, there was a few mistakes creeping into that run, but we know he's got something in the bag. You know he's got more than that. Look at that very shallow angle, though. He took a lot of angle on it. And again, that mistake creeping in as he makes his way into that long outside zone. He just couldn't get it together. As Bertrand now works his way through. A big checkup once again there. And he's now starting to put a lot of mistakes in. He's going to go wheels off on a spin before the line. Put a lot of pressure on himself.
Yeah, a lot of pressure, and it looked like they actually added a bit of grip into the car and tried to get it to go even quicker than before.
Yeah.
Which, to me, maybe not the best move. But if you can nail it, if you can drive it like that, then it is the best move.
Yeah.
It's just you're upping the stakes by doing that. So really, really tough. I think we all need to remember in moments like these how insanely hard these cars are to drive. They do not want to do what we're making them to do.
No.
They want to drive straight. They have so much forward bite. They want to dig into the track, drive as fast as they possibly can. I'm talking about the car like it's it's got a personality, but really they do.
They do.
Every car does.
Jack Shanahan once told me that these cars now are at such a level that they are almost a drag car that you're trying to get to go sideways.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree, and that's how you have to be competitive. So it is a zero on that. I don't think that's a shock to anybody, but yeah, hopefully gets things tidied up and back out for another round.
Yeah, exactly that. We go back to the line. It's going to be Dmitri Brutki, who is already sitting on a zero.
Yes.
So he would have gone
Go
back.
time.
3 cars, all identical. Is there anything that the team could have gave him?
He knows pressure. I'll tell you that right now. Dmitri Brutki knows pressure.
Well, here we go. Can he put that pressure into performance as he fires that car in? Nice line already as he starts to work the groove. Look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. Fires that car through. No mistakes at the moment. On throttle, picks it up nice and cleanly throughout that outside zone 4. Now, very nice line as he works his way around using every inch of tarmac available as Dmitri Brutki just comes up a little short on that inner clip, but across the line, and that's way better than the first attempt.
Yeah, I can see a couple of the judges doing that. Like, okay, well, a bit of a mistake. The rest of the run looks pretty good. I mean, Dmitri's a contender. Everything he drives at, he does well. He's won multiple championships in other series and has moved his way up the ranks very quickly into pro drifting and has taken time to do so. Just did it, very intentionally, knew when it was time to make the jump. And, this is a new chassis for him. This is very different. Even the engine package is all very, very different. And I think something we don't talk a ton about is the kind of the lag, the jet lag that you get, the travel lag that you get. He's coming off running an event not that long ago. It's difficult. You have to acclimatize, get into a car, drive it, practice with it, love it, own it, and then come out and try and beat the best in the world.
Exactly.
So, good luck.
You're like, I'm just here. I've done exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just talking,
though.
though. Yeah, I'm just talking. I'm
You're
relaxed.
like, I'm under no pressure right now.
AC's on. We got,
we've got beverages. Oh, and he absolutely does come out the gate swinging. Look at this from Dmitri as he foots down a 76.5. He'll be happy with that, and we're hoping that he holds on to a spot in top 32 because what a guy. He's good fun around the paddock. He's good to have here at Drift Masters. We go back on the line to the Irish driver, Fion Ro, in this Toyota GT86. 71 on the board in the first qualifying run. Absolutely nails the throttle off the line through the gears. He goes up to fourth gear, clutch kicks that car, and you can hear it screaming as he drops a wheel, picks the front wheel up. That freewheel motion coming into play like a lowrider as he works his way around. He's deep into the wall, tags the wall as Fion Ro, and it now starts to fall apart ever so slightly for the Irishman. And you can see it's rocked him a little bit. Now he's having to think about what he's doing as he kicks the clutch again across the line.
Listen, the Shanahan pit has had enough to do today. Fion Ro does not need to add to it by getting the back end of that car rebuilt. Saves it. Bit of the head shake there. He knows where the mistakes are made, but love the three-wheel motion going into it. But it does create that error, creates that issue as he has to get the car back in. Look at this. Nice little dip in. Wow. I like it. Yeah,
I love a three-wheel motion.
Yeah, I do. I mean, can we just put a zone out there so they all have to do it? I know it's not great for the cars, but that is not my problem. I'm here for the show, baby. But yeah, it goes really deep into that wall. You can see the correction. It shakes his head mid-run to what am I doing out here? But you're having to push to the limit. You're having to go that hard and drive to the edge of the track if you want to continue to rank up. And there is a benefit, not only points, but your placement in the bracket.
Of course.
All of it is, reliant on your run here. So I'm not shocked to see Fion Ro making a move like this because he's got a decent run so far.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so why not just go for gold?
Go for gold, yeah. And you'll find that a lot of guys do that. If they've got a nice, secure score on the board,
safety net, yeah,
they'll just go for it on the second run because, as you say, you get that 90 or you get that 95-point run at your top qualifier.
Exactly.
There we go at 59. He stays where he is, 29th though. He's on the edge. This is going to be nervous for Fion Ro with a few zeros and low scores coming up.
Yeah, there's a few drivers that can knock him down, so it's going to be rough, but I mean, this is another driver that could make a jump up, gain a couple of points.
Well, he needs to, that's for sure. He's sitting on a 70 at the moment, is Nakamura. Nakamura off the line in this Toyota GR86. Through the gears he goes to Jay-Z. Said that this is the most comfortable car he's ever driven, and he was so excited to get back to Europe. He couldn't wait to get here. And look at that as he dives across the circuit. That's much better from Nakamura as he now keeps it clean in the outside zone. Fires through, picks up the throttle nice and early, hits the rev limiter as he transitions down. Look, dab of the handbrake as Nakamura picks up that inner zone, looks for the final zone across the line clean, but he does it for the Japanese driver.
Yeah, incredible patience in this run to know when to get on throttle because a little bit too early at any point you're going to shoot off and go either really, really narrow or really, really wide. But watch this. Just holds, waits, and then on throttle when he's all the way in the zone. Knowing that car is going to be able to shoot out of there, it's going to get the dig, does a great job through that inside clip. And then look at this transition, same thing again. Just patience before he gets on the throttle. That's somebody who knows what the car is going to do.
I was just going to say, you took the words right out of my mouth, that's experience.
That's a ton of experience.
This guy's been around a very long time. He's done a lot of driving, a lot of party driving, a lot of fun driving, and now a lot of line driving to these strict lines, these strict zones, and he's really adapted to it.
Yeah, changed up the style. I mean, the traditional Japanese driving style is not necessarily conducive to what the judges are looking for here today. There are tracks, there are runs where that style is going to work, but this shows the experience of Nakamura. And there you go, 85, bumps him up into 11th, and this is going to, there are people now on edge. There's going to be people watching the live updated scores right now going, am I going to be driving tomorrow?
Exactly that. And I like to say that Nakamura is like a cat amongst the pigeons at Drift Masters. That's what I like to do. Like throwing a lion into the pen. Here we go, we're off the line though. It's going to be George Christopheru as he comes off the line. The Cypriot driver is BMW E82. Fires through, look at that big speed. But once again, that grip, that speed is catching him out. And this is almost a rinse and repeat, a replay of his first qualifying run, way out of that outside zone. He's going to dart across the circuit. He's going to be on the wrong line now as he comes down. Look, gets that way early. It's going to push him wide again, making the same mistakes over and over here.
Listen, depending on who you talk to.
I'm listening.
Yes, I know. the BMW is the best drifting chassis. There are a lot of people in that camp. I think, yes, as long as it is set up correctly, because if it is not, it is one of the most difficult cars to set up, or one of the most difficult cars to drive. You can add so much grip into these cars and make them go so fast and do these ridiculous things. But if you adjust that the wrong way, it is a nightmare to drive. And I think this is one of those, a couple clicks in the wrong direction or a little bit too much, just a little bit too much of a change, and you can see the way that this car ends up reacting. Slides out wide, not enough side bite, tons of forward bite in the car though, tons of forward drive. When he gets on the throttle, that car wants to shoot forward. When he comes off the throttle, it will slide for miles. So
you see that clearly.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're 100% right. After the initiation, he jumps on the throttle where he needs to, and the car just goes,
shoots.
Boom, there we go.
Yeah, and when we talk about side bite and forward bite, what we talk about is what the car does when it's either on or off throttle. When you get on throttle and the car shoots forward, that is forward bite. The car is literally digging in and pushing itself forward. Side bite often, not always, is when you come off the throttle, how quickly does it slow down? So you need to balance those things out to get the car to do what you want it to. Also, depending on your engine, depending on your transmission, and your driving style, not every setup is right for everybody.
No, of course.
Yeah.
And look, these guys, we had a lot of practice, but it's still only a limited amount of practice at a brand new track. And he may be a former champion of Cyprus and a decorated driver from his own country, but when you come and play in the big leagues, it's time to prove yourself.
Yep.
And there we go, a 56.7. He's out of the show, unfortunately, for Christopheru, and he won't be seen tomorrow in top 32, but we will see him for the rest of the season as we keep it moving along to Espen Rinne now, the Norwegian driver, BMW 46 on the line. This young man, well, look, 69.5. Definitely needs to improve, and he is now so focused. Look at this, the Norwegian style, eyes down, concentration on as he fires that car through. Now it looks good, picks up these two zones, on throttle nicely as he fires in, gets on the handbrake, doesn't slow the car too much though, keeps it into the outside zone but exits it a little early, and that's pushed him wide, and he misses that inner clip as he now fires through. Down he goes into that almost carousel moment, and he's gone wide once again, and the same mistakes being shown once again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very young driver, 18 years old, does a really good job here, but this is where some of the experience of the elder drivers, I think it's the most polite way I can put it, that experience can go so far. I mean, being a young driver, you have less mechanical sympathy, you're willing to try things that are maybe a bit more difficult, or do things with the car that could be a big reward, but in this case, the reward was not there. This was a bit of a punishment, trying to push out a bit wide, trying to get too aggressive with the track, and just not able to dial things in. So, love to see the progression. Obviously, very big fan of everything coming out of Norway when it comes to drivers. It's insane. And just a bit more experience to know, hey, I should have come off throttle here. I should have let the car slide out. I didn't need to use every little bit of engine I've got in this car. That's
There we go. Yeah, and that's it. And that's what Espen will gather over the course of this year. He'll learn what to do, what not to do. At the moment, he sits on the drop zone in 32nd position. Is 70.2 dead on the board. A slight improvement, but not a lot, and Espen Rinne will be hanging on there to see if he does make it into the show. We go back to the start line to Yako Ula from Finland, 84 in his first qualifying run. This young man is promising. He looks like he could shine this year at Drift Masters as he fires through the gears in his Toyota JZX 100. A big car and a big fast track. What could he do now on his second qualifying run? Look at the way the car pops up in the air on the handbrake. He's gone very deep. He hangs onto it though. Yako Ula puts the car right across the circuit, fires it on angle, slows the car down, little dab the handbrake, collects the dots though, picks up that final zone and across the line.
He used that trunk to stay in this run.
Like a buffer? Like a little bumper on a bumper car, just pushed him away from the wall.
It worked. It worked. It's not supposed to work like that, but it did work here. So he's watching the four, comes in a bit late, and that pushes him wide, and then a little boop, right like that, uses that bit of momentum change to push back out. The only reason this works is because the rear end of that car starts last week. That's the only reason this ends up working in this car. I mean, you could fit, I don't know, 15 golf bags in the back of that thing.
Easy.
Yeah. Look at it. Oh, but hey, figured it out. Now, I would normally say you might have gone 2 wheels off, but
there's no possibility of
no, because it's a 1.5 meter overhang behind the wheel. So you can't go 2 wheels off.
He's got a cheating advantage right there.
There's a huge advantage with this car. There's some disadvantages with this car, but having a big old trunk, if you will, that's a big advantage.
Well, there we go. We wait to see if that score drops in. I'm not sure it's going to be an improvement. I think that the judges won't have liked that as much, and they didn't. He's going to stay where he is in 12th position at the moment. I think he's going to be safe for competition. I think we can see Yako Ula in the show tomorrow in top 32. As we move it along to the next driver, and it's going to be the one and only Dave Egan, who currently sits on a 0 after his first qualifying run. I think he got a little nervous, a little rush of blood to the head, a little panicky. He said he just wanted to get that one done and survive. Well, he needs now to not only survive, but put a score on the board as we see Egan flick through the gears, fire that car across the circuit. Nicer line this time, more aggression, and he keeps it on the tarmac as Egan flicks it through. No mistakes at the moment, big handbrake drag, but he sets himself up nicely for outside zone 4. Egan back on throttle. Another big clutch kick from Egan in that Toyota Supra. Fires it on angle, and he's got it together as Dave Egan gets that zone and across the line, and everybody in the booth has a sigh of relief for him.
Man, I don't want to say speechless because that's not something we should ever be, but I feel proud.
We would get sacked if we're speechless.
I know. No, I feel proud. This is somebody who has put themselves out in the world in a very, very difficult way. This should be a very proud moment for Dave, everybody at Drift Games, and collectively kind of everybody here, because this is huge. This is somebody who had a dream to become a professional race car driver. He put it aside to develop drifting as a sport and to raise drifting to new heights. What Dave has done for this industry and this sport cannot be ignored.
Unbelievable.
And now he's back in the driver's seat and puts together a great run.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Just a proud moment.
You're like a proud dad.
I know. and on it, I haven't addressed this yet. Absolutely honored to be sitting in the same place he was. Yeah, I could talk on about that forever, but this is Dave's moment. And Dave, thanks for the opportunity.
Look at that.
Yeah, no, he knows.
he knows inside the car. Look, any good driver knows inside the car. They get that sense of feeling.
A flow.
Yeah, you cross the line, and the adrenaline just drops away from your body, and you're like, oh, I did it.
Look at that inside clip.
To me, that line was beautiful. I'm not sure if the judges liked it as much as we did it. For me, it was a bit of a golden buzzer, but look at that, an 82.2 for Dave Egan on his debut at Drift Masters. Drops himself into 15th position, and I'm going to tell you right now, he's going to be safe for top 32.
Wow. Bold statement, Ian.
Well,
I agree with it. I think the math's on
Yeah,
that
I think
one.
the math's mathing right there. My maths is bad. Right, mathing, talking about mathing, Jason Bernay said, hold on a minute, an 82, is that it? Hold your hat, I'm going for a 90. This is going to be big from the Frenchman right now. I've said big words about this young man because I expect big things, and look at this from Jason Bernay, big angle on the handbrake for quite a while, but he dials that car into the outside zone. Look at the line, he puts a rear wheel right to the edge of the circuit. Bernay picks up the throttle. This is fantastic from the Frenchman. Look at the angle. Oh, he's just shy on that inner, but he comes across the line deep on the outer.
That's one of those where you are sacrificing a little bit of line score to get the angle in style. Yeah. There's so many ways to attack this track, and Bernay really did. He just went, okay, I'm not going to worry about that little guy right there because I'm just going to slam this thing lock to lock all the way around the track. It was a good handbrake drag, but it didn't seem too long.
No.
It was timed so well. Inside clip, solid. Outside zone, solid. Big snapped angle here. Look at that. 90 degrees coming around. Has to cut that just a bit short and then just adds that nice little bit of angle coming across the line. So many drivers have forgot about the last zone. They just see the finish line like, I just want to get across the line. Not Jason Bernay. He's like, I have one more opportunity to flick this thing off to the side. Look at that.
Man, look at that.
Dang. Oh,
it's so stylish.
And
he does it so easily on throttle as well. It makes it look flawless.
Yeah. No, that was an absolutely great run there. Super happy with it. It was fun. It's exciting. I got a big smile.
Yeah.
You know.
It wakes you up a little bit.
It does.
We get a little bit tired.
Yeah, you've
cracked open another Red Bull. Look at that, an 85. He just improves, but keeps himself a little higher up in the ranking, 11th position for Jason Bernay. And I mean, look, on a debut, he'll be very, very happy with that. We go back to the line to Ees Meer from Switzerland, a 67.5 for this young man in this blue Toyota GR Supra as he comes off the line through the gears now. Absolutely rip him is Ees Meer from Switzerland. He'll want a big score. He can see the front end dip down and then back up again as he puts a big clutch kick in. What can he do as he fires across the track? This is a nicer line from Ees Meer. And again, this is a man that's learning on the fly. Every single event, he gets better and better. And Ees Meer's time to shine is coming up real soon because this is very nice from the man from Switzerland across the line. These guys are now figuring out the track.
Yeah, tidy. I think, agree.
Woo,
100% agree, Ees Meer. Just tidy. tidy, getting everything sorted, understanding and learning from every other driver that's been out there with them. That is the sign of somebody who is a professional motorsports athlete. They look at what everyone else is doing, they look at what the judges are rewarding, and they're pushing harder and harder, knowing what is going to be credited higher and more points provided. So Ees Meer, very sorted, very solid, and very stable. Not a lot of changes in the driving. You can see just very small corrections throughout the whole thing, and he looks chilled.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've said it over and over again, and I will alliterate on this because this man has done a lot of driving and he's struggled with the car and he's struggled to adapt, and he'll be the first man to tell you, like, look, I've had some bad times in drifting.
Yeah.
But in the last couple of years, he's really come through, and now things are starting to click for him. Things are starting to work out, and I mean, that run for me, from first run of practice that I see him do to there, is just days away, and look at that, he's rewarded with it with a 78.7, gets himself in the show for now. Ees Meer will be very, very happy with that. And well, the nerds in the van, you'll be happy with this because they're mathing back there.
All right.
They're doing maths, and they told me, regardless to what anyone else does now in competition, Dave Egan, regardless, will finish 32nd. So he's in the show. So there we go. We get to talk about him more tomorrow. We're off the line. It's going to be Yogo Cora right now up in this incredible E92 BMW. How this car is still holding on, I have no idea. But he's now turned up the grip and turned up the power, I'm being told. He's turned it up to 11 because Correa said if it's working, we're going for it. As he puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Correa's here for business. The Portuguese driver's got it dialed. He said the car's on fire and so am I.
Wow. Wow. Listen, I love when your voice starts to come up because I'm feeling the same thing. You're just saying it in real time. Faster, more aggressive, more angle, more style. Just when you have the confidence in the car and you have the confidence in your run before, you know you can do these types of things. Few spots here and there where just the car was tight and pushing. Could have been a little bit closer on that inside clip, but man, just quick, tidy. I think that would be one of the best runs to chase too.
Yeah.
And that's a huge part of this, is that you still need to be able to chase that run. There are scores that look really good, but maybe very difficult for someone to get into the pocket behind them. But this is not one of them.
That is opening the door to the chase.
Yeah.
That is literally opening the door to the chase. Look,
banging the door, slamming it. Come here,
slamming
let's
the
go.
door. Come on,
Let's go.
let's go. We see Correa on the podium in Finland in 2023, and as of yet, we're unfortunately not seeing him back in that position.
Yeah.
Again, he's another driver who's come with that mindset this year. I'm going to win. I'm going to get a podium. I'm going home the end of the year happy. And look at that, an 85.5, drops himself into 10th place. And I tell you what, the Portuguese fans in the grandstand, well, they're happy. And I tell you what, everyone in his paddock will be going a sigh of relief because the car held together, and they now get all night to iron out the kinks and go back on the line to a man, as I said, I know very well, Steve Baxi Biagioni on the line in this incredible Toyota GT86 2JZ, 900 horsepower off the line. What can he do? As Baxi sits with a 74.5, he'll want to improve. Big flick across the circuit. Baxi on throttle nice and early. Look at this. Big smoke from Baxi. Did he loosen up the car? Nice line as he works his way into outside zone 4. Keeps it clean right to the edge of the circuit. Baxi drops down and back out again as he now works his way around that carousel, that hill section of the circuit. Can he get the inner? He can just about drop a wheel on it. Right to the edge of the track across the line.
I think he nailed it. He did loosen that car up. It looks easier to drive. It looks smoother. He's using all of the rev range. He's using every bit of power. It's such a different chassis and engine package than what he's used to, and especially the way it's set up. When you get to this high level of competition drifting, it's different than a party car. It's different than anything else. You could have the exact same vehicle and go out and bang doors with friends. Completely different vehicle here. But Baxi getting it sorted, getting it dialed, and this looks way more confident.
Yeah, look at this. It's just how fluid it looks on track as well. Again, it's another chaseable lead.
Yeah.
It's very fluid. It's very predictable. You can tell what Bagsy's going to do and exactly where the car's going to go. And it looks rock solid. Bagsy looking good out there. And good to see him back in Drift Masters for 2025. I mean, look, if we're splitting hairs, we'd like to see him a couple of feet further forward on that inner. But, hey, who are we? Who are we to say anything?
And maybe a few less corrections with the wheel. But just, I mean, getting things sorted. At this point, it's get into the show, get the extra bit of practice.
It's survival.
Come back in. And really, where Baxi makes up the vast majority of his wins and his placements, it's going to be in the battles.
Chasing.
Yeah.
He's an incredible chase driver.
Yeah, he is. He is definitely an incredible chase driver. Just no fear whatsoever.
No.
I think he's always had such good teams backing him that he knows he can bin the car and be like, all right, guys, well, I'm going to go get a croissant. I will be back in an hour.
Oh, you know what he likes for breakfast?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
croissant and cappuccino.
strange, yeah.
Crazy.
You just grassed him up. There we go. Look at that. An 80 dead for Baxi. Drops him into 20th position, 22nd position. Think that could be enough. I think things might change. Who knows? But we could be there or thereabouts for the cutoff. But here we go. Back Teemu Patola. You've already got a smile on your face.
I just love this car.
Maybe we'll see if Teemu will let you have a drive of it.
Oh, don't say that. Don't get me excited.
Here we go, off the line, the crazy man from Finland in this incredible diesel Mercedes-Benz wagon. Flicks it through, and it looks like once again, there's parts falling off the car, and it looks unstable, and it looks wild as Teemu Patola still fires it towards the wall to try and put on a show for the crowd here at Jarama Circuit in Madrid. And that big moment of understeer, I don't think that car could hang. The front tyres couldn't hold on, that's for sure.
It's crazy that it has understeer considering how heavy that engine is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
But the rest of the car weighs nothing.
It's all in the front end.
It's all carbon Kevlar, and look at that big understeer.
Big understeer there. It just, I mean, it shows how much grip they're trying to put into the rear end, that the front end can't keep up with it. But maybe the engine's not as heavy as I think it is. You just immediately assume because it's a diesel, it's going to be heavy.
Yeah,
I'm sure someone's going to DM me and be like, actually, it weighs less than,
it has two turbos as well, don't forget that.
Yeah, see, there's a good weight there.
There's a lot of boost hoses, there's a lot of stuff.
Crazy manifold. The fact that they've built anti-lag into a diesel, that to me just is wild.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. But either way, I like seeing different chassis, different engine packages, and a very different driver.
Oh, we got the crazy drift fans.
Oh.
You're yet to meet them.
Yeah, I've heard stories.
Yeah, next stop, it's going to get wild because the Finnish, they know how to come out and support their drivers, that's for sure.
I've met the Finnish in general at a few events now, and they are enthusiastic.
Yeah, excited.
Yes.
Very supportive of their home nation. There we go, a 60.5. Unfortunately, isn't enough to see Teemu Patola in competition tomorrow. But hey, that mullet and those glasses, they'll be back for the next round.
Oh, that headshot's legendary. All right.
Here we go, Pontus Hartman on the line now from Sweden. And what can he do in this BMW E46? As we see shots of Marco Zacharias down the back end of the grid, warming up tyres, ready to rock and roll. Pontus Hartman flicks that car in, big clutch kick, dials that car an angle. Now starts to pick up the pace as he dials on the handbrake, gets to that zone early, and look at that, the line he takes in, sets himself up beautifully to fulfill all of it. Drops down lovely for that inner zone, and now back out, still on throttle, a little dab of the handbrake. This is beautiful from Hartman. This is absolutely clinical, and across the line he goes. So happy he throws in a 360 for the fans.
Perfect, love it. The only spot now, the judges did explain a little bit of this before they got into that fourth outside zone, they are allowed to use that little bit of rumble strip to make sure that they can fill that zone completely.
Yeah.
Adds a bit of left foot brake there. It's actually a really good example of what a left foot brake can do to a car. You can see it almost hold that front end back. Yeah. It's interesting because we talk about all these ways that you're able to correct and use inputs in the car, but to visualize it and explain why you use it is always the difficult part. You know, we have tons of very in-depth and very knowledgeable drifting fans, and you have to remember, they're drifting fans. This is day one. This is the first time they're seeing it.
Brand new to this.
Yeah, and we talk about left foot brakes because their right foot is on the throttle, their left foot touches that brake, and that slows the front end of the car down and allows the rear wheels to keep spinning, and depending on the input, you're able to get the back end to swing back around. So if you see a bit of smoke come out of the front end, it's a clear indicator they're using a left foot brake. You know, sometimes you even see the wheel stop. Right there. There it is. Thank you, replay man. Nailed it. So that is a perfect example of a left foot brake.
I need to have a word.
And you can see the car was starting to travel a little bit too straight.
Yeah,
and
he was
now,
trying to get it to return on the front wheels.
Exactly,
on the front axle.
And now it's able to swing the back end around.
Going to have a meeting after because they're making you look too good already.
It's day one, that's it.
It's day one, there we go. Oh, look at that, he's rewarded as well. A 78 on the board for Pontus Hartman, and he'll be happy with that. Still going to be hanging on regardless, as we see Marco Zacharias now back on the line at 80 on his first qualifying run, the man from the Czech Republic. As we said, swapping over from that V8, half the engine size to a four-cylinder. Loved the style, loved the idea, the work that went into it, and he said it works perfectly, and he's very, very happy, and it looks like he's happy behind the wheel, and it looks like he's happy on the track because he's absolutely ripping right now, sets himself up lovely for this outside zone, and you can hear him on and off the throttle, working that car into the groove. gets himself right to the edge of the circuit, almost drops the wheel but holds on to it. Zacharias now dials on the angle almost 90 degrees to that inner zone and across the line. Zacharias, another driver that will be very, very happy.
I mean, I think the 360 is a pretty good
It's
indication.
a good indicator, yeah.
Yeah, if they just shut it down, drive right back to the pits, that's not nearly as good as just whipping it around and hucking a 360. I'm sure there's a slang for it that I'm missing, but great run here. Left foot brake. Hey, look at, we're learning together.
We're learning together.
Learning together. No, it looks really good through this run, stable. You can see what with this input in the steering wheel, you almost want to see none. You want to see them get to angle, hold it there, but a little bit of correction here and there to kind of feed the car into the zones. Totally acceptable, especially when you're able to handle it. Bit of a hesitation there. Those are the spots I talk about where that's where you end up seeing somebody miss a zone, is when they hesitate to do something. Looked good here, but yeah, great job.
Very good job there, and I love that run from Zacharias. As you say, he looked way more calm and collected, even with an 80 on the board.
Yeah.
He looked dialed.
That's a good lesson as to how you do a 360.
Yeah, I might try it in the rental car. Do you think?
Yeah,
do you think that'll
go
be
for
right?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we paid for all of the insurance.
Oh, cool, awesome,
perfect. I need to discuss that engine with them a bit more. I want to know everything there is to know about it.
I think there's a lot of people now that want to know everything about it because, I mean, it's worked so well. And look at this, an 85, he does improve. And Zacharias, I mean, I've said it before, we've seen him in the past get so close to success and then mechanical failures, problems with the car, letting him down. If he could just get that reliability dialed, this could be the season that Zacharias really shines as a driver. We know he has the talent. You go back to the line, talking of more talent, is the young gun from Poland, David Sposób, off the line in this S15. Sits on a 0, if you remember correctly, had that mistake at the end of the run, shut it down. Now looks rock steady. Can he keep this one together? It looked good right until that moment where he shut it down on that last inner zone. As Sposób fires through, puts the car right where it needs to be, back on throttle again, dials on the angle, no such problems this time as Sposób gets it across the line, job done.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit hesitant when it comes to that run. When you've got a 0 going into it, you really need to put that run through, you know, make sure you're not doing anything crazy. You didn't get that safe run in the beginning. You don't have that insurance, so you're going to have to make sure this run is just dialed.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy here. Doesn't huck the car, not a ton of crazy rate to angle, anything like that. Very smooth, precise. Would have liked to see more aggression, but considering the 0 you're sitting on, this is the run you have to put together.
Exactly that, and you know, for me, that's a calculated drive. That's a man that's driving again with a lot of experience, a man beyond his years of experience, and he did exactly what he needed to do. He went out there and potentially put a nice score on the board and got himself into that top 32. And David Sposób, a very talented young man from Poland, a beautiful S15.
Yeah, stunning car. He had it all plastic wrapped when we got here, too. Did you notice that? It was like, oh, look, a present.
You were trying to open it. I was like, no,
I thought about it.
It's not a gift from us to you. Like,
I swear Jacob was written on the side. No? I'm just imagining things.
You're just
again.
imagining it.
Sleep
now.
deprived.
Yeah. And there we go, an 86.5 for Sposób. Gets him where he needs to be.
This shows, though, that a safe run can get you a great score.
Yeah.
Don't do anything nuts. Just drive your run.
Hey, it's easy to say that.
I know.
These guys aren't wired right.
Speaking of something that's not easy to say, Uhe Pilasco.
You got it nailed. There you
it.
go. You did it. You got it.
I had to say it fast.
Pilasco off the line, 2JZ this year, underneath the bonnet of this BMW E92, and looks like it's working perfectly for him. Alternator issues earlier on in practice. Had to do some welding to the block to put the alternator back on to get him back out for practice, and now looks like he's absolutely swinging. Uhe Pilasco is a man that is absolutely possessed. The Finnish driver is cool, calm and collected and very dialed as he gets that one done.
Yeah, great run there. I didn't know you had to weld the alternator back in. New bracket or something?
They welded the piece of block engine casting that snapped off. They welded it back on, repaired the alternator and got him back out.
They found some high nickel rod kicking around somewhere, Ian, but really aggressive here, almost using that wall to get through the run, but able to get back on the throttle to push through that inside clip, outside zone. I mean, his driving is wild.
Yeah.
On the best of days. And I would consider this a safe run for him, which is
I would say this is Uhe Pilasco at like 60%.
Right, which to some people this would scare them. But yeah.
When he's in the chase and he's on 100%,
man.
Yeah, expect there to be some...
He just repaints your car for you. That's what he does.
He puts tire marks all the way out the door.
Yeah. He's working on his signature.
Oh,
87.5. Jeez.
He
scores, though.
Yeah, and look, he means business.
But also, if you notice, we're not seeing 95s, 96. Ooh, we'll get to the car in the back in a minute. But let's give Clint Vanort his flowers here. The judges are kind of harsh today.
Yeah,
I'm just putting that out there.
They're being very critical of this circuit. They know it can be done. They know it can be done well. They just need to see it. Clint Vanort right now comes in absolutely hammering through. And look at this big speed, big angle, big amount of smoke out the back of this brand new S14 for 2025 for Clint Vanort right to the edge of the circuit. And this is beautiful from Vanort right now. The Dutch driver means business. Oh, yes, Clint Vanort. Oh! And a little check up with a clutch kick, almost had to shut it down.
Oh, man, Clint, what a wild man. What a wild run. Just, it's chaos incarnate the whole way through. Gets to the initiation, look at that, big left foot brake, just staring out the side window at the wall, going like, yeah, I don't want to go there. Then goes, I want to use all of the track. You know, it's one of those, you paid for the whole seat, you only need the edge.
Right.
The whole way through, and then transitions back out, does the same thing on the other side. He's basically got both pedals mashed the entire run.
Yeah, the whole way.
Look at this, right through. We don't need a sweeper. We just send Clint back out to clean off the edges of the track for us.
I just want to see what happened here.
Yeah.
Because this was a mistake. I mean, look, that barely affected the car. He put that was on big angle. Oh! For a split second.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the judges all blinked at that exact moment, so they might have missed it. Nah, I mean, look, fun run. Exciting run. Not technically correct, but that's okay because this is as much about being technical as it is, you know, keeping the fans happy.
Exactly that. Yeah, look, we're here for the show as much as you are. You're drift fans, we're drift fans. We just get to sit here and talk about it.
Yeah, and listen, all we do is talk about drifting. Car rides here at the gas station.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't improve.
26. We don't have a ton of drivers left with zeros. I don't know if we've got any.
We got 2 on zeros at the moment.
Should be.
Oh,
it's going to be tight.
Should be okay.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Don't quote me on that.
Well, one of the zeros coming up is, of course, this man right here, and it is Kuba Pashkonsi or Yako Pashkonsi. You can see the damage on the front of this GR86. Pashkonsi got it wrong earlier on, hit the wall, put the car into a 360 spin along the wall, destroyed every panel, every corner. The team, every team in the paddock jumped in and helped him repairing it. He's back out for his only qualifying run that he'll get as Pashkonsi now puts that car right where it needs to be, fires through on full throttle. He's not phased, he's not worried about what happened earlier on. He goes right to the edge of the circuit. He said, look, we can make it look pretty this afternoon, this evening. Once this is over, he just needs to get himself into the top 32, fires down, looks for that inner zone, just about picks it up, locks the front wheel. That can't be easy to drive, but he makes it work.
I wish we could just give bonus points for like the resilience in the team. Getting that car to the line was the win for the weekend.
Oh, 100%.
Everything after that is just a bonus. I don't know how you have any confidence to drive the car that fast, huck it at the wall, knowing that all of this was completely damaged, having the replay of what happened, probably going back in your mind. I mean, he's got to block it out. You have to block that out to be able to drive like this. But it gives us a great look at the inputs because there's no front bumper. So we get a full X-ray view of everything that's going on. And it looked really good. All things, I mean, even remove the incident, remove the fact that they barely got this car to the line in time.
Yeah.
That was a really good run. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be enough to be in the show, but incredible story. Maybe it is. I have no idea.
No.
I hope it is.
Yeah.
It's a great.
I mean, look,
is that intercooler even like holding pressure? Look at the dents in it.
I mean, the front end of the car ground along the wall, nose first, and then flip round and rip the rear wheel off of it.
That Ackerman doesn't look correct either.
I mean, look, we're all hoping and praying right now that this is enough for Pashkonsi to get into the show. I know that team will have a lot of work to do this evening as we await the judges' scores to drop in. Can it be enough? Can this be the highlight reel, the story of the weekend for the Polish driver, the man that has completed Dakar? He's been all around the world. You got a trophy in motorsport, you name it, he's got one. Because his trophy cabinet is stacked to the ceiling.
Just resilience.
Oh,
resilience and experience gets you through that kind of weekend.
It certainly does. And having the team behind you as well, that team that would repair anything, anywhere, in any situation, just goes to show. So here we go. We're waiting to find out what is the score for Kuba Pashkonsi or Yako Pashkonsi. I can just see what the cutoff is. That's what I want to know. What's the cutoff at the moment?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's 32, Ian.
Oh, I like it.
right.
Dave Egan been giving you tips?
Yeah, dad joking.
Yeah. You had a little meeting before the show.
There's a few lines I had to get in there.
Right, so the score drops in. So I'm being told from my headset 76.5, so I believe that's the cutoff.
As of right now.
As of right now, 76.5. Dmitri Brutki is on the cutoff. Okay.
All right.
So let's just prepare ourselves.
Yeah, I'm
I want
not
this
ready
to be
for
the
any of
highlight
that.
story. I want this to be the fairy tale story for the weekend.
We have so many, though, Ian.
Yeah, but listen, this is Drift Masters. Oh, and it is. It's an 81. Right, listen, that is the highlight story of the weekend. We need more info, though. Becky is with him. Becky, tell us all about it, please, because that was a story.
I am down here with a rather stressed-looking Kuba Praskonski right now. Kuba, can you tell us how that car is feeling after all that damage this morning?
The car feels really good because I had a lot of help of three teams, Korpulinski team, Sposób team, and Shanahan's team. It's very thanks to you all to you guys, because we did not make it without you, and I'm super happy that the car goes straight, not sideways, but thanks a lot, and this is a real Drift family, and thanks a lot one more time.
Well, you made it into the field, you're into the top 32, so this is a great result for you. You must be relieved.
Yes, it's for sure relieved. It's really stressful because our last 2 hours we were working like hell, and it was really big accident, and I hope that the car will go tomorrow as good as today.
Okay, Kuba, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, there we go. I mean, everyone in the paddock, by the sounds of things, was there jamming on that car. And now they have all night and most of tomorrow morning to get that car prepared, get it looking pretty again, because it was beautiful before that incident. I mean, look, he is so happy and he's so thankful of everyone. I mean, what a community we have in drifting, that everyone jams together. It's so great. Right, back on the line, it's a setter off in a brand new car, 1,000 horsepower, BMW M2. Through the gears he goes. This young man showed incredible resilience and talent last season. He's going to go wide. Oh, he just about keeps it on circuit. Uses that momentum to fire it across the circuit. You can hear him on the rev limiter as he lights up the tyres on the back of that BMW. Fires through, looks down the track he comes, dials on some nice big angle, almost 90 degrees. Again, just about scrubs a wheel along that inner clip and across the line.
I feel like the last things he said to his spotter before he left the line is, "Hey, watch this." It's like
He did the whole
out of the
hat.
blocks. Yeah, out of the blocks. I mean, he had the tires lit up all the way through, dips the tire through there, big transition, huge e-brake, gets onto the gas nice and early. As soon as he gets into that zone, lights it up, gets the car back in the angle, fighting it, just pushing as hard as he can, comes through this inner clip and just tons and tons of throttle, no lift all the way through, and just able to hold it, just decimating whatever tires are left on that car. And then a ton of angle through here. That massive amount of angle, we talked about it before, that is crucial to finishing this run well.
Yeah.
You have to throw that angle in there. I haven't seen anybody else get to that inside clip without that kind of hop. So.
Yeah, not as good as his first qualifying run.
But way more fun.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, when you said, like, he said to his spotter, "Watch this," I had the vision in my head of Itay just turning off the radio, and the guy going, "Hey, no." Right, here we go, back on the line. Jakob Kroll from Poland. He's just on the line with an 82 at the moment. Off though through the gears. He said he didn't feel confident. And it wasn't a nice initiation, but nevertheless he's going to get into it. He looked rock solid on that first qualifying run. He looks settled now as well. Now he's got back into the zone and back on that qualifying line. Jakob Kroll, a very good line driver, a very consistent driver, and a man that has shown so much promise in the past. Look at that line as he drops down and back out again. Very clean, very technical.
Yeah, and the way that an S chassis moves, the way that they rotate, it's like when I think of drifting, I think of an S chassis movement. They kind of pivot just almost next to the driver, the way the car rotates, and it's so smooth and so fluid. And this car is set up really well. As you said, the initiation was a little weird, just kind of mistimed or didn't break traction the way that he was expecting it to, but able to get it dialed for the rest of the run. Getting on throttle at the appropriate times does a good job through here, and so smooth and floaty through that last run while still being on throttle. But yeah, there's just something about the way an S chassis moves through drift that's just I guess it's just what we grew up watching, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, look, I go way back to the days when I first see drifting. It was obviously Japanese street drifting, and they were S chassis. And I learned to drive in an S chassis, and
all right,
that's my go-to if I'm going to have a car, and that's why, because the way they drive, the way they float around the circuit, it's just a driver's car. And,
yeah.
I mean, look, there's been plenty of people in the paddock that would disagree with me right now, but hey, it's horses for courses. Everyone loves a cars for a different reason, but yeah, my go-to is an S chassis. No real improvement there for Jakob Kroll. He stays where he is, and we move it along down to Connor Falvey. Well, could we see, well, we're going to see both the Drift Games guys in the top 32.
Yeah.
If Connor Falvey knocks this one out of the park, he could end up facing off against Dave Egan in the top 32. That would be interesting. Not pushing for it a lot, I am, the whole way. Look at the angle, though, that Falvey fires in, though, as he puts that car to angle, gets it dialed on the outside zone, and look at the line. This young man, I'm telling you now, is so talented. It's unbelievable. That sim drifting coming through. Look at that big clutch kick, dips it down, and across the line he goes, and rock steady in the car.
Yeah, agreed. It gives a little pat to the steering wheel. Good car, good car.
Good car.
Good job.
Well done.
Yeah, only mistakes that I saw was going into outside zone 4, just a bit longer on the e-brake, having to do a second e-brake pull to get through. That left foot brake was so fast right there, just to get that little bit extra to get it through the zone. So quick in transition, so much commitment into it. I mean, when you're that old, you don't truly understand how expensive a drift car is, so you drive it that much harder, thinking like,
his dad does.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. But just throws a little bit harder and drives a bit more aggressive, and just you don't have that same connection. You don't understand, you know, you haven't had to work a 40-hour work week, 50, 60-hour work week.
To build a car.
Exactly. You know, he's definitely hands-on with it, but what's cool is he is able to focus on the sim and able to put in 10,000 laps before he ever shows up, and it definitely shows. 88 up into 5th for Connor Falvey. Dang.
This kid, I'm telling you.
And humble.
Oh,
like
humble.
You would never know he's just a demon behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, super humble, a very nice guy, and you see him around the paddock very quiet and very respectful. You go back to the line to another man super respectful. It's Mika Keskikorpi from Finland, this BMW F22, new chassis, same look. As Keskikorpi fires that car in, big clutch kick, look at this. This is Jacob's bet for the weekend. Well, he's going to have to hold on to it. Whoa, that flick was gangster as he absolutely throws it down. This young man, again, has come out this year swinging from when we first see him in Drift Masters a few years back. And look at this from Keskikorpi. I tell you what, I think your money might be safe this weekend.
Yeah, there's a few spots, definitely needs some cleaning up, but just seeing him progress through the weekend and also just trying different things. There's a moment in transition where he left foot brakes while on throttle in the transition, which is not an easy thing to do. And the way it gets the car around is so dynamic. And I think it'll be something where it's still chaseable, but it will throw the other drivers for a bit of a loop. So it could have been out of desperation. It could have been, you know, something he was planning on doing, but it just shows that the tool bag for Mika Keskikorpi is so deep. The things that he's able to do and the way he's able to just try something different midway through qualifying is signs to me of a driver that's trying to progress every single run.
Oh, 100%. And watching him evolve and grow as a driver over the last few years has been so impressive. And I remember seeing him for the first time. He was so nervous he couldn't even do an interview. He was so nervous that he would shake before qualifying. And you look at him now, he's like, he's part of the crew, he's part of the family, and that rate to angle on outside zone 4 was something that I haven't seen anyone else do yet.
Yeah, it was really good.
And he was rewarded as well. Look at that, an 82 for Keskikorpi. And yeah, I mean, look, evolving.
How are him and I the same age? He looks like 10 years younger. I don't know what he's eating, but I need some.
You go to Finland, drink the water.
Got it.
That's what I've been told anyway. That's what they tell me. Okay, there you go. Back to Estonia we go, and it's going to be Oliver Randalou, BMW E46, M50 Turbo, fires that car in. This young man, super confident as well, looking good out there. Oh, look at that line. That's absolutely beautiful. Gets to that curb nice and early, uses all of the track, utilises that track the judges said he was allowed to use to get to that outside zone, flicks the car through. And again, he's using every inch of tarmac available here in Spain as he puts it across the line, and that was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, that M50 sounds beautiful. Maybe one of the best sounding engines. I would say best sounding turbo engine on the grid right now.
Okay,
Can I go with that?
I'm not going to get involved in that conversation. No, not getting involved whatsoever.
Okay. No, just once again, something different. floaty. Very floaty run here. Loosen the car up a little bit slower. You can just see how much angle he's able to throw into the car. I really like these in-car views because it gives you an idea of what the driver is doing, obviously behind the wheel because you can see in it, but you can see if they're fighting the car or not, if they're enjoying it, if they're struggling. And this is just a very fun, slower, floaty run. I don't want to say slow because none of this is slow.
It's not slow, yeah.
But when we're comparing drivers that are well above 150K an hour going into some of these turns, if someone drops 5 or 6 kilometers, that is considered slower.
Yeah, exactly that. Look at that. What a jump up for Oliver Randalou. 87.5 into 6th position at the moment. And Randalou impressing the judges with that smooth flow, that nice line. And
I say slow. He's only 3 kilometers an hour slower at his max speed. Now, his average speed was much slower at 92 compared to Laurie Hinan, who was 98. So, but even still, it's only 6 kilometers difference.
There is nothing separating these guys this weekend. Juha Rinne now comes off the line from Finland in this beautiful GR86. Through the gears he goes, 1,000 horsepower. You can see the way he's working that wheel, puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Look at that, almost tips the wheel over but holds onto it. Now balances that car but gets to it too early, and it's a big mistake from Rinne as he can't fulfill all of outside zone 4. Works the back end of that GR86 across the circuit into the zones, dials on the angle, on the throttle nice and early. It's a beautiful line for the last part of the track, but the big mistake outside zone 4.
Yeah, and you could see it coming a bit early too. You could see it just earlier on in the run. It was like something doesn't quite look right.
No.
And then when he got into 4, it was just tough. Even that, the way he pulled that e-brake really, really early without a ton of angle, and then just wasn't able to get the car to sit into outside zone 4 correctly. Takes a really shallow line through here. Does get it a little bit deeper through the last part of the zone by getting the car to sink in, and it makes the rest of the run look pretty good. But it did take about halfway through that zone before he was actually able to get into the spot where the judges were scoring. So tough go for an otherwise just an expert veteran. One of the first drivers I really started following back in the day. Yeah. So for me, it's a kind of a cool full circle moment.
I'll tell you the truth, for me as well.
Yeah.
When I started looking further abroad than the British Isles and looking into European and global drifting, Rinne popped up, not improving, stays where he is in 30th position. Only one person that can really affect the score at the moment coming up. But yeah, Rinne, a guy that's been around for a very long time. Adam Zalewski on the line right now. He is the only guy that can upset top 32. Dmitri Brutki sits in 32nd place.
Ooh.
76.5 is the score that Adam Zalewski needs to get in the show and take Brutki out. Can he do it right now? We see a little problem with the car earlier. There, they got it fixed. Is it 100%? He slams through the gears. The former Drift Masters champion needs to get it all done right now. You can hear that car on full tilt. It's not that good on the outside zone. He gets to that zone though very nicely. Oh, he's deep into the wall. He runs the wall, takes the tail light out the back end of it. As he comes through, the car doesn't sound 110%, but he's trying his best. As Zalewski puts foot to floor, clutch kicks the car, and it struggles to get across the line.
Yeah, rough go. I think this is more out of aggression. You can see the brows furrowed there. I mean, listen, sometimes a 360 comes out of excitement, and sometimes it comes out of being
pure aggression.
Yeah, a little upset. Yeah, seeing the car not able to gain traction out of the blocks gave me a good indication that maybe the setup is not where he wants it to be. And you can see it through the rest of it. The car is just not biting in the way that it should. He gets on throttle when he should. Like that should have had the car bite, but it just wasn't there. So I think it's one of those back to the alignment. Thankfully that hit wasn't too bad.
Wasn't too bad, yeah.
It could have been bad. If he would have let off throttle and it snapped back around, we'd be here a little bit longer tonight than we expected. But yeah, tough, definitely tough. But just wasn't able to get the car to bite in off that launch.
No, he didn't. And you know what? As he fired into 4, it was like the car didn't react. It was like he set it up for 4, and then it just wanted to just wash off the edge of the circuit. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it was ready to go. And you're right, Jacob. I think that could come down to maybe a lack of time in practice, because they've been working on the car during the practice session. So that setup, that dialing the car in, they lacked that throughout today, and that's shown. And there we go. He is in the show.
Wow!
Just about a 77, and we lose Dmitri Brutki out of competition. Zalewski slides in by a hair. Everybody else after this point right now is in the show and in competition. We go back to the line. Now it's just for kudos. Now it's just for that top spot. Who will take it in qualifying? Can it be this man? Will it be the former Drift Masters champion, Piotr Wojciech, as he fires through in this A90 Super? Look at the aggression, look at the angle. Oh, look at the line. It's textbook right to the edge of the circuit, as the Polishman now is not messing around. He's got this car figured out. It took him a while, but now he knows the way it works and the way it wants to be driven.
Yeah, he's got this dialed. He's got this sorted.
He's got it so dialed.
There is nothing scarier than a Piotr that's on his game.
Yeah, look, once he got that S15, the team got those S15s dialed, he was untouchable.
Oh, it's crazy.
And I think this season they've got that Supra dialed, and I think he could be also untouchable.
This is a chassis with probably the least amount of notes that we've got in competitive drifting right now. It's also a very notoriously difficult car to drive just because of its inherent design. But once again, locking it in, getting it sorted, it is a scary, fast car. It can grip, it can catch you, you can throw everything at it, but if you've misstepped at any point, it bites you immediately. Piotr Vincek, the entire run, was just flirting with that.
Yeah.
Between absolute perfection and absolute chaos, and that is where you get these high qualifying scores when you find that.
Oh, it's going to be a good year.
Oh, it's going to be a good year.
Watching Peter Wojciech in that car is going to be a very good year. And look at that. He already comes out with a bat swinging. A 91.7 drops him into first place. And that is a statement from a man that's practiced all off-season. Becky, what has that man got to say? Because he must be happy.
Well, he just said to me, that's good, when I told him the score. A 91.7 puts you in first position, Peter. You're looking pretty good out there. How's this car performing for you?
Thank you for bringing the good news, actually. But, you know, there are still a lot of good guys ahead, so we are happy now, but we still need to observe. But the track is tricky, to be honest. Those zones aren't on the edge of the tarmac, so it's really hard to point exactly where they are with the rear wheels. But, yeah, looks like we didn't do too bad, so fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Very good, Peter. Thank you so much.
It looks like we didn't do too bad, says the man in first place of qualifying. He said it's very tricky because the zones aren't on the edge of the track, and now I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
The judges have played an ace card. They've said, oh, you want to be the best in Europe? Well, show us.
Yeah.
Show us what you've got. You think you're the best in the world? Show us. Well, here we go. Oran Nilsson through the gears in this Sora, fires that car in, big clutch kick. As I say, this is kudos right now. Everyone's in the show. This is for the top spot in qualifying, and we've just seen what Wojciech can do. And now look at Nilsson. He's been top step before. Can he do it again? He's been top of qualifying. He fires that car through, looks for the edge of the track, picks up the zones, puts the rear wheel to the edge of the tarmac. These guys are now on another level.
Yeah, this is, I mean, here's the other part to this too, to make it even more difficult. We're starting to drop in temperature. The track is changing, it's tightening up. It can get quicker.
Yeah.
It's just more difficult again, but the speed he carries out of outside zone one after that initiation still has angle, but it's just picking up speed all the way through the run. Look at that. Just the way that he's managing the cockpit of the car, just demanding the car goes where he tells it to. It's not a fight. He's beating this car into submission all the way around this run and just enjoying it. And it's so good to see that you can do that and still have fun. And then look, by the end of the run, just relax, like, yep.
Chilled.
Yep, doing what I need you to do. Get around this run. And I'm sure there's a gigantic grin behind that beautifully painted helmet.
Yeah, brand new painted helmet for Oran Nilsson. He unveiled this weekend along with the car, and he's looking good. He's feeling confident. And Oran Nilsson, I tell you, when he's in the zone, when he's in the right mindset, that man is unbelievably good behind the wheel.
Anybody on this grid is like that.
True.
Like, there's no foregone conclusion at any point.
This is it. We get champions from their own countries.
Yeah.
We bring them all together to one big circus, and we travel around Europe, and we go, show us what you got.
Yeah.
And here we go, an 86.5. He does improve ever so slightly, almost in that top 10 for Oran Nilsson, the Norwegian driver. He'll be happy with that. And we go back to the line once again. It's going to be Benediktas Čerba right now as we start to really pull out the big guns right now as Benediktas Čerba comes off the line. This incredible 2JZ E92 BMW, fresh back from the Middle East just a few days ago. And Čerba Looking a little wavy there as he struggles to get that car on power. Now finds it into the groove, into the outside zone. On the line he goes down. Does Sherber absolutely flawless at the moment. Looking good, dials on the angle, picks up that inner, and now these guys are really in the zone.
Yeah, he worried me a little bit when he got onto the rumble strips and outside zone 4 because you are jumping the car. You don't have the traction, you don't have the bite anymore. So if you are carrying a bit too much speed and that car doesn't dig into it, you're going into that concrete barrier and it is eating any car that touches it. So right here, look, you can see just gets into it just a touch, and I was scared for him. I won't lie. A little worried.
A little nervous,
but does a good job, carries so much speed through here, has to add that little bit of extra angle and able to get through that zone without shooting off track. And what's cool too is with every angle you see something a little bit different. You might not notice a left foot brake like that, or you might not notice how deep to get into a zone. So camera placement, great job by the production team getting this all together, and you learn something new with every replay.
Yeah, exactly that. The different views, the slow-mos, every shot unveils a mistake or a reward that the driver has done.
Lifts the veil.
Yeah, lifts the veil. There's no hiding here at Drift Masters. If you make a mistake, we're going to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, our judges are top-notch, and they've got eyes like a hawk and can pick out everything. And, there's times where I think I saw something, and you can just see him look at me. I'm like, what did I miss? And then we go to the replay. I'm like, well, there it is.
There it is, yeah.
Yep.
And there we go, an 81.5, just 0.5 in it for Cherba. Look, I've said it before, Cherba very good at consistent driving.
Yeah.
Very good at consistent driving. That could be dangerous because a man that knows the line inside out every single run, it could be on fire. Look, Torane Kavia, he topped qualifying, but he's been knocked down a peg by Piotr Wojciech. He won't like that, Kavia. Kavia wants to be the guy this weekend. He'll be on the hunt right now for that top step. What can he do, though? A few points left in the bag. And look at the smoke from the back of Kavia's car. Full commitment on the handbrake. Look at the line into outside zone 4. Keeps it clean as Kavia now drops down. A little shallow, maybe. But who am I to judge on this man's driving right now as Kavia dials the angle in, picks up the front clipping point, dumps the clutch across the line. Kavia is on an absolute flyer this weekend.
Yeah, just so direct. So just knowledgeable of what he needs to do to get the run done. There's nothing that was weird about that run that seemed erratic or dysfunctional. It was just go in. This is where I e-brake. This is where I shift gears. This is where I absolutely crush this zone. This is where the fans cheer. This is where I come out of it and wave to everybody. Like, just knew this was back to work, knew the schedule, clocked in, clocked out, got the score. Is it going to be enough to climb back on the top spot? I'm not sure.
Oh, really? Oh, you're on the fence.
I'm on the fence.
Oh, I like
definitely
it.
on the fence.
Jump on the fence. Let's go on there together.
I'm standing right on it, ready to be pushed off because I want to be wrong.
I'm telling you, it's better.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
You think it's enough to take the top spot?
Potentially.
All right. Let's see.
It was good.
I've got a stern high five on it for you. If you nail that, you'll hear it on the broadcast.
I thought you was going to buy me dinner or something at least.
Nah, come on, man.
Come on. Barbecue at your house.
Done deal.
Oh, there we go. That's
anytime you want to come by, man, I will get the pit out. I need no excuse to get the barbecue out.
There we go. Look, it's going to be there. Oh, are you kidding me? A 91.2 for Kavia. The judges are just teasing me. 0.5 away.
Man.
Tomorrow is going to be a whole nother bowl of gravy because this is going to be wild. Right, here we go, back on the line. And now you've got Jack Shanahan, who at the moment is sitting with an 88.5. He won't want to miss out on the 90 part. He want to be up there nice and high as well. Through the gears he goes, a big flick to angle, and now Shanahan starting to work this one out. Look at this. Every inch of tarmac is in use. This is unbelievable. These guys are a different sauce right now as Shanahan starts to find the groove, gets himself across the circuit. Shanahan, a little dab with the handbrake, sets himself up on the rev limiter. Absolutely brilliant across the line.
Oh, I'm so happy I'm not a judge. I'm happy I just get to be excited and yell into a microphone about how amazing this sport is, how incredible these drivers are. We don't have to do any of this stuff. There's notes out, calculators, abacus.
Oh, the whole
I don't even know what an abacus is, but there's one on the desk right now.
Mateus has got his shoes off already. He's counting toes a lot. He's run out of fingers.
Yeah, I mean, collectively, we're bringing people in to count on fingers. That's how difficult this has become. Jack Shanahan, this is quintessential Jack Shanahan.
Yeah.
I could squint my eyes, you could take off the livery, you could never tell me who's driving. I would know exactly who's driving this run. it's just so mean and angry and aggressive and
it's classic Jack
frustrated.
Shanahan.
Like
classic Jack Shanahan.
Very classic Jack Shanahan. Oh man, it's so epic to see. And you know somebody's reading off the score, so I'm like, hey, Piotr's got this, Tornay's got this. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, James Dean's still ahead of you. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm just looking at that top 5, and you guys, you can.
You just wait. You just hang tight there.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah.
Don't leave your TV.
Oh, did I just hear that right? That Jack Shanahan fired off his telemetry unit off the roof on the last corner. Oh, tore it. Okay.
Well,
someone.
Sorry, Wally.
So fast, they threw Wally into the crowd. Here we go. Oh, and a 90.5 for Jack Shanahan.
Joins the 90 club.
He wanted to join the 90 club in 3rd position at the moment. That top 5 is unbelievable.
Yeah, and the line has been the toughest part here.
Yeah.
Like, we've not seen perfect line runs. We're our best drivers are still just entering into the 90s.
Yeah.
So there's room to go.
Right, Kevin Pascolti from Hungary off the line in this incredible BMW E92. More power this year, another 300 horsepower. Can he put it to use right now? Maybe he left some in the tank for first qualifying run. He certainly did, because now he's coming out absolutely ripping. Look at that from Pascolti. I want to know if he kept both the rear wheels in that zone as he comes through. Down the hill he goes, looks to dial on the angle, picks it up. Oh!
No, that's not fair.
No, why?
It was too good, that's why. He had to show, he's like, I can't show all my cards. If I come across the line.
I mean, look, he's sitting in 10th place at the moment. It's not like he's in a bad position in qualifying. Yeah. But that, again, I think that was another 90.
Yeah, easily. That might have been one of our highest qualifying scores, but maybe, hot take. He just went, you know what? I don't want to qualify first. I don't want to qualify first. Yeah. I was about to. 10 sounds nice. I like that number.
10's a good round number, yeah. Oh, I'd love to know what happened there with Kevin Pascolti. We'll find out all the behind the scenes. Obviously, tomorrow we have more info coming back and forth to us, and we'll get to chat to those drivers tonight as well after
we'll
this
be
broadcast finishes. So we go back on the line. Kevin Pascolti. He'll be feeling confident for sure. Look at this, he's absolutely dialed into the zone. Doesn't even want to look at the camera as Kevin Pascolti sits on the line, and 85.5 as he fires through the gears. That car hitting the rev limiter as he shifts gears now, fires through, very shallow angle, but he makes it work. That car gripped up to the 9s. He dials on big angle. Can he pull it off? He certainly can, as Kevin Pascolti now works his way through, looks for that inner zone, looks for the outer zone, fires that car to angle, slows the car down on big angle as he picks up the zones and across the line.
Yeah, solid line run there. Almost backs it into 4.
Yeah.
Like just really heavily into 4 there, but still cool.
Very
cool.
Good.
Great job throughout the entire line. Scored tons of angles as they came into 4. Right here, look at just gets the car, places it at angle, small correction there, another small correction there, but back on throttle. Just feeding the car into the zone.
Yeah, exactly that. Just working it into the groove, getting that car dialed on more angles, setting himself up to make that transition down off the bank into those inners. Very clever driving from Kevin Pascolti, looking good. Once again out there, that for me was brilliant.
Yeah,
Fired
good
the car
transition.
in, slowed the car down on angle, tried to use minimal brake.
Right there. You can see that addition of angle. Scrubs out a little bit of speed. That side bite in the car is going to slow things down. So, yeah, good run there. Just exciting.
But I would just see another shot there of Kevin Pascolti as he fired his, of Kevin Pascolti as he fired his hand in the air. So I wonder what happened. Maybe the car shut out.
Could be.
Could have shut down there. Right, so we wait to get the score in for Kevin Pascolti, and there it is, an 87 dead, jumps him into 10th position at the moment.
Almost everybody has improved on their score, though.
Yeah.
So the other part, too, is because this track hasn't been used a lot for drifting, we're rubbering it in. It's getting better every time we put it lap.
Run.
Yeah. So, benefit going later.
It certainly is. Right, off the line, Paweł Korpolinski from Poland. 2JZ Nissan 200X S14A fires through. And this man really does come alive in the chase driving. He's a very good line driver, another sim driver behind the scenes as Pavel Korpolinski puts that car right where it needs to be. A little shallow on some of these zones. Now dials that car in an angle. Barely touches the handbrake to slow it down. Back on throttle nice and early and across the line. And Korpolinski, renowned for that chase driving, really comes alive in those battles.
Yeah, and I mean, he's doing fairly well in qualifying, but chase is definitely where he picks it up. And I mean, that's how he managed to take 5th last year. And we need to remember that too. Like, it's very easy to remember the top 3, but a 5th was, you know, just a little bit of bad luck away from a championship.
Oh yeah, it's one non-podium.
Yeah, that's it.
All it is.
That's it. So. I mean, a driver definitely known for the chase game. I feel like when you have drivers like that, it's okay. Let's get through qualifying.
Yeah.
There's also kind of an argument to be made to qualifying a little bit lower, because now you're going to chase a driver that's a bit easier to chase, right? These drivers that qualify really high, usually that's an incredibly easy car to chase. It might be really fast, but you can have a bit more confidence in driving against them. So I'm not saying that's the case here. I've seen other series where drivers have played some games to qualify a bit lower when it was a bit more secure, when you kind of knew you were going to qualify. But I think there's a little bit less pressure when you're that good of a chase driver.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't have to qualify that high.
to qualify high.
Yeah.
I know I can get it done in the chase.
Yep.
That's where I do the damage. If my lead's good enough, I'll get through.
Exactly.
Well, there we go. An 88.5, just barely improves. 5th position.
Yeah.
Finished 5th last year.
I know.
5th right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
coincidence?
Yeah, you
think
could write it. Right, here we go. Top 4 starts right now. Connor Shanahan sits on the line. What can he do? The 2023 champion works his way through the gears in this 2JZ Toyota GT86 and flicks the car across the circuit. Big clutch kick from Shanahan now. Shallows up the angle, goes right to the edge of the track. He knows what these guys have been doing. He's very good at watching everyone else, and he does. Rinse and repeat, copies everyone else, gets that car glued to that outside line, puts it right where the judges want to see it. Can he hold this one together as he fires on big angle, barely touches the brake, and Shanahan goes to the edge of the track and across the line.
Yeah, and that in-car right at the beginning, there's a bit of nervousness. Also, best 360 we've seen so far. Solid. You can see the nervousness when he's shifting. He's kind of like gripping that shifter and kind of playing with a little bit. That's some tension.
Tense, yeah.
Yeah, but as we saw with maybe one of the most Jack Shanahan-style runs in himself, this is quintessential Connor Shanahan. Getting the job done. Placing the car, not doing anything too crazy. He's one of those drivers that the only person that can usually take him out is himself.
Yeah.
And he's dialed it back. He's calmed himself down. He's maturing as a driver. Look at how calm he is. Oh, that is intense. But like, not freaking out. The nerves were gone. He got through. As soon as he initiated, that was it. Just laser focus. That look could tear drywall off. Oh, that is scary. That is the 1,000-yard stare that you hear about. Like, just total focus on getting this job done.
It's laser focus. It's
intense.
focused that nothing else. That, you know, some of these guys have said to me before, I'm so focused that everything goes slow. 89 for Shanahan, 5th place, just drops below his brother at the moment, and James Dean.
Oh, it's going to be some ribbing in the pits.
I tell you, the top 10 is absolutely delightful right now. The top 10 is delightful. We go back to the line to James Dean in this incredible brand new Ford Mustang RTR. He comes off the line, that V8 screaming, a bag load of nitrous to get her alive as he hangs on and fires through. Listen to the sound of that V8 as Dean fires it through. Look at this from James Dean. He won't want to get left out. He'll want to be top spot, and it looks very good at the moment as Dean goes right to the edge of the circuit and right to the edge once again. A dab of the handbrake sets Dean up for that inside zone, right to the edge and across the line. That is flawless. I don't care what anyone says. That is flawless.
His ability to stay on throttle through a transition where everybody else might lift off to let the car snap around. He's like, nah, just use throttle to get there, is crazy. You can feel it with this engine, how hard he's driving. It screams the entire way around the track.
I'm going to say that's the best run of the day.
Wow. I'm not going to argue with you.
The decel into 4 was minimum. There was no long drag on the handbrake. He was on, off. He worked the car on angle. Everything else for me was pretty much there.
Yeah, there's minimal correction. It's not even a correction. It's just ensuring perfection.
Yeah.
That's it. There was nothing wrong with the run. It was just, I want to make it as perfect as possible.
Can he come out in a brand new car, never used in Europe before, and just show everyone what it's all about?
It might happen. Round 1. It might happen. It might be happening right before our very eyes right now.
Look at this.
Oh,
It was the way he transitioned the car on throttle, as you said, it was flawless. I don't know. Oh, and it is, and James Dean is back, ladies and gentlemen, a 93.5. I'm telling you now, he is here for business.
Wants another championship. How many can he win? We're running out.
Well, I tell you what, he can win 2 in 1 year if he carries on like this.
Yeah.
He is not messing around, but there is one man left to go who will want to stop him dead in his tracks. He's got the target on his back. He is the reigning and defending champion. He has the biggest amount of fans supporting him and pushing him and willing him along. Can Laurie Hinan take the top of qualifying, or will he be the bridesmaid once again as he fires through? Look at the line from Hinan, and he's clinical. He's absolutely dialed in, as Laurie Hinan would have seen that score drop in, and he would have said to the judges, there's more out there. This is unbelievable. I don't think he's touched the brake. It's across the line. It's so fast, it's a joke.
That car looked like it was shaking apart through that last inside zone. Like, I could see the whole thing viscerally moving around as, oh my God, the speeds out of Laurie Hinan, and that is our fastest average speed through the entire run. Laurie Hinan, the fastest driver on grid right now. Definitely just putting down as quick as he can, but still filling the zones, driving at angle with style. That is the perfect package of a driver. Somebody who can do all of those things. Does he even fit in this car? Look at how close he is to the dash. This is such an obscure driving angle. The backhand shift. None of this should make sense. This shouldn't make sense.
I thought James Dean's was good. I don't know. Because that was equally, if not good or better.
Yeah, a Finnish driver in a 180 SX with a NASCAR V8.
Yep.
Too close to the dash, shifting backhanded. It shouldn't make sense, but it is all the flaws and craziness of this driver and car package that makes it so incredible.
Oh,
not
and it's
quite.
not there.
Wow.
An 88. We were very wrong.
That happens.
For us, it looked good. For the judges, it was not that good. Well, I guess we'll find out more about that later on from the judges. And that rounds out round 1 of qualifying. Let's have a look at the results, because I want to see this. I want to see how this lines up. I've seen the top 5, I've seen the top 10, but where does everyone else sit in this? There we go. James Dean rounds out qualifying with a 93.5. Takes the top split. Peter Wojciech second, Kvyat third, Shanahan fourth, Shanahan fifth. This is going to be a hell of a year, because these guys aren't messing around. Heinen drops into the 8th place there. Oren Nilsson gets himself into 13th. Piscotty in the fight, in the conversation. Yogo Cora, how did that car hold on? In the right in the middle of the top 32. Jason Bernay, the man I put my money on this weekend. Well, he's in the show, that's for sure. Halovnia crashed a car yesterday, in it. Egan in it. Baxi in the show. Look at this. Rittenen, Yves Meyer, Pontus Hartmann and Adam Zalewski out of nowhere, just about by the skin of his teeth, made it into the show. And these are the guys we're going to be losing this weekend. A lot of wild cards, a lot of newcomers to the championship. Lessons to be learned for those guys.
Yeah.
Maybe some time to reflect and, go back over the proceedings of this weekend. But the thing that I am excited to see, and I know that everyone at home is excited to see it, and so are you, Jacob, and that is the battle tree. And here it is. James Dean will take on Adam Zalewski. I'm just going to have a look for some standout battles for me. Oran Nilsson, Yako Ula.
Yeah.
Straight away it screams into my face.
Connor Shanahan, Clint Vanort. That is going to be nasty.
Connor Falvey against Jakub Puszkonski.
Yeah.
That is going to be a very good battle. Pavel Korpolinski, Steve Bagsi, Biagioni, 2 guys that are deadly in the chase and have a pretty good lead run. That one's going to be very, very good as well. Egan Poitalaksko.
Yeah, I know.
That's going to be some pressure right there for Dave Egan.
Kevin Passura, Mika Keskakorpi, that's another crazy. Like, that whole bracket is absolutely nuts.
Well, there we go. Let's take a look back at that qualifying run that rounded out qualifying, that took us to the top spot, the 93.5. Jacob, it was just spectacular.
It was just all throttle, Ian, all the way through. Just on throttle, on throttle, on throttle. Oh, look, I'm going to take a break to cool it off. Back on throttle. That's it. Just James Dean knew nothing but put your right foot down and send this car around the lap. Even there, where everybody was floating the car out. Nope. And that is what these RTRs do, though, is all they want to do is be driven at throttle. They actually perform so bad at half throttle. It's an issue. They just know rev limiter.
Well, there we go. James Dean. takes it. We're going to have a look at the points of quali, and of course, we've still yet to got our qualifying showdown to come, where these guys get to go head-to-head. So there we go there, the points bagged at the moment. James Dean with the most amount of points in 8th. Wycheck in the conversation, though, this season already.
Can't forget.
Kvyat, though, getting himself in there. He held on to first place in qualifying for a long time and then was slowly chipped away out by most of the rest of the grid. Jack Shanahan will round out our top 4 drivers that will do our qualifying showdown in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, wild. And what a great addition to the show. Hey, you did really well, but now let's do something absolutely crazy.
Right, let's go down to our lady on the ground. Becky, you are with Connor Shanahan. Let's hear about it.
Yes, so Connor, we're seeing you over here in Europe. You're back and forth from FD to Drift Masters. What is it like being back on the Drift Masters grid, and how is qualifying for you?
Yeah, it's great to be back. The level is getting higher and higher every time we come back here, but actually quite happy. Stressful morning for me with a problem, so not that much practice. But the team done an amazing job to get the car back where it needed to be, and I can't thank those guys enough. But yeah, overall, I'm really happy. Car is performing very good. To be honest, a little bit kind of trying to figure out, I feel like the second run was definitely a higher scored run than what I got, and that's just from a driver preference watching it back. I see other guys making similar runs and scored a little bit different, so looking forward to try get the information what I need so I can understand in my head to be better, of course, for tomorrow. But 5th overall is quite good, and you can't win the race in qualifying, so tomorrow there'll be a big push on.
Absolutely, and let's talk about this track, Circuito del Jarama. Like, how are you finding it? It's quite a long run-up. It's a very fast track. Have you had to loosen the car up, or have you gripped it up? Can you tell the viewers a little bit how these cars are set up to handle this?
Yeah, right now I think everybody for sure is running quite loose. It's a very fast track. You need a lot of power for this track, 100%, and can't thank the package what I have underneath the bonnet is performing good. Race-winning brands, DBM engines have done an incredible job as always. Gave me the package what I need, and the change to Pulsar turbos also this year is quite nice. So looking forward to pushing it a little bit more, dining a little bit grip in. We can get a bit of information from Jack setup now as he's about to go and battle in the showdown. So it'll be good to see where he sits tonight, reschedule, and have a plan with the team in the morning and see how we can try win this thing tomorrow.
And we've got to talk about it. I mean, now you're battling your brother in Europe and across the pond in the States. What's it like having a team on both sides?
It's great. It's obviously very different. I love driving with Jack more than anything in the world. We built this together with my family who've, dedicated everything to us, and we're trying to keep the legacy going and building it as much as we can. So Formula Drift is definitely very different right now. It's very different seeing him at the opposite side of the pit. So it's a great feeling. The click is back. I think the team is in a good place, and it's definitely a better start than what we had last year. So it's an honor to drive with Jack no matter where it is in the world, but to be on the same team as him, even brother or not, it's always special.
We've got to talk about where the nerves coming in this morning that you were going to have a repeat of 2024. Obviously, we had car issues, which led to, you didn't qualify. Was there a little bit of nervousness in there? You were like, oh no, we're back in Spain. Is it happening again?
Yeah, for sure. My heart went out to Dwayne this morning. I know exactly how that feeling is. And for me, I can understand Dwayne's position this evening will be a very, tough situation to deal with, not just about not qualifying, but coming off almost winning this championship last year. I came off winning the championship in 2023 and had the worst round I ever had at Drift Masters at the start of 2024. So, the world goes up and down, and, for sure those thoughts were coming into my head. But, I put full faith in the team. We learned from a lot of lessons last year, and I feel like we were a way stronger team, a way stronger package this year. So I wasn't stressing that much. I knew that we had it under cover, and glad that the car put down 2 solid runs in qualifying.
Nicely done, Connor, and we'll see you in top 32 tomorrow. Guys, that's all she wrote.
Thanks, Becky. And yeah, Becky's with us all weekend, all year, getting that information, and she loves getting down there, getting that information.
Getting the nitty-gritty. Pouring the tea.
But hey, she's kind with it, because when it's a sad situation, she deals with it good. Right, look, we're going down to the qualifying showdown in just a few moments' time, and this is how it works. Top 4 qualifiers face off in battles. Extra championship points, up to 4 additional points for contenders. But I want to see what the qualifying showdown battle tree looks like, because I want to see who's facing who. And this, for you guys at home and for us here at Drift Masters, is a little glimpse into what we're going to see tomorrow when we go into top 32. It's going to be James Dean to take on the man that lives literally next door, Jack Shanahan. Then it's going to be Pedro Wycheck to take on Kvyat, 2 guys that went head-to-head in Sweden many moons ago, and it ended in a very controversial ending.
Super crazy ending to that one, but I mean, epic battles from both of them. And Yeah, I mean, James Dean, Jack Shannon, if there's a way to put trust in another driver, it's living next door to them. It's talking about, going to drink the water in Finland. I need to drink the water in Cork, so hopefully I can become a slightly better drifter.
So you can be a calm, relaxed, really good drifter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to do it.
Well, there we go. Look, the crowd are pumped for this. Everyone here is pumped for this. And I think we are almost ready to kick off our qualifying showdown. And these guys, look, they're getting treated. Because if they're not coming back tomorrow, which I hope they have, I hope they've got weekend tickets. I hope they're going to camp out. They've got the weekend tickets. Top 32 is going to be extreme because from what we've seen today, these guys are not going to mess around. It's going to be door-on-door action the whole way. And a lot of drivers said to me earlier on today that the way this track flows, the way it opens up on those transitions, in the chase driving position, you can make big dives, get onto the door, and it looks so spectacular.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to do it, too. Like, there are certain tracks where you have a bunch of transitions, but they're close, they're back-to-back, so you kind of have to dive in and pull back out immediately. Here, you have that opportunity, you have that whole setup after the start where you can kind of get into it, especially with the removal of the chicane now. It's a little bit different. There's a bunch of changes to the start, so we're going to run through that shortly. But yeah, there's a lot of spots for the driver to get into the pocket, get on the door, and really just have a good time and just run next to that driver the entire time.
Well, exactly that. And look, as you can see, cars warming up down there, and I'm going to start talking about the new start line procedure because here at Drift Masters we decided to get rid of that chicane and we're going to switch it up for 2025. Now, the lead car sits on the line, on that white line in front of our start line Marshall Martin. The chase car will sit 8 meters behind on a white line behind the lead car. Now, there is a laser beam that crosses the track and they have to break it within a second. We're going to get through it, but this is it. Let's head to qualifying showdown. Right, well, here we go. On the line, we are ready to rock and roll with our first qualifying showdown of 2025. And this is the setup of our new start line. Jack Shanahan sits 8 meters behind the lead car. James Dean sits there with a beam crossing at the front of his car. Once our start line marshal presses the button, once they give the thumbs up, he has a second to leave the line, a second to break the beam. Otherwise, we will see our strobe flash red. That means it's a false start. They've got used to it. They've been doing it in practice. Its system works very, very well. All the drivers are happy with it. Now it's time to put it into perspective as they sit on the line, ready to rock and roll. And there you go. It gets a proper launch off the line. No messing around. Side by side. Oh, Shanahan aggressive already. No messing around. He goes for the back bumper of that Mustang as Dean fires it across the circuit. Shanahan lost a little bit there, but Dean now wanders and wavers in outside zone 4. Can Shanahan make up some lost ground? He can as it opens up for him. He dives down on the inside, goes for the door of James Dean's Mustang and pushes him across the line.
Ah, what a great way to open this battle up. I mean, two epic drivers, as we said, living next door to each other. These two drivers may have battled each other more than almost anybody else on grid. So James Dean out in the lead, Shanahan the chase. Shanahan just so aggressive at initiation, just right there following in the smoke of James Dean as they come through that first zone. You can see how fast that RTR is, and Jack has to pull some of the line out in order to make up the difference, but that dive he's able to do, now able to get into the pocket of James Dean. You can see the e-brake pulls just to find his way into the door of that chrome blue RTR and having to pull a bunch of line out to get back into it because that Mustang is just so fast. But Jack looks composed, doesn't freak out, doesn't do anything wild, and knows he can get back into the fight here and end on a really, really close and high note.
I mean, this is what we're going to be...
This is just the appetizer, man.
This is starters.
Yeah, this is the amuse-bouche, if you will.
Look, tomorrow is going to be absolutely unbelievable. If you're going to join us, don't forget to tune in exclusively on Red Bull TV for all Top 32 action. But right now, you are witnessing our qualifying showdown, where we see these guys just back behind the grid, ready to rock and roll. James Dean just having a word with his spotters down there, maybe getting a cool sip of water. It's
maybe.
Very warm out there still, Jacob.
It is not cold, that is for sure.
Right, Jack Shanahan gives him a nod, gives him the thumbs up. He says, nice, I like it.
That's good.
Let's see what we can do when we swap it around. Can you keep up?
Yeah.
That's what Jack Shanahan's saying. As James Dean, look at this, decides to jump a little bit over the line. Now, the chase driver can do that. They can cross that line and start creeping forward.
Yeah, it's
Shanahan, sorry.
It's a strategy, for sure.
It's a strategy, yeah. Shanahan slams the door closed. Look, gets that green light, has to go. Puts the car through the gears. Dean already following him, already on the back bumper. That GT86 as they fire in. Now Shanahan starts to pull a little ground, but Dean goes for it, transitions a little earlier as Shanahan gets into outside zone 4, puts the back end right where it needs to be. Oh, and Dean is glued to the side of Jack Shanahan. Almost contact, it's bumper to bumper on transition as Dean goes for the door of Shanahan's 86 across the line.
This gives you an idea, too, of how massive these Mustangs are. They are gigantic cars. Even by American standards, these things are huge. But look at James Dean. He's able to creep ahead, as we said. And now we get this launch. All the concerns about the chicane being removed and the lead driver being able to take off, gone.
Gone.
Gone. The fact that the chase driver and the lead driver both know exactly when they're going to be leaving, exactly what the timing's going to be like, gives the chase driver so many more options. And the last thing you want to do is give James Dean more options in the chase. This works so well for him. I don't think you could blindfold him and he'd still be able to chase this well. Jack Shanahan out in the lead, though, really, really solid. He gave all the opportunity in the world for James Dean to be able to do what he did, following in behind him. Great run from Jack Shanahan. Incredible run from James Dean. There's going to be, we're going to have to compare both runs. There's a little bit more of a gap in that, but Jack's lead was pretty solid, so I got no guesses yet. I'm still learning, Ian. I'm still learning.
Hey, listen, I've been doing this for a long, long time now, and I'm still learning. Every year I'm learning. And look at that thumb up to James Dean across the line, and they're out of the car, and the crowd give him a round of applause. And James is saying, that was good fun. I was on your door, and you were on my door, and we should do this tomorrow.
Yeah, that's definitely the censored version of it. But yeah, for sure, Ian.
Well, there we go. Let's take a look at our new graphic for 2025. Slide them left to James. Right for James or left for Shanahan. There we go. It's unanimous. James Dean gets the win and advances through to the final of our qualifying showdown. And Jack Shanahan, well, he won't be disappointed with that, but he'll go back to the paddock and he'll get a whole load of information, a whole load of data to say, look, this is what we need to do. This is how fast these guys are. When you're in that chase position, we're going to bring it back up so the drivers can see it.
Go. Now they can see. Man, but great competitors. And I mean, it's for points, but it's for fun. There's some respect there.
I think more for some of these drivers, it's the data.
Yeah.
It's the going back and saying, look, now these cars are at full tilt. Now there's no games that you get in practice.
Yeah.
This is what the real scenario is going to be. This is what we need to do.
Well, and in practice, the vast majority of drivers were not running hard tandems. James Dean, I mean,
maybe.
He definitely did. But a lot of them didn't. They left the gap so they could do it. But we'll see what happens now with these drivers. And it looks like Piotr Vincek electing to take the lead first.
Yeah.
So the drivers now get the choice. The higher qualifier gets to decide if they want to lead or chase first. This is going to play into so many scenarios. I can't wait to geek out about it later. But Piotr Vincek taking lead off the gate.
There we go, yeah, sits in that lead position. Look at Gaviria, absolutely chilled, ready to go, no stress.
Does he know he
knows
racing?
He's got a battle. Well, apparently they've told him. They downloaded the data for battles, so, I mean, who knows?
They sent him an email.
Gotta get this, it's like creep off the line as now they go through the gears. They get that green light, and look at that, Gaviria on the back bumper. The transition, the initiation was impeccable from both of these guys, absolutely firing. Oh, and a wobble from both guys as they jump on the handbrake to slow the cars down into the outside zone. Gaviria lost in the smoke, he's going wide. Can he hold on to it as Vicek absolutely fires away? And this one could be Vicek's in the bag as Gaviria has nothing in this one whatsoever.
Yeah, that was tough. The replay is going to give us a lot of notes. It got a little strange there into outside zone 4. As we take a look, I believe that's Tony Gaviria. It's tough to tell until the smoke cleared. But as we get into 4, that's where things get a little wonky.
Oh, the door came open.
Oh.
Gaviria's door came open.
That would spook me too.
That spooked him. Look, he shut it mid-run.
Mid-run, he shut the door.
Hey, that's nothing. We're going to see it on board now. Check this out. Ready? Boom. Doors open.
Can someone get this for me? No, nobody?
Gaviria's like, hey,
switch his hands.
It's got windy in here. Look, for God. This is the man who did a full run of Austria with a bonnet on the windscreen, remember?
I know.
That's what affected him.
Oh, okay. Still solid. But yeah, definitely got a little distracted there by not falling out of the car. I get he's strapped in and stuff, but I mean, either way, the door just opens. So that was, of all the things to happen.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, Piotr Vincek out front, solid, fast, very fast. Faster than he was before. Didn't think it was possible. Just a little wonky into 4. A little weird. Little shimmy, little shake.
Yeah. Coming into 4, there was a wobble.
A wobble.
There was a wobble.
Got it.
I don't know. He's calling over our start line, Marshall, and I hope there isn't an issue with Piotr Wojciech's car.
Our production team right in there. I do not speak Polish.
No one speaks Polish, and I'm not sure what's happening here. As what is
is he asking if he could pull further?
Oh, is he asking for the bodywork to be repaired? Was there contact?
That's too nice of a car.
And I see what's happened now. The bodywork is starting to rub on the rear wheel, so I'm not sure. Did Kvyat give him some contact and it's forced the bodywork under to rub on the rear wheel?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, he might have heard it as he was rolling. Hey, is something rubbing there?
I wonder if that happened on initiation. I didn't catch it when it happened, but they were quite close on initiation.
I'm hoping it's the bodywork that got pushed forward and not some part of the suspension that got pushed back.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case, but there's some creasing going on up near the top of the hatch.
I think there was some contact made.
Yeah.
And look at this. Martin, our start line marshal, has the duct tape out, ready to glue Kvyat in the car. And of course, if you're new to Drift Masters, we have no 5-minute rules here, no competition timeouts. If there's problems with the car on start line, you can't run, you're out of competition. Here we go. They're off the line, ready to go. Kvyat leading Piotr Wojciech for the second run of this qualifying showdown battle through the gears. And look at this now. Kvyat absolutely screaming. Wojciech, though, on the back bumper. A little wobble once again. Both guys slow down into outside zone 4. Wojciech is right with him. Wojciech is there onto the front wheel. On the door he goes. Wojciech absolutely screaming. Dives through the smoke. A little wobble. Maybe caught himself out there as Kvyat misses that zone. And Wojciech on the back bumper.
I'd really want to see the in-car from Piotr just because of the amount of inputs he was putting into that car. You could see everything he was doing. That car was just, it wanted to shoot, it wanted to launch. And Tony Kvyat, obviously with a slower setup in this car, and that's one of the, I mean, it's a drawback in the chase, but it can be a benefit in the lead that if you have a smoother, slower car, if the car behind you is really gripped up, they've got to fight to keep into the pocket without doing anything too crazy. How can he drive through that? Can we fix that? Can we get him a fan, a vacuum? I don't know, because he's just a monster to be able to get through that whole run. But
calm he was, though.
So calm. Like going for a Sunday cruise. I bet, someone better hand him an ice cream.
And you got the former champion breathing down your neck in a 1,000 horsepower Supra.
Yeah, just nothing. But that's where we're at with drifting. Like, so what? New year, new me. Don't care. Let's go. Oh man, absolutely wild. But so yeah,
we're just look at these two guys. I know, having fun. It's good to see them smiling and laughing. Look, they're like, oh, I'm wobbling, I was shutting my door and all this. Here we go, slide them left for Wojciech, right for Kvyat. Who's going to take it through to face off with James Dean? It's going to be Piotr Wojciech, ladies and gentlemen. Wojciech goes through, and the judges hand me a piece of paper that says Torane Kvyat is the first driver in Drift Masters history to get 2 incompletes. 1 from a hood opening, and 2 for that door opening right there, because it's in the rules. Hoods, boots, doors, they need to stay on the car. They can't come off the car. And that was an incomplete from Kvyat. The rules are the rules at the end of the day, and there's nothing we can do about it. But I'll tell you what we can do about it. We could go to Becky, and she is going to give us all the inside information of what's going on. Becky, what is happening?
Well, it smiles all round down here. I'm with Torane Kvyat. Tor, you looked like you were having a bit of a moment as you were coming down the straight. Your door managed to come open?
I have no idea what you just said.
I know we've got some bad reverberation there. The door came open just as you were coming down Main Street there. Did you see it and just try to grab it?
Yeah, as soon as I did the transition, I felt the door was opening and I was so unfocused. So I was trying to close it during the corner and I lost control of the car. So just stupid of me, I can't fix my car.
And you look to be really getting to grips with this setup, with the 1UZ. Are you finding it so much better than how your car was before?
Oh, definitely. This setup is so good now. You saw it in qualifying, and yeah, very happy with it. And yeah, we just got to get our battle strategy in for tomorrow because today was not good.
What does it feel like to be back at Drift Masters? Obviously, you're competing with the best drivers globally right now.
Oh, it's so good. Like, This is my first event this year, so I did 6 runs before heading into this week, and then we're competing against the best in the world who does many competitions around the world, so I'm so proud what we can achieve as a small team.
Tor, it's great to have you back. We'll see you in top 32.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky, for always being down there for us and grabbing all those. I mean, look, he got put off by his own door opening, and he even admitted, he said, I'm so stupid, I can't even fix my own car. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Torani Kavir has just got another checklist on the world stage of drifting. 2 incompletes for your door and your boot opening. So, I mean, look, he's doing it all. He's doing it all and some.
Yeah, it's side questing taken to the next level. It's like when you're done the main mission and you just start going off and collecting weird things.
Exactly that. And and everybody is flooding my headset with, and yours, with Door Arne Kavir, Shut the Door Tour.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we already called him the Sledgehammer, and he made a T-shirt called the Norwegian Sledgehammer. So the next T-shirt he makes, it needs to be like Door Arne Kavir or Shut the Door Tour. Like it has to happen. It's just the rules now.
Oh man, it's helping drivers with merch one funny comment at a time.
At a time, exactly that. Well,
that's really what we're here for.
Well, look, that's how it plays out, and we have got one amazing showdown final battle coming up. It's going to be James Dean to face off against Piotr Wojciech. 2 incredible cars, 2 incredible drivers, 2 former Drift Masters champions. They go head-to-head at round 2 here in Spain.
Former teammates, too. Like, what year is it right now? Are we sure this isn't like 2018?
Have we gone back in time?
We might have. I'd be okay with it. I'd look a little younger. The bags would be gone from under my eyes.
I don't
have
know.
more energy.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was just as sleepy back then.
Right, well, those guys are going to get back to the paddock, get those cars quickly turned around, some fresh tyres, a bit more fuel in the tank, and they'll be back out on the circuit, warming those tyres, ready to rock and roll. I'm excited for this. Look, tomorrow, if this is anything to go off tomorrow, I think the judges are going to have a really tough day on their hands, because the battles, and I'm getting a nod of approval from all of them, because they're like, look, the track, it opens the door for the chase car. As soon as those transitions come, literally open the door.
Yeah.
I've got to leave the door puns alone. I can't help it. It's
too
just there.
easy.
But look, those transitions, though, the way the track is laid out is giving the opportunity for the chase car to be close, to make the dive, especially that last zone where their cars are slowing. I think it's going to be phenomenal. I think we're going to see some incredible battles. I think top 32 is just going to be electric from the get-go.
Yeah, it's going to reward a lot of aggressive behavior in the chase.
Yeah.
The lead cars, you need to be smooth. You like the line that's laid out there. We've seen it. There is one way to drive this track. You can kind of get around it however you feel, but to get a good score, there's one way to drive this track. There's certain places you need the angle. In the chase, though, you need to be aggressive. You have to put a big dive into 4 without overshooting it and absolutely binning it into the car next to you. So it's going to be tough. This is a lot of pressure, especially in the chase. The new starting procedure, I love it. I think the higher qualifying car getting to decide if they're in the lead or the chase, that's going to make for some very interesting moments. The tire wear part of it is going to play a big factor into that. There's going to be guys that want to lead first, or chase first, really, so they have the best possible tire usage before they have to swap things around. So if you're a higher qualified driver, but you know the driver next to you, it might be faster, chasing first is actually much more advantageous than that. So there's more strategy involved in drifting than we've ever seen because of this one small change.
Of course, and I'm going to allude more on that Jacob was just saying. Another rule change for 2025 for Drift Masters is now that the higher qualifier driver going into the twin battles in top 32 all the way through to the finals can elect what side of the track he sits on, whether he decides to chase first or lead first. That is a new rule, and our graphics will adapt to that, and we will know who is who and what is what on the line. And like you say, I think there's going to be a lot of games played with that. I think there's going to be drivers that use a strategy.
Yeah.
It's just another thing that we've thrown into the mix for 2025. And Drift Masters always evolving, always changing, always growing and adapting with the sport, because the drivers are adapting, the cars are adapting. And here at Drift Masters, we like to move the sport forward with the drivers and the cars. And I think this year has massively shown that, especially with the new start line procedure and this whole idea of letting the lead car choose. You want to lead or you want to chase?
Every time somebody beats the game, we have to crank up the difficulty a little bit.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's within the competitors themselves. Sometimes it's the technology, the tires, the fuel, the engines. Every year it needs to get more difficult because the drivers make it look easier every single year.
Oh, yeah,
So
exactly.
in order for this to continue to be exciting and us not get jaded by pure perfection, we just make it more difficult. Add more zones, faster tracks, put walls in crazy places.
Put zones away from walls and make the drivers think about what they're doing.
Yeah, what I want to see is is a driver going to start playing a bit of head games? Will they pull up to that point and wait a second and then decide at the last minute if they're going to lead or chase?
Yeah.
Just to throw the other driver. I don't know about you. I would.
Oh, yeah.
That small mindset change for the other driver, that little freak out moment of what is he going to do? Why isn't he going? Why is it
100%.
that bit of panic?
Imagine being the lower qualifier and saying, I don't know what I'm doing first.
Well, yeah.
That will massively play a game.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of conversation about that. There's also going to be a lot of conversation of drivers who are the higher qualifier that lose, and then it's like, should they have made that choice?
Exactly that.
So-
Well, talking about this, look, James Dean now gets to choose because he is the highest qualifier of today. So he is now going to be able to choose. What is he going to do? Is he going to lead first? Is he going to chase first? James Dean, I think, is the kind of guy that likes to stick to the format.
Right.
He knows the format in and out. He's been drifting for a very, very long time. He knows what he likes to do. And I think that for him, changing the way that the game isn't really in his nature.
He's also been, because he's so good, very rarely has he ever had to chase first.
Exactly.
Because he's almost always qualified near the top. So it's not often that James has to do that. So, yeah, I mean, and he's still going to get the option all the way through. It's going to be wild. It's going to be interesting as we see James getting hands on the car.
Yeah, so James...
Spark plug boots.
Oh, and he looks like he's got maybe a spark plug lead popped off. Something that James Dean probably hasn't dealt with before.
Well, these cars get hot. These exhausts will start glowing. He might have a misfire. I don't know. That you might have to inform me on this one. What's the protocol here? How long is he able to do this before?
Well, I mean, as soon as Piotr Wojciech pulls to the line, James Dean should be pulling to the line as well. And then if it's only a quick fix and he can do it there, I'm pretty sure we're going to let him get it done and get to the line. It looks like it's nothing serious. And he looks fairly happy. Our cameraman just getting pushed out of the way. James, like, come on.
He's a big man to get in his way.
Yeah, there we go. Like, look, it's...
But there's a little bit of sportsmanship here. I mean, Piotr could just jump up and be like, no, don't touch your car. But if he wins, he wants to win completely heads up. I don't know where he put his helmet, though. Is he going to remember he needs a helmet?
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
Okay.
He's a professional sportsman at the end of the day.
He's also a crazy man who would just pull the line without a helmet.
Well, it'd get disqualified, Jacob, and that's the rule. So.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I'm just interested to see his buckling procedure.
Oh, you
I just want to know, like, what does he put on first? Because he's, certain hikers,
the nervous leg.
Yeah.
The nervous leg. Look at this, a little uncomfortable
Little
for
bit
Wojciech in the car. He looks a little unnerved.
He gets this little angry face, though, before he
does.
passes. He's such a smiley guy all the time.
I call it the scary face.
It is a little, it's unnerving.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We're getting almost ready for these guys to warm their tyres before we head to our qualifying showdown final. It's been an amazing day. Qualifying has just been electric from the start because nobody knew what to expect from this track. Nobody knew. Oh, you missed it as well.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Can we get a replay on him putting his helmet on?
Maybe if you go to the truck after, the guys will let you have a look. But
I'm just going to get a
apart
text
from that,
message.
it's a complete secret. There's stuff in that helmet that no one's allowed to see. There's technology in there.
I hope so.
Right, there we go. Tyres warming on the back of James Dean's brand new Ford Mustang. And it looks like he's happy and ready to rock and roll. As we await Pierre.
What do you think? Do you think he's going to pull into the lead immediately?
I don't know.
No?
I don't know. That was just going through my mind then. Is he going to wait? Is he going to just... Well, here we go. We're going to find out right now. Oh! See, and this is the game.
Wow.
He's going to chase first. Now, James Dean completely got my theory, put it in the bin, and took a match to it. Because that is how much I know about drifting.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 50-50 shot. It was a coin flip.
Yeah.
Yeah. We thought we knew. We didn't.
We didn't
And
know.
we move on.
The higher qualifier chose to chase first.
And the plot thickens, Ian.
And this is where we're going to get some incredible stories tomorrow, because this is what's going to come through, where people are deciding, I'm going to lead first, I'm going to chase first. This is going to be unbelievable, Jacob.
Yeah, no, this is great. This is just that extra little bit of drama that we need every single time.
They're giving me more nicknames. I thought it was important information, and now they're just giving me garbage. And
they gave you a nickname?
I've just turned them all down. You
can just turn off the producer. They give us so many dials to play with. What's this one do? Sorry, Nick.
Right, well, here we go. James Dean sits in the chase position as the higher qualifier, the man who tops qualifying. Don't forget, this doesn't affect qualifying whatsoever. The grid is the grid. This is just for kudos. This is just for more points in qualifying. Peter Vicek now thrown the gauntlet by James Dean and said, what have you got?
Yeah.
You think you're good? You lead first.
Look at the grid.
And look at Dean, he's grinning. Two former teammates, two good friends behind the scenes. Dean wraps the knuckles. He does the hand exercise. They get the thumbs up from Martin. This is it. The end of qualifying is almost over as they're off the line. It's going to be Vicek to lead out James Dean for the final battle in our qualifying showdown. Oh, are you serious? This is going to be an insane weekend. Bumper parts spread across the track. Fog lights out. Oh! Wow! Big accident. Wow, and nobody see that coming.
Okay, we have movement from both drivers.
And it looks like both guys could be okay. You see movement from both cars. Yeah, it looks like both guys are okay. Wow.
That was a big hit. Oh, man.
Oh, look at this. James Dean immediately over there saying, I'm sorry about that, man.
I mean, that's some fear for your friend. That's what that is. That's a genuine, like, are you okay?
Oh, James is gutted. And you know what? I'm going to tell you now, James is more gutted that he's damaged Peter's car than he's damaged his own.
Yeah, he knows. He's like, I can fix mine. That's not the issue.
Oh, and James Dean is absolutely beside himself right now. Peter Vicek lets out that big sigh as well, and he's like, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can read lips enough to understand what's going on.
What's going on, yeah.
That's tough. A lot of movement in those walls. That's a big
I want to
hit.
know what happened. Here we go. Let's go back to the replay from our drone. Vicek fires through. Dean fires through. Vicek on the brakes early. Doesn't get on throttle. Dean can't slow the car down. And
He
sandwiches.
tried.
He
He tried so hard.
He comes in so fast and he just couldn't slow the car down. And you know the scary thing for James is the back end of that RTR Mustang.
You're going to see it.
In the door. Look at this. You're going to see the back end of that Mustang. Oh, sandwich. Vicek against the wall. Oh, my God.
Jeez.
That is a bad accident.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, thankfully Piotr Vicek, it looks like okay. He's going to feel all of that tomorrow, though.
Oh,
man.
I'm going to say now that's probably one of the worst ones we've seen so far in Drift Masters, because that was rear crash structure to door and pinned, and James was trying to get himself out of that situation. And look at him instantly looking over to see if Peter's okay.
He knew immediately how that was going to play. Man, I'm just super happy they're both all right. Cars can be repaired. We can always fix cars.
Yeah,
that's
James.
one way to fix a car. So James probably looking to see if frame rails are bent or any of that, because that's the tough part is when you start to get into that. But yeah, thankfully both drivers walking away from this one.
Yeah, and it looks like the medical team are going to take Peter Vicek for a checkup.
Ooh,
yeah, I mean,
that arm.
He took a big hit. The rear of these cars, as most of you would have known if you're following drifting now, they're not a stock rear end. The backs of these cars are mainly cut away and replaced with tube work and steel work to make them stronger for impact into the wall, or to protect fuel cells and radiators. The back of that car would have been glued to the door of Vicek's driver's side and pinned him into the wall. And there was nothing that either of those guys could do to get away from that. And yeah.
Now, James even tried to dig out of it at one point, but it was too little, too late. And yeah,
it's not what we like to see here at Drift Masters.
No.
We want to see these guys come out of these battles unscathed and unhurt, and the cars survive through. But unfortunately, it looks like that is going to be a very sad end to our qualifying showdown. And we will get confirmation of that before we end out the show.
Yeah, it was a rough one. It did look like Piotr was on almost too wide of a line, but you don't know if James touched him first, pushed him that wide, and then it continued to move on through that. That's always the difficult part, is one small bit of contact at that speed might have done that. So
yeah, I mean, look, these guys are moving at such a great speed that you know, when you make a small touch at that sort of speed, it will pinball the car instantly into the wall or put you into a spin, and there's nothing as a driver you can really do about that.
Yeah, so we're
You're getting some info. Yeah, tell us, Jacob, what have you got?
From the team at the Wally devices, they hit at 94 kilometers an hour. So
they hit the wall from 94 kilometers an hour to a dead
zero.
stop.
Yeah, so
wow.
basically imagine just going highway speed into a concrete barrier. That's what happened there. Wow. James immediately, there is an engine in there still.
Yeah, and that car is not in a good way.
No, and here's the one upside with this is they are modular. These cars are meant to be repaired in sections. So James, at least on the upside, is he'll be able to unbolt a lot of that rear end, put everything back together. Piotr, though, that's contact in a lot of places. He's got a lot of spares, if not a full spare chassis that he could basically start moving parts over to, but either way, it is a very, very long night for both of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, look, and you've got to feel for not only the drivers, but the teams as well. These guys have got incredible teams behind the scenes in the paddock, and they now have a long night. They now have to get these cars repaired and back out. James Dean is our top qualifier here at round 2 of Drift Masters 2025, but now they have to knuckle down. They have to get that car worked out and make sure it's 110% for practice tomorrow before we go live for the main show. And, you know, look, again, I'm just going to go back over what we were talking about earlier of how good the battles can be. Is this something else we could see tomorrow? Could this be a problem tomorrow?
It's tough. We talked about how aggressive you have to be in the chase and how you have to dive in to make, you know, to be able to get into the pocket. And that's what we saw was James on a really proper line diving in, but Piotr just going a little bit wide. James gets on the throttle, bit of contact, and it bounces around. So it's tough. It's tough. I really don't want this to be I don't want to see this again.
No, and nobody wants to see this, and nobody likes to see this at the end of the day, especially a brand new car and Peter's car that he's been developing the whole off-season and throughout the whole of 2024 to make it, you know, what it is now. And that's a car that's super competitive, a man that's worked tirelessly with his team to get this to a place where it can work well here at Drift Masters. And yeah, this is not what we wanted to see for our qualifying showdown. James, I think, telling the crew there that car can be towed maybe away from the track instead of being lifted onto the recovery truck.
Yeah, I know there's going to be, I mean, as much as this is terrible, there's still going to be conversations about who's at fault, and that's going to more or less dictate our decision when it comes to the judges. I mean, it's only a couple of points. It's not massive.
No.
I say that, but it may come down to a couple of points at the end of the year. We've seen
exactly
it before.
That. We've seen it before, yeah. And
oh,
wow,
man.
Now the extent of the damage really shows its face. And look at that, both the front and rear wheel on that side of Peter's car completely ripped off.
Whatever that wire is made out of, they should build an entire car because it is holding on to that entire corner.
And wow, that is a serious amount of damage.
Yeah, that whole front right completely gone.
Yeah, that's the first look that us and the teams. Well, the decision is in. Slide them left for Dean and right for Wycheck, and there we go. The winner of our qualifying showdown will be Piotr Wycheck. He gets the win, and a new rule this year, Dean calls the incident. That means that Peter Wycheck gets the win and will be our qualifying showdown winner. James Dean still will top our qualifying standings, but Peter Wycheck will be our round 2 qualifying showdown winner. A sad way to end what has been an incredible day so far.
Yeah.
But look, we're going to look forward to tomorrow, where top 32 kicks off. We've got an incredible stacked top 32 grid. What's going to happen, I have no idea, Jacob.
Nope. We thought we knew what was going to happen going into this battle, and that clearly all changed very, very quickly. But, getting past this incident, let's look at what we saw today. We saw battles get better every single run. We saw absolutely epic, driving from start to finish, and it's only going to get better tomorrow.
There we go. Well, let's go down to Becky. She's with James. Becky, is he okay?
The first question that we're going to ask James, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. My impact was a lot lighter than Peter's because my car soaked the crash from hitting his car, and then it hit his car again, I think. Peter's car and Peter's impact is much worse, and I feel absolutely awful about that. You know, we're having fun all day, trying our best, and I was excited to drive with Peter. Everything was looking good, and right before the start line I had a misfire. Plug lead was after coming off, so I unstrapped myself, got that connected again, and I was just like, okay, he's the fastest guy on track. I'm going to do everything to stay with him. And we just came through the transition at crazy speed, and when we transitioned he was able to scrub the speed faster than I was, and I couldn't decel fast enough, made impact with him and sent us both flying. So I feel absolutely awful. Peter's car is a wreck. I'm glad I was talking to him. I think he's okay, but he's gone to be checked. It was a serious impact for him. Definitely not the way we wanted to start, and everything was really positive before that happened, but this is motorsport, we're pushing hard, but I feel awful.
Tonight, obviously, you guys are going to get some rest as we head into our top 32 tomorrow. I know maybe it's not something that you'll be focusing on right now, but we'll try and focus on some positives out the back of this situation. A great result for you today.
Yeah, it was amazing before that impact. We were so happy with our debut, but I just messed it all up. I feel just terrible. Obviously, there's a lot of damage done to our car as well, but nowhere near as much as Peter's. Yeah, I just feel a bit silly, but I was trying hard. You know, this is what you have to do at the top level, and that's the biggest mistake I've made in a long time.
Okay, James, I'm sorry about that happening to you, but we will catch up and we'll see you in the top 32 tomorrow. Guys, back to you. Our drivers are okay.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, I mean, look, James Dean, look, as much as we call him the machine, that man has the biggest heart of anyone I've ever met in the paddock, and he is so more concerned about Peter's well-being and Peter's car than he is his own car. I think he would rather that Peter went out in competition tomorrow and competed and James stayed in the paddock, because that's just the guy that James Dean is. But as James elaborated on, this is motorsport. We are pushing, they are pushing at 110% at every single event. There are positives to come for it. He did top qualifying. He is sitting in a good position leading into tomorrow's top 32. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a very, very long night ahead. And there we go. That is it. Official. Peter Vicek wins our qualifying showdown here at Drift Masters 2025 Round 2 in Spain. And James Dean comes second. It was so good up until that point. But look, let's not take the negatives away from the positives, because today was unbelievable. This is how the points stand now after our qualifying showdown. And funnily enough, Peter and James are both tied on 11 points. How about that for some luck? Torani Kavia sits with 8 points and Jack Shanahan sits with 6. Those top guys now looking strong for the championship. But we all know that that could flip on its head in a heartbeat. Tomorrow could be a completely different day. Who knows how top 32 is going to play out? But all I know is those guys are now sitting with a nice haul of points in the bag, ready to lead the championship lead as we move forward in this season. Right, and once again, let's take a look. The road to the final. Here is our top 32 grid. Some standout battles for me. I don't even know where to start.
I mean, the whole thing.
One I missed earlier on, Ite Seder taking on Marco Zacharias.
Yeah, and I mean, just above that, Piotr Vinsek and Pontus Hartmann. I mean, Piotr's, it's a big ask to get that car ready, but even just being on the other side of the bracket gives them just a little bit longer
more time,
just in case. But the entire tree, the entire top 32, absolutely wild, absolutely epic. I mean, I don't think there's a single battle in here I would want to miss. There's nothing to skip over. You know, time your meals and your bathroom breaks appropriately because you are not going to want to miss anything when it comes to tomorrow.
No, it certainly aren't. So there we go. We see the two damaged cars of James Dean and Piotr Vicek making their way off circuit. It's going to be a long night in the paddock for those two teams, that's for sure, but I guarantee that most of these guys will be back down there helping out. And we are live tomorrow exclusively on Red Bull TV for top 32 at 12:15 p.m. local time, and for top 16 at 3:50 p.m. local time. If today has been anything to go by, it is going to be unbelievable. From me, Becky and Jacob, we will all see you tomorrow.